Chapter 354. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party flying in his direction, he subconsciously cursed. You can fly, but can't you fly in another direction? Isn't this looking for trouble for me? Although he didn't know if that person did it on purpose, Lin Fei knew in his heart that those people wouldn't let bystanders off. More importantly, this was the battlefield of a dynasty. Rules? They didn't exist at all. Soon Lin Fei saw a group of people appear on the horizon. There were at least a few dozen of them. Compared to them, the people in front of him were insignificant. Bai Wentian. An angry roar came from the sky. Immediately after, a huge palm slammed down from the sky. That person's expression changed as if he had seen some terrifying existence and was directly slapped down. The continuous forest below had been blasted into ruins. Towering trees lay scattered all over the place. This position wasn't far from Lin Fei, so he could see everything clearly. What a sturdy box. It actually didn't shatter under such an attack? Could it be that they were chasing after that person for this box? Lin Fei thought. However, this person is quite powerful. He dared to snatch this box from them. It's just that he's too daring and doesn't know what's good for him. Quick, snatch the box back. The voice was very soft, but Lin Fei heard it clearly. As expected, their target was the box. Lin Fei was filled with anger. The box in front of him was worthy of their attention. The strength of the other party wasn't weak either. The box definitely wouldn't contain any ordinary item. Among that group of people, there were no less than 10 Light King-level experts. What a powerful force this was. Such a majestic group of people was fighting for a box. If the box didn't contain something priceless, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Swish, 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 Lin Fei was faster than them. He appeared beside Bai Wentian and grabbed the box without caring about anything. That person was obviously startled, as if he didn't expect that someone would dare to snatch it from him. This item belongs to me now. He didn't even look at it and kept the box. On the ground, Bai Wentian's injuries were not light. He could only watch helplessly as the other party snatched the box away. You, return my box. Lin Fei kicked him. I have the things in my hands and I will never hand them over. Bite me if you dare. Those who were about to make a move were all stunned. There was actually someone who dared to steal their things. Sir, this box is ours. Please return it to its rightful owner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures appeared not far from Lin Fei. Lin Fei said, Your things? Is there any evidence? If we don't have any evidence, how do we know it belongs to you? I even said it was mine. The newcomer was obviously stunned. Here, there was actually someone who dared to snatch their things, and it was a young man who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Sir, we are from Fire Cloud City. Li Bing was in a bad mood. I advise you to hand over the box, lest you end up dead. Lin Fei shook his head. So, this box isn't yours. If that's the case, I'm leaving. He pretended to leave. Li Bing was stunned again. They were from Fire Cloud City. Didn't they know the ins and outs of Fire Cloud City? And he dared to disregard them. The other party seemed to be intending to swallow the box. Li Bing was furious. The person in front of him was clearly a stupid kid. He immediately said to the people beside him, Get rid of that kid and take back the box. A cryptic realm kid dared to interfere in Fire Cloud City's matters. 5 people rushed out from behind and went straight for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes shone with excitement. Experience, it's all experience. Windstorm, Walala, the wind howled. The 5 people fell down without any signs of life. A familiar voice came from the system. This made Lin Fei enjoy it very much. Humanoid monsters were all experience. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them. Especially since the box looked good, they naturally had to snatch it. Moreover, the group of people in front of them were all experience. Kill this kid. Li Bing was a little surprised. He waved his hand again. Dealing with a stinky kid wasn't worth their effort. Pu, the people who rushed up were all killed within a few breaths. A large number of corpses appeared below. They all died at the hands of the other party. Li Bing and the others' hearts sank. To be able to kill their subordinates so easily, the other party must have some background. Without Li Bing saying anything, the 2 king-level experts beside him rushed up to test the other party's strength. They were afraid of meeting a kid with a background. If the other party couldn't block the 2 king-level experts, then there was no need to worry. So, Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. He appeared in front of the 2 and stretched out his left and right hand. A green palm grabbed their throats. This was the partial transformation of the Azure Dragon true body. Kacha, the 2 groaned and lost their breath. They were already dead. You are that bloodline body refiner. Li Bing saw the other party cripple his two king-level subordinates in one move. Especially that green palm, a memory emerged in his mind. Although Fire Cloud City was a little far away, news spread quickly. Naturally, they knew of the existence of such a person. Haha, after refining you, it will be 30 million true essence crystals. Li Bing laughed. Everyone, let's kill this kid together. The king-level experts behind also became excited. 30 million true essence crystals was an irresistible temptation. For people like them who were stuck at the profound king realm, they might be able to take an important step forward. How could they miss such a good opportunity? They had almost 12 or 13 king-level experts, and 7 of them had refined earth fire. Taking care of a kid who wasn't even a king-level expert was a piece of cake. This level of strength was indeed very strong. A profound spirit realm kid, no matter how much strength he used, wouldn't be able to get anything. Lin Fei licked his lips. 1, 2, a total of 13. Dragon transformation. Using his true body, Lin Fei punched out and appeared in front of an early-stage king-level expert. Even if the opponent released his battle armor, it was like scrap metal in front of Lin Fei. The king-level expert died on the spot. Wait. Lin Fei punched again and another king-level expert died. Still too weak. Lin Fei punched again. Facing his surging true essence, these king-level experts were indeed too weak. Bang bang bang, in less than 10 breaths' time, Li Bing was horrified to find that his king-level subordinates were killed one by one. He didn't even have time to react. Li Bing had never seen such a terrifying scene. The subordinates he had brought were like sandbags, and they were all killed with a single punch. This was a king-level expert, not some random cat or dog. These were king-level experts who had cultivated for decades or even centuries. Run, run, run. Li Bing was a chi refinement cultivator, and the only thought in his mind was to escape. Anyone who saw his 12 king-level subordinates being killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables wouldn't have much fighting strength left. Because they were already afraid. In fact, Li Bing was like this. No matter how strong a chi refinement cultivator was, facing such a terrifying humanoid monster, he would probably lose his composure. Li Bing was fast. Lin Fei was even faster. He appeared in front of Li Bing, and his huge dragon claw directly grabbed the opponent's throat, choking his life. Li Bing didn't even know why he was choked. This was also because Lin Fei's speed was too fast. The Azure Dragon's speed was fast, and coupled with the wind intent, it could be said that if Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, the opponent wouldn't have time to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Their movements were too slow. Lin Fei was too fast. Although Li Bing was at the peak of king level and had refined an 8th grade earth fire, in front of Lin Fei who had refined millions of true essence crystals, he was no longer on the same level. He seemed very weak. Just like how Lin Fei killed ordinary king level experts, he was really too weak. Especially in close combat. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. It was a great feeling. If I were you, I would definitely behave. Lin Fei glared and a cold light pierced Li Bing's heart. Li Bing suppressed the fear in his heart. What do you want? I really want to know what's in the box. Lin Fei smiled and said, if you tell me well, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I don't mind letting a great demon eat you. Unknowingly, King Kong had appeared. The blood essence of a king-level expert was good stuff, especially King Kong, a mutated great demon. Hearing this, King Kong opened his bloody mouth and looked over. Even as a king-level expert, Li Bing still had an indescribable fear towards demonic beasts, especially when facing a king-level great demon. The fear of being eaten bite by bite made him rather choose to leave his corpse intact. I'll tell you. Li Bing said in fear, I beg you, don't let the great demon eat me. The key to Tian Yuan's treasury is in the box. Li Bing hurriedly said, afraid that the great demon would eat him. We had just obtained the key to Tian Yuan's treasury, but it was snatched away by the great demon. You know the rest. Lin Fei was delighted. Tian Yuan's treasury? The moment he heard the name, Lin Fei knew that this should be a dungeon. Moreover, from the name it seemed to be very awesome. How many keys are there to Tian Yuan's treasury? There are a total of 6 keys. Each key can bring 3 people in. Li Bing continued, Bai Wenyan already knew that our flaming cloud city had just obtained the key. Since you have the key, you must be in great danger. Why don't you cooperate with our flaming cloud city? Lin Fei smiled and said, since I dared to snatch your things, I naturally know what I will face. You don't have to worry about this. Now tell me about Tian Yuan's treasury. What is its origin? Lin Fei was very interested in Tian Yuan's treasury. Especially from the looks of it, Tian Yuan's treasury was a place that no one could refuse. However, from the looks of it, Tian Yuan's treasury had already attracted the attention of countless people. Rumor has it that Tian Yuan's treasury was left behind by a heavenly immortal. It opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, 5 to 24 keys will be released. Each direction can allow 18 people to enter. Chapter 355. P.S. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first hall master of this book. Thank you to Unpredictable and Archer on Horseback for your monthly votes. It's May Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Looking for a guaranteed monthly vote. A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had just casually made a trip and he had encountered such a good thing? A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. Lin Fei almost thought that he had heard wrongly. If it was an ordinary treasure vault, Lin Fei would definitely not be so excited. However, a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault was completely different. This was a relic left behind by a Divine Immortal. If one failed the tribulation above the Mystic Emperor and survived, one would be an Earth Immortal after breaking through. One would be stronger than the Mystic Emperor, but one would have to face the tribulation of an itinerant immortal. In the Shentian mainland, one could become a peerless expert. After that, one would be a Divine Immortal. Although a Divine Immortal was strong, he could not stay in the Shentian mainland for long. A Divine Immortal could ascend and fly to another world. Lin Fei had also heard this news from others and had memorized it at that time. He did not expect that it would be put to use so soon. A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault was equivalent to a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. It did not mean that it was a Divine Immortal but a Divine Immortal. After all, the Shentian mainland was a sealed-off mainland. After one ascended, it was difficult to come back down from the upper realm. In other words, a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault appearing in the Dynasty battlefield was definitely left behind by a Divine Immortal after the Divine Immortal's tribulation. The only thing that was curious was why a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault would appear in the Dynasty battlefield and only open once every 100 years. Where is the closest location to the Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault? Lin Fei asked directly. 10,000 miles away from the Divine Immortal Valley, Li Bing said honestly. I've said all that I need to say. Please let me go. If he had known that this person was so powerful, Li Bing would not have made a move. He would not have relied on the dynasty behind him to kill this person. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Fei pointed his finger at the center of Li Bing's brows. How can I not want a lot of experience points? These words entered Li Bing's ears. With a burst of demonic gourd, he was killed. Obtained 100 points of essence energy. Obtained quintessential energy crystal. You have obtained a broken battle armor. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he naturally would not let the other person go. Once again his Zhen Yuan blasted out, directly killing Bai Wentian. If you don't die, I'll be the one in trouble. Lin Fei thought to himself. I didn't think that even after you died, you would still be able to contribute 100 points of origin energy to me. Lin Fei collected the spoils of war. There were many quintessential essence crystals on these kings. Altogether, there was a total of 1 million quintessential essence crystals. As for spirit treasure armors, there were no less than 20 or 30 pieces. I can't go to Flaming Cloud City anymore. Since there's a Heavenly Immortal's treasure vault waiting for me ahead, I should at least try my luck. Furthermore, it only opens once every 100 years. It's definitely not simple inside. I'll first go and understand what secrets this Heavenly Immortal's treasure vault has. Lin Fei brought Kong Kim along, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. As for the corpses, he was too lazy to deal with them. The powerful blood essence had all been absorbed by Kong Kim, leaving behind a ground full of shriveled corpses. Sooner or later they would be eaten by demonic beasts. As soon as he left, 3 streaks of light, 1 black and 2 white, flew over and appeared in the sky above. They're all dead. The 3 of them stopped in the sky, their expressions gloomy and uncertain. It was as though they didn't expect that Li Bing's men would be wiped out in such a short period of time. They found it hard to believe the scene in front of them. The 3 of them were all experts of Flaming Cloud City. The Heavenly Immortal Key was snatched away. They first went to deal with the rebels and arranged for Li Bing to lead his men to chase after them first. They followed behind, thinking that the other party wouldn't be able to escape alone. But in the end it was like this. If they knew, they would definitely have arranged for someone to follow in advance just in case. The 3 of them flew down and checked the traces on the corpses. They looked down one by one. The corpses had fearful expressions as well as the bloody holes in their chests. The 3 of them had solemn expressions. At the same time they felt a chill. What terrifying means? They were actually killed by a single punch. It's definitely a body refinement cultivator. Furthermore, it's an extremely powerful one. Even 8th or 9th grade armors couldn't withstand a single punch. Li Bing and the rest died for nothing. Even they weren't a match for a powerful body refinement cultivator. Li Bing was even killed by a single finger. From the marks on his throat, it was obvious that he was captured alive. Li Bing was at the perfection realm and had refined the earth fire. He was actually captured alive without any injuries. How terrifying was that? They knew that they couldn't do it unless it was a sneak attack. Bai Wenyan is also dead. The heavenly immortal key is in the hands of an outsider. What should we do now? This is something we obtained with great difficulty. It's all Bai Wenyan's fault. Since things have come to this, what can we do even if we chase after them? However, since this person dared to attack our Flaming Cloud dynasty and snatch the heavenly immortal key, he definitely has a lot of enemies. Don't forget, once that person enters the range of the heavenly immortal mountain range, the heavenly immortal treasure vault will automatically activate the heavenly immortal key. At that time, there will be countless powerful enemies and he will definitely die. I almost forgot. The heavenly immortal treasure vault opens once every 100 years to find a successor. Once the heavenly immortal key appears, it will automatically appear and accept everyone's test. No matter how powerful this body refinement cultivator is, once that day comes he will face countless powerful enemies. 100,000 miles away. In his full state, Lin Fei appeared in a mountain range 100,000 miles away in just a few days. He had no idea where the heavenly immortal valley was. Looks like I have to find someone to understand it so that I won't be confused and waste time. Lin Fei stopped on a towering tree, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Suddenly, a strange change happened. Lin Fei's face darkened because the heavenly immortal key in the system space flew out of its own accord. It broke away from the system's control and emitted a red light, floating above Lin Fei's head. Damn, what's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. Something in the system space could fly out of its own accord. It was simply beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly immortal key floating above his head was definitely not something good. Wasn't this telling others that the heavenly immortal key was in his hands? What the hell is this heavenly immortal doing? Could it be that the heavenly immortal treasure vault in this place has activated the heavenly immortal key? Lin Fei was not stupid and quickly connected the dots. The heavenly immortal key and the heavenly immortal treasure vault, there must be a connection between the two. Lin Fei knew that he had been tricked. The heavenly immortal key above his head emitted a red light, no less than a treasure-snatching game. There was a red arrow above his head to tell everyone, "The treasure is on me, everyone come and snatch it." Lin Fei tried to circulate his true yuan, but it was to no avail. The heavenly immortal key above his head continued to emit a red light, as if it was going against Lin Fei. The surroundings were also faintly red. Chapter 356. Heaven Immortal City. This place was famous because of the Immortals' treasure vault. Every time there was a war between dynasties, there would be countless martial artists who came to the Sky Immortal City because of its fame. They would come to the Sky Immortal Mountain Range in search of good fortune. And this year was the 100-year opening of the Sky Immortal Treasure Vault. The Sky Immortal City welcomed countless disciples from the various dynasties. It could be said that this was a grand event. The Celestial Immortals Treasure Vault was about to open. A treasure vault left behind by a mighty celestial immortal. One could well imagine what kind of precious treasures it contained. Just one of those treasures would be enough to dominate the world. More importantly, the treasure vault of the celestial immortal had always been looking for a suitable successor. It could be said that whoever became the inheritor of the heavenly immortal would control the entire heavenly immortal's treasure vault, and attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal in the future was a sure thing. Even if he couldn't become a celestial immortal, he would still be able to easily reach the level of the Mystic Emperor. Everyone wanted to become a celestial immortal's successor. Once the dynasty battlefield was opened, there were many disciples from the various dynasties gathered here. They were all here to try their luck. Once the news of the heavenly immortal key was spread, it would immediately lead to a huge reaction. All kinds of killings were carried out, and almost all of them revolved around the heavenly immortal key. In an elegant restaurant at a table by the window, in our heavenly immortal valley's direction, 5 heavenly immortal keys have already appeared one after another. Unfortunately, they all landed in the hands of the large and medium-sized empires, completely cutting off our extravagant hopes. A youngster sighed and said, when mentioning the heavenly immortal keys, his resentment was extremely deep. That's because they discovered it earlier than us. That's why they managed to seize the Heavenly Immortal Key. Right now, everyone in Heavenly Immortal City is paying attention to the sixth key. As long as the Heavenly Immortal Key appears, they will definitely not be able to succeed. They're large empires with countless experts by their side, and they possess formidable strength. Indeed, they're extremely terrifying. However, I've heard that the people of those large empires are also targeting the sixth key. Who doesn't know that they are preparing to obtain more qualifications so that they can seize the true treasures in the Celestial Immortals treasure vault? 100 years ago, a top-quality true treasure appeared in the Celestial Immortals treasure vault, and that person relied on the true treasure to sweep away all the genius disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, a cry of surprise came from the restaurant. Look, there are red clouds in the sky over there. Red clouds appear, the Sky Immortal Key appears. Everyone hurry up and snatch it. The Heavenly Immortal Key has appeared. Everyone, who had been chatting happily, stood up and looked excitedly at the sky in the distance. The red clouds were exceptionally eye-catching. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone could no longer sit still. The opportunity to enter the Celestial Immortals treasure vault was right in front of them, so how could they give it up? Perhaps the opportunity was waiting for them in front of them. Even if they were unable to enter the Celestial Immortals treasure vault, they could still rely on the Celestial Immortal Key to obtain sufficient benefits. Everyone was mobilized. The Heavenly Immortal Key will definitely be mine. Whoever dares to snatch my Heavenly Immortal Key will be my enemy. Everyone must die. The Heavenly Immortal Key is destined to be mine. The disciples of the dynasty were all rubbing their palms together, ready to snatch the Heavenly Immortal Key. A stream of light appeared in the sky, rushing toward the red cloud in their field of vision. They were afraid of falling behind, so they exerted all their strength. Heaven Immortal City. In a house, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky, surrounded by a blazing aura. The sixth Heavenly Immortal Key has finally appeared. I have not waited in vain. Flames burst out from beneath this person's feet, and a giant flaming bird appeared. With a flap of its wings, flames burst forth, and with a long cry, it rushed towards the red clouds, leaving behind a streak of red light in the sky. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared in the sky. Their gazes were all focused on the red clouds in the sky because there was something they wanted there. Sounds of air breaking could be heard, and all of them rushed in the direction of the Heavenly Immortal Key. Lin Fei finally realized the huge trouble that the Heavenly Immortal Key had brought. Damn it! What is this dog Heavenly Immortal doing? The Heavenly Immortal Key suddenly changed. Initially, he wanted to find a place to hide, but unexpectedly, in just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei sensed the auras of martial artists coming from all directions. Among the auras there were strong ones and weak ones. They were densely packed, and it was hard to tell how many of them there were. All of them were heading in the same direction. Lin Fei naturally knew that he was in trouble. Having a red lantern above my head is indeed not a good thing. Lin Fei simply stood on a towering tree, wearing a rare playful smile. Forget it. He did not want to play a scene of 10,000 people chasing after him. This place should be the territory of the Heavenly Immortal Valley, or else these people wouldn't be heading in this direction the moment the Heavenly Immortal Key appeared. If you really think I am easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Fei knew very well that what was coming next would not be a small battle, or even a fierce one. That's fine. Since the Heavenly Immortal Key is in my hands, then let's go all out. Sooner or later we will have to fight. Or else who knows how much trouble there will be. After making up his mind, Lin Fei's eyes flashed with ferocity. Don't kill, I won't kill. Kill, I will kill until blood flows like a river and corpses litter the ground. I will kill their guts. Haha, the Heavenly Immortal Key is mine. The fastest person was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. When he saw that it was a cryptic realm kid under the red clouds, he immediately let out a roar. Thinking that his chance had come, he waved his hand and a stream of black true yuan came crashing down. Lin Fei casually countered with a stream of true yuan. The black stream of true yuan was destroyed, and the remaining true yuan landed on the opponent's body, blasting him into pieces. In terms of true yuan, there were few people who could compare with Lin Fei. After killing one person, there were even more people behind him. No one felt afraid, but all kinds of greed appeared on their faces. Everyone fight. It will belong to whoever gets it first. The Heavenly Immortal Key must be mine. No less than 100 people rushed down from the sky. In the sky, fist lights, saber chi, sword chi, spirit treasures. All of them were blasted at Lin Fei's position. They were smart enough to kill him first, especially when he was just a cryptic realm cultivator. Then they would fight for the heavenly immortal key. 10,000-mile storm. The sixth style of the wind sword, a large-scale offensive sword style. A gentle breeze that was calm like water suddenly blew past, but when this gust of wind blew past, it actually left behind numerous marks on everyone's throats. So it turned out that in this moment of carelessness, they had already been instantly killed by the concept sword technique, and they didn't even have the time to react. Walala, at least 100 people fell from the sky, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Instant kill. It was a real instant kill. Run, this is a sword style of sword style. Too scary. Someone immediately recognized that this was the legendary sword style of sword style that could kill people invisibly. With one move, 100 people were killed. It could be said that they were shocked and they didn't dare to make a move. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. 100 people were killed just like that and they died in confusion. Swish, 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 in just a moment, a crowd appeared in the surrounding area. What's there to be afraid of a sword style of sword style of sword style? There are so many people here. How many times can he release his sword style of 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 sword style? That's right. Everyone, don't be scared. This kid is just trying to scare us. Since there were so many people, someone immediately encouraged. Everyone, let's kill together. Lin Fei had shocked them with one big move, but they were very clear that it was difficult to release such a big move a few times. If not now, when would they do it? Martial artists couldn't resist temptation. Lin Fei, who was below, found it funny in his heart. My true essence is enough to kill you countless times. Just now, with that big move, it was really fun to kill and I got a lot of experience. Kill. This time there were also more than 100 people and a black mass rushed towards Lin Fei. The sky was filled with true essence attacks. Wind sword as one. Lin Fei used his last move. Swish, swish, swish. No less than 10,000 sword chi turned into flying swords, condensed into a trace of sword style and rushed towards them. This was the first time that Lin Fei used it. The martial artists who rushed at the front were pierced by the flying swords, and they were killed on the spot. The ones behind hurriedly put on their armor, but even so, dozens of people were killed in a short time. As for the rest, they all had different injuries on their bodies. For a moment, no one dared to move. They had all seen the violent sword strike just now. This sword technique was too fast, so fast that they couldn't put on their armor, so they were caught off guard. No one dared to move. Too strong. I have an 8th grade armor, and even a King Realm expert can't break it. But just now, a hole was made in it and I was almost killed. So fierce. Who on earth is this guy? One by one they started to discuss. The treasure was in front of them, but in front of them, this young man was like a fierce demon, and they were scared out of their wits. Many of the martial artists present were King Realm experts, but facing such a young man, they looked very serious. 2 sword styles had scared them out of their wits. No less than 100 people had died and many of them were King Realm experts. But in front of this seemingly harmless young man, they were all killed one by one. They couldn't figure out this guy's background, and 2 sword styles were already so fierce, so they didn't dare to go up. They were all smart enough to die. Before, they thought that they could take advantage of the opportunity so they naturally wouldn't miss it. But once they knew that the other party was stronger than them, they naturally chose to stand by and watch. The Sky Immortal Key was not something they could ask for. The surrounding crowd of disciples chose to stop at this moment. No one would believe that a young man could subdue them. Look, the people from the Ice Kingdom are here. Flower Gentleman is here too. Young Master Yan Fei is here too. When they saw streams of light appear in the distance, the crowd cried out in surprise. These people were the true experts of Sky Immortal City, especially some of them who had occupied a Sky Immortal Key. Their appearance attracted a lot of attention. As they appeared, a Sky Immortal Key floated above their heads. Lin Fei counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 keys and including his own there were 6 keys. He didn't expect all of them to appear at once. Chapter 357. The people with the Heaven Immortal Key appeared. The crowd immediately quietened down. These people all had powerful backgrounds, especially those with Heaven Immortal Keys. They appeared fearlessly and ignored the crowd's envious gazes. In fact, those who had 5 Heaven Immortal Keys were not simple. They were either disciples of large empires or top-tier mid-sized empires. Without exception, they were all from large clans or sections. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded long ago. How could he still be standing here? At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the surroundings. 5 places glowed red, and each of them had a Heaven Immortal Key. Kid, you seem to be quite strong. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and we can spare your life. On the far left, 3 identical brothers said to Lin Fei, "We 3 brothers can guarantee that we will let you go." Hundreds of people had been killed, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. The 3 brothers spoke first, which made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone knew who they were. They were from the Overlord dynasty. The Overlord dynasty was a mid-sized empire, and their overall strength far surpassed ordinary mid-sized empires. These 3 brothers cultivated together, and their minds were interlinked. They had mastered joint attacks and were very strong. Most importantly, they had joined the Blackwater dynasty. The Blackwater dynasty was a large empire. That was the key. The Blackwater dynasty had a Heaven Immortal key, and they were preparing to snatch the second one. "Bai Qingtan, don't you have any shame?" The Blackwater dynasty made the first move. Naturally, there were people who were unwilling. Bai Qingtian was a pale young man. He looked like he was on his last breath, as if he would die in the next breath. "Everyone wants a Heaven Immortal key. Our Blackwater dynasty doesn't mind taking one more." Bai Qingtian laughed. "Didn't you guys come together for the Heaven Immortal key?" Bai Qingtian did not hide his intentions at all, and he openly expressed his intentions. "We want the Heaven Immortal key. Young man, no matter where you come from, if you don't hand over the Heaven Immortal key today, you will die." On the other side, a green-clothed young man waved his folding fan. "As long as you hand over the Heaven Immortal key to our Mountain Eagle dynasty, we will give you a generous reward. Moreover, we guarantee that no one here will dare to kill you. Your Mountain Hawk dynasty is nothing. Our True Sun dynasty can give you 30 million Jinyuan crystals." The people from the True Sun dynasty immediately threw out 30 million Jinyuan crystals. "Youngster, hand over the Heavenly Immortal key. Otherwise, once we take action, you can forget about leaving this place alive." In addition to the major dynasties, some of the smaller organizations also began to threaten the young man down below. It seemed that under their threat, the young man would definitely hand over the Heavenly Immortal key. Regardless of whether they were middle-sized empires or large empires, all of them were experts. True experts had gathered here, and the other party was like a turtle in a jar. Don't agree? He definitely wouldn't live past today. Lin Fei looked around. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. His face lit up with rare joy. "So, if I don't hand over the immortal key, I'll die here today?" The crowd did not understand. How dare he laugh when surrounded by so many people? Was there something wrong with his head? Hand over the Heavenly Immortal key or die. This is your only choice. 2 paths, one was a path of life, the other was a path of death. Only a few people looked at Lin Fei below with complicated expressions. Usually, anyone who encountered such a situation would definitely be under immense pressure and would not be able to remain so calm. But this young man was so calm that it was hard to understand. Especially that smile earlier. It felt as though it was a bloodthirsty smile. "Miss, let's wait and see first." In the sky above, a man and a woman stood. The Heavenly Immortal key hovered above the woman, and beside her was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy physique. There were only 2 of them, but no one dared to have any designs on them. "Uncle Lu, is that man very dangerous?" The woman in white, Wang Qin, asked. "Not simple. Uncle Lu was Wang Qin's guard. At least he gave me a rare sense of danger." Wang Qin frowned and stared below. Her heart was filled with curiosity. Uncle Lu would never lie. If that was the case, the other party must have some trump card. Then we don't need to participate in this Heavenly Immortal key. Wang Qin chose not to act. One Heavenly Immortal key was enough. The change in Lin Fei was naturally noticed by some people. After all, this change was extremely abnormal. "Haha, I'll hand over the Heavenly Immortal key just because you want me to. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Lin Fei laughed out loud. "I won't hand over the Heavenly Immortal key. As for you guys, I don't mind sending you to hell." Dragon transformation. With a thought, Lin Fei's azure dragon aura spread out. Suddenly, a black long sword appeared in his right hand. It was the supreme grade spiritual treasure killing sword. "Today I'll kill him to my heart's content." Storm. Lin Fei's incarnation was 100 feet tall. With the supreme grade spiritual treasure in his hand, he unleashed a storm. The sky instantly darkened and the wind howled. In an instant, no less than 10 people were killed. They fell from the sky and blood filled the air. "Bloodline body cultivator." Everyone exclaimed. If it was before, they might have had some thoughts. But now they had no thoughts at all. Bloodline body cultivator. Moreover, it was such a powerful body cultivator. With one strike, everyone's panicked expression was seen by Lin Fei. This was what he wanted to see. Lin Fei wielded the killing sword. "The Sky Immortal key is with me. If you are not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If you don't want to die, you'd better retreat 100 miles away now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Bloodline body cultivator with supreme grade spiritual treasure. Unless you want to court death. It's too abnormal. Retreat, retreat. Facing the power of the supreme grade spiritual treasure, they could not resist it at all. If the other party went crazy, they would be the unlucky ones. Soon everyone began to leave. The originally dense crowd suddenly became empty. Most of the people had left. There were also many people who stayed. All of them were powerful. At a glance, almost all of them had the strength of a king. You should be the Azure Dragon Body Cultivator. A middle-aged man stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei looked around. They are all gone. It seems that you are not afraid of death. Haha, so what if the Bloodline Body Cultivator is powerful? Bai Qingtian laughed. The Azure Dragon Body Cultivator is not bad. It is a good choice to refine you. Bai Qingtian, if you want to snatch the Sky Immortal Key, our Eagle Mountain dynasty will also fight for it. The young man smiled. He glanced at Wang Qin, who was not far away. Miss Wang Qin, are you not going to make a move? Wang Qin smiled. Our Thunder dynasty already has a Sky Immortal Key. Forget about this one. We will not interfere. She appeared 100 miles away with Uncle Lu. Chapter 358. Whether it was Bai Qingtian from the Blackwater Empire, young Master Joyless from the Eagle Mountain Empire, or Yang Dingtian from the Real Sun Empire, all of their expressions changed. They could not believe that Wang Qin from the Thunder Empire would choose to leave. They almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Wang Qin was a genius of the Thunder Empire. It was said that she had the chance to become the next clan leader. She did things as decisively as a man. However, Wang Qin chose to retreat in such a situation? It was indeed unbelievable. This was good. Apart from the 4 clans, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin of the Thunder Empire did not make a move, which meant that they had an extra chance. Uncle Lu, he should be cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, right? Wang Qin asked. Why does he feel so powerful? Even if he has a supreme grade spiritual treasure, he should not be able to display such power, right? Wang Qin was shocked by the attack just now. This kid is very strange, Uncle Lu said. However, although this kid is strange, he should not be able to win against them. Miss can be the fisherman and snatch the 6th Sky Immortal Key. Uncle Lu, good plan. Wang Qin said. I'm afraid that they do not know that Uncle Lu has cultivated a divine power. Let them fight it out. The Sky Immortal Treasure Vault does not need so many people. Excluding those who left, there were still 70 or 80 people present. Kill, the loose demons were the first to move. The loose demons here were also very powerful. Especially when they all joined forces, they could be considered a strong force. Swish swish, Lin Fei also attacked. This was the first time he wielded the killing sword and used the dragon transformation. His huge body instantly rushed into the battlefield. The killing sword slashed out and the sword chi was like a mountain. The king-level expert in front of him was killed in one move. His body was split into 2. Haha, this is what you will get. With the killing sword in his hand, Lin Fei's murderous aura sword. Supreme grade spiritual treasure. The power of a spiritual treasure was extremely terrifying. Any spiritual treasure in front of Lin Fei would be split in half in one move. This was the power of a supreme grade spiritual treasure. Poo pew pew, Lin Fei was in a killing frenzy. After dragon transformation, he had the strongest defense. With every slash of his sword, someone would be killed. As for the attacks that landed on Lin Fei's body, they couldn't cause him any harm at all. When the people 100 miles away saw this scene, they secretly rejoiced. Too strong. He's ridiculously strong. It wasn't easy for me to reach the king tier, but in the end, it was as easy as chopping vegetables in his hands. Fortunately, I left just now. Lin Fei raised his sword and began a massacre. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the surroundings were completely empty. All the people who attacked had been killed, and the ground below had become a bright red kingdom that was completely dyed red with blood. Lin Fei licked his lips. Do you want to continue fighting or do you want to die? Such a brutal massacre had indeed caused the 4 great empires to feel a little pressured. The strength of the other party was a little beyond their imagination, especially the defense after dragon transformation, which could actually be so powerful. That was what shocked them the most. Coming from the large empires, it wasn't that they had never seen a body cultivator with a bloodline. However, they had never seen such a powerful defense. Facing the attack of a king-tier expert, his defense couldn't be broken. A warrior whose defense couldn't be broken, coupled with his tyrannical strength, could really kill gods and demons easily. Not bad, not bad. Bai Qingtian smiled and said, as expected of a body cultivator with a bloodline, his defense is actually so terrifying. No wonder you dare to ignore the siege of king-tier experts. However, you can only be arrogant in front of the weaker king-tier experts. Although Lin Fei was tyrannical in front of the large empires, he was just a little tyrannical. It would be a little troublesome to eliminate him. Since they had different perspectives, their opinions were naturally different. The three of you go up. Bai Qingtian said to the three brothers. He was going to arrange for the real experts to attack. At this moment, the other three empires also stopped. As for the people who had just died, they didn't care about it at all. Only the weak would be killed. The three Monter brothers have combat strength comparable to the pseudo-emperor realm. They are Bai Qingtian's top fighters. I wonder who will win if they fight. It must be the three Monter brothers. Isn't it obvious? Don't forget that their joint attack is terrifyingly tyrannical. Some people started to discuss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Monter brothers rushed up and immediately occupied the three positions. Instantly they formed a formation. Sky-shocking formation. The three Monter brothers' minds were connected. Instantly they launched a joint attack. This joint attack was a formation. Their strength was instantly linked and their aura was rising continuously. Whoosh. The aura of the great completion of the king tier directly broke through to the emperor tier. The mountain-like aura had already made the hearts of the warriors 100 miles away palpitate. Sky-breaking fist. Whoosh. The vast sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The palpitations rose again. This punch had far surpassed the great completion of the king tier. It had reached the real emperor tier. More importantly, this was a middle-grade mystic class fist art. Just one grade and the combat strength was already terrifying. Now that they had launched a formation and combined their strength, it was truly ferocious and frightening. Facing their joint attack, Lin Fei didn't seem nervous at all. On the contrary, he was more excited. Finally, he could fight with a real master. They are indeed from a large empire. Their combat strength is so strong. The three of them can reach this level by joining forces. Maybe this is the real world of the Beyond Avalon. Lin Fei activated the genuine origin energy in his body and stabbed forward with his killing sword. The sword radiance burst out, and the golden suns collided. Destruction. The sword art of the metal concept. It was indestructible. Now that Lin Fei used this move, its power was far greater than before. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about defense. As soon as the destruction was used, a destructive aura enveloped the sky. The horrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate again. Heavens, it's another concept. It seems to be the most powerful metal concept. It is indestructible and indestructible. This sword art is also terrifyingly powerful. When combined with the metal concept, it will be hard to resist. Rumble, the golden suns collided with the three people. The metal concept contained in them instantly burst out, forming an indestructible strangulation power. The three people were sent flying on the spot. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Storm. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and the wind concept turned into a green bird. It flew down and rushed over them. In terms of speed, it couldn't compare to the wind concept. Just like that, the three Monter brothers died. The three Monter brothers' joint attack had the combat strength of a pseudo-emperor, but they were killed so easily. The people who had been cursing could only watch with their eyes wide open. In fact, they could only watch with their eyes wide open. Wasn't this kind of combat strength too exaggerated? Bai Qingtian had spent a lot of effort to subdue the three Monter brothers, but he didn't expect that a good card in his hand would be killed just like that. The strength displayed by the other party was far greater than theirs. The Azure Dragon True Body, with its powerful defense, had withstood the sky-collapsing fist, a profound martial art, and was unscathed. Just the concept of wind was already terrifying enough. However, the metal concept, which was even more powerful than the wind concept, appeared. This made their expressions turn ugly. The wind concept excelled in speed and could be used for defense. The metal concept was an indestructible power. The three Monter brothers had been defeated by the metal concept. The speed of their defeat was too fast, beyond imagination. Seeing that Bai Qingtian's subordinates had lost a trump card, the other dynasties couldn't help but feel lucky. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. With such talent, he was the strongest person they had seen so far. Two concepts and a body-tempering cultivation technique. This person was simply a monster. Even though they all had protective treasures, They might be killed if they really fought against this mysterious person. They didn't want to admit this. There was no doubt about the other party's strength. Who knew what other trump cards he had not used? Just the attack earlier was enough for them to take him seriously. They were already on the same level as him. The true Sun Dynasty doesn't want the 6th heavenly immortal key anymore. Yang Dingtian laughed and left with his people. The Eagle Dynasty doesn't want it either. They were all cunning people. Seeing that Bai Qingqian's subordinates had been killed, they didn't want to continue fighting. Most importantly, it wasn't worth it. If they had a chance to snatch it, it would be fine. However, they didn't have a chance to snatch it at all. Since that was the case, there was no point in staying here. There was no need to continue fighting. It wasn't worth it. They decisively gave up on the idea. The 6th key had appeared. The Sky Immortals treasure vault would open soon. That was the most important thing right now. In just a moment, all the people who had been here just now had left. Only Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater Dynasty was left. You're very capable. We'll meet again in the future. Bai Qingtian wasn't stupid. He wouldn't keep fighting. His opponent was strong and he couldn't see through him. Naturally, he wouldn't stay. Of course, this didn't mean that Bai Qingtian would swallow his anger. He had to vent his anger. However, he wouldn't do it here. He would do it in the Sky Immortals treasure vault. That was the real place. If Bai Qingtian used all his skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. He couldn't reveal his trump card now. Bai Qingtian could only choose to leave for the time being. However, Lin Fei didn't want to let him go. He had to teach someone who dared to attack him a lesson. If you want to leave? You have to ask me first. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He rushed forward and used destruction. The destructive energy was even more terrifying than before. It turned into a huge black dragon and rushed towards Bai Qingtian. No one would have thought that this person would dare to take the initiative to attack. Bai Qingtian was furious. This kid was so arrogant. He even dared to attack him. Go. Bai Qingtian threw out a spirit treasure. A blue sky curtain suddenly appeared in the void. The destruction dragon was more terrifying than he had imagined. It rushed forward, broke the blue sky curtain, and opened its mouth to bite Bai Qingtian. Damn it. 10,000 miles in one go. Bai Qingtian clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became illusory. The destruction dragon broke the illusion, leaving behind Bai Qingtian's voice. Chapter 359. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Qigyan coins tip, Xiamapi for the 1888 Qigyan coins tip, and Mounted Archery for the monthly ticket. Uproar. An uproar. The Blackwater Dynasty and the other dynasties gave up, but unexpectedly the other party didn't give up and counterattacked. Everyone saw Bai Qingtian's embarrassing situation. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How dare he offend a disciple of a large dynasty? Bai Qingtian's last block cost him a spiritual treasure, but he still couldn't stop the other party. This person's strength was beyond imagination. Retreat. Although some people were jealous of the spoils, they didn't dare to stay after seeing Bai Qingtian, and the others were scared away. Who knew if the other party would deal with them? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best strategy. After a while, the people who came for the Heaven Immortal Key had all left and no one could be seen. These people left quickly. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei felt it was a pity. Otherwise, he would have killed them all and turned them into his experience points. King Kong, go and collect the spoils. Lin Fei let go of King Kong and began to collect the spoils. The spoils left by no less than 200 people was definitely a huge number, and the harvest was not small. It just happened to verify the saying, killing people makes a lot of money. With King Kong's help, Lin Fei quickly collected a large amount of wealth. After a rough calculation, he was shocked. The harvest was beyond imagination. 40 million pure essence pills. Lin Fei smiled. 30 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei smiled again. More than 400 swords of spiritual treasures. More importantly, there were hundreds of flying swords of spiritual treasures, which increased Lin Fei's combat power again. In addition, Lin Fei obtained more than 8,000 essence force points. Including the ones he left before, he had a total of more than 10,000 essence force points, which could burst out a super strong attack. With more than 10,000 essence force points, even an Emperor Realm expert can kill a large number of people. With such a harvest, Lin Fei was in a good mood. After killing so many people, I don't think anyone else will make a move. Lin Fei thought, I just consumed a lot of true essence. I should take advantage of the time to replenish it and wait for the Heaven Immortal Treasure Vault to open. In this small battle, Lin Fei had consumed a massive amount of true essence. For others, almost all of their Zhenyuan had been consumed, but Lin Fei had only consumed about 30% of it. It was easy to imagine how terrifying Lin Fei's Zhenyuan was. Especially after grasping dragon transformation, his defense was extremely powerful. Just fighting in close combat was enough to make one's scalp go numb and not dare to continue. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and refined the true essence crystals to replenish his consumed true essence. Rumble, the fairy immortal mountain range shone brightly. On the towering tree, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His sharp gaze looked into the depths of the white light, where a huge shadow of Senfu could be vaguely seen. Pavilions, terraces, and a world of its own. Senfu? Lin Fei stood up and muttered to himself. Soon after, he revealed an excited expression. Senfu has opened. In these few days of refining with all his might, the area where Lin Fei was had become a forbidden area. No one dared to barge in, and it was quiet. It's good that Senfu has opened. Let me see what the true Senfu is. Lin Fei put away the Vajra, and with the wings of the wind, he transformed into a black flowing light and charged into the depths of the fairy immortal mountain range. When the fairy immortal's treasure vault opened, everyone dashed towards the entrance. What a great Senfu. Just the shadow is so dreamy, like an outdoor paradise. Sigh, we can only enjoy the view. If the shadow is like this, then the fairy immortal's treasure vault must be filled with boundless treasures. When the dynasty's martial artists that arrived a step earlier saw the appearance of the enormous Senfu in the sky, they were all shocked. Especially those who came for the first time, they were practically enchanted by Senfu. Swoosh, 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 the owners of the 5 heaven immortal keys also appeared in the sky above Senfu, and all of them looked excited. The fairy immortal's treasure vault opened once every 100 years. Many martial artists had lost the opportunity, and only some had suppressed their strength in order to enter Senfu. The fairy immortal's treasure vault should be called Senfu. Bai Qingtian stared at Senfu. I'm afraid only heaven immortals can have such a Senfu, young Master Joyless said while looking at Senfu. Senfu has finally opened. Yang Dingtian from the Truyang dynasty laughed out loud. I can't wait to visit Senfu and plunder the various treasures in Senfu. Those who had heaven immortal keys could not remain calm at that moment. The Senfu was like a huge cake that kept moving in front of them. When they saw another streak of light appear on the horizon, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed. The corners of Bai Qingtian's eyes twitched, and a look of hatred appeared on his face. He had become a joke in the eyes of others. If he had not used his secret treasure at the last moment, he might have been killed on the spot. They recognized the person. It was the mysterious young man. When Lin Fei appeared, the area below the immortal abode was filled with cultivators, forming a dense black mass. Lin Fei did not care about the gazes directed at him. The heaven immortal key above his head was still shining with a red light. I didn't expect them to come so early, Lin Fei thought. It seems that Senfu will not be able to enter for a while. Sir, are you interested in selling the remaining 2 qualifications? I can sell them for a high price. After Lin Fei appeared, a martial artist flew up. Lin Fei knew that the heaven immortal key could bring 2 people in. Since we can't snatch it by force, we're using a soft approach. Someone spoke and the others looked over. The rest of the heaven immortal keys were occupied, and the remaining qualifications were naturally occupied as well. They could only target Lin Fei in an attempt to obtain a quota to enter Senfu. All 6 heaven immortal keys are here. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky. All of them had arrived using the Great Void teleportation. Standing in front were all young masters, and each of them had a servant standing beside them. It looked simple, but to the crowd, these people in the sky gave them unimaginable pressure. One look, one aura, and one look made them feel like collapsing. Lin Fei was also shocked. They all seemed to have the strength of Emperor Realm, and their servants seemed to be even more terrifying. Who are these people? Fortunately, all 6 heaven immortal keys are here. It was not in vain that we came from millions of miles away. Just nice everyone has one. It saves us a lot of trouble. They're just some large empires. Are they qualified to enter Senfu? When these 6 people appeared, they looked at Bai Qingtian and the others with disdain. They looked at them as if they were looking at insignificant things. Who are you? Bai Qingtian was already filled with anger. Seeing someone trying to snatch the heaven immortal key so brazenly, he was naturally unhappy. He continued to look for someone to vent his anger on. You are not qualified to know. A red-robed young master flew out and slapped. Hand over the heaven immortal key. Chapter 360. Bai Qingtian was dead. Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater Empire was dead. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. Bai Qingtian did not even have the time to use his protective treasure before he was killed by the red-clad young man. The people of the Blackwater Empire were the first to react. They watched Bai Qingtian die and the Heaven Immortal Key being taken away. They were all furious. You killed Bai Qingtian. This is against the Blackwater Empire. The red-clad young man snorted coldly. Humph, the Blackwater Empire is just a powerful ant in my eyes. It's useless to keep you alive. I might as well kill you. Buzz, the red-clad young man waved his hand and a black bead flew out. A strange scene appeared. The people of the Blackwater Empire held their heads and looked like they were in pain. Immediately, the crowd saw their souls struggling to be sucked out of their heads and sucked into the black bead. When they were sucked into the black bead, they could see that their souls were shattered by a great power. They could see the ferocious face and the unwillingness in his eyes, but under the power of that spirit treasure, his soul was actually taken away, and his soul was directly obliterated. Soon the corpses fell. After losing their souls, they were as good as dead. In the blink of an eye, all the people of the Blackwater Empire were killed. If they were killed directly, they might have a chance to be reincarnated in the future. However, after their souls were sucked away, they would never be able to be reincarnated again. The terror of the bead cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. What a terrifying bead. It sucked away the souls in one move. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Bai Qingtian escaped with the treasure. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. You are young Master Luo Sheng of the Tianshan Empire. Yang Dingtian of the real Yang Empire was dumbfounded. I am indeed a member of the Heavenly Deity Dynasty. Moreover, I am a member of the Heavenly Deity Palace. As of now, you only have two choices. The first is to hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. In our opinion, killing you is as easy as raising a hand. When the Tenjin Temple was mentioned, Lin Fei's expression changed. Tenjin Temple. He is from the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei had been inquiring about the Tenjin Temple. But no matter what, he didn't expect to hear news from the Tenjin Temple under such circumstances, and the other party was from the Tenjin Temple. I wonder if she's here yet. Lin Fei thought to himself. After Luo Sheng announced his name, the people of the dynasty below all revealed grave expressions. It's actually the Heavenly God Empire. That's a super empire. No wonder the other party is so powerful and was able to kill Bai Qingtian. Since young Master Luo Sheng is a member of a super empire, these 6 people might all be disciples of a super empire. No wonder they said that they came from millions of miles away. I'm afraid they're just waiting for the Senfu to appear. Large-scale dynasties were terrifying enough. However, disciples from super dynasties were extraordinarily strong. The Blackwater dynasty was a large dynasty. Yet, they were annihilated by the other party without being able to defend themselves. Young Master Luo Sheng's words are our words. Either hand over the Heaven Immortal Key or be killed by us. Don't doubt our strength, said a black-robed young master. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and you can live. Otherwise we'll send you to hell. We are all from a super empire. We'll make you give up. It had to be said that they were all from a super empire. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how powerful a large empire was, it was not a match for a super empire. That was because super empires had venerables and sages everywhere. They even had peak martial emperors. Not to mention the super empires, just the fact that they could easily annihilate the Blackwater dynasty was enough to make them feel fear. No one knew what kind of powerful treasures these disciples of super empires had. It was not a big deal to be weak. Just one powerful treasure could turn the tide of the battle. Think about it, a spiritual treasure pearl could kill a group of martial kings. Could an ordinary person do that? Luo Sheng and the other 5 came from 6 super empires. Their goal was to enter the Senfu and become the next successor. For this, they did not hesitate to use precious treasures to snatch the Heaven Immortal Key. As for the war between empires, it was nothing in their eyes. They were all powerful and had already joined a large sect. There was no need for them to take this step. When they attacked just now, they used powerful methods. Coupled with the powerful treasures, it caused everyone to feel fear. To hand it over or not. The disciples of the large empires chose to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. No matter how powerful the people around them were. Facing the young masters of the 6 super empires, they were not on the same level. It was likely that they would not be able to resist the guards around them. Our Thunder Empire can hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. However, I need a position. Otherwise, I would rather destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. My ancestor is known as the Thunder King. I am confident that he can destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. Wang Qin was the first to step forward. Her tone was firm. So you are from the Thunder Clan. I can give you face. Yang Jian nodded. Your Thunder Clan is worthy of this position. They were not afraid of the large empires. However, some of the large empires were extremely powerful. The Thunder Empire was one of them. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was a Do Zun level expert. He could control the power of lightning and was comparable to a Do Sheng. The other empires were not so lucky. They could not obtain the remaining positions. However, what could they do? If they did not hand over the Heaven Immortal Key, it was equivalent to being killed. 5 keys quickly landed in their hands. Lin Fei became the owner of the last Heaven Immortal Key. Brat, you do not wish to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key? Lin Fei took a deep breath. The Heavenly Immortal Key. I do not wish to hand it over just like that. However, I can give you 2 spots. You will need to pay me Zhenyuan crystals. I believe that people from super empires like you wouldn't mind paying Zhenyuan crystals, right? After all, Zhenyuan crystals are not what you lack. Ever since they announced that they would snatch the Heaven Immortal Key, Lin Fei had never thought of handing it over. Even if they were from the super empires and were extremely powerful, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. A man should kill in all directions. He should never compromise. This was Lin Fei's way of thinking. The people from the super empires might feel fear. However, Lin Fei was not afraid. They had a good background and he had the leveling system. These super empires were at most emperor level. Maybe the peak of the emperor level was comparable to a Do Zone. However, the possibility of this was very small. This was the battlefield of a dynasty. It was not an ordinary place. The Senfa left behind by the Heaven Immortal Key would definitely be set up. Senfa. Lin Fei would not give up. Hearing this cryptic brat make such a request, they all laughed. Ma Luo, your luck is not very good. Luo Xing laughed. Yang Jian also laughed. This is the first time I heard that someone dares to sell something to our super empires. He is simply living his life in a pile of money. This Ma Luo was naturally the last person. He was a little shocked by the other party's arrogance. Coming from a super empire, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Ma Luo was very angry. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I gave you a chance to live so you can die now. Ma Luo patted his waist. Instantly, a Jingguang shot out. The Jingguang's power surged. Its power had actually reached the peak of the king level. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. Facing someone from a super empire, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. Dragon transformation. The Azure Dragon True Body was activated. Lin Fei's strongest defense was swung. The huge dragon tail slammed onto the Jingguang, sending the Jingguang flying and crashing into a mountain. The huge mountain was almost flattened by the Jingguang's attack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. A random spiritual treasure attack was already so powerful. The people from a super empire were too terrifying. Hey, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline. Ma Luo exclaimed. Then he sneered, no wonder you can block my destruction Jingguang. The destruction Jingguang from before could kill a peak king level expert. It had been tried and tested many times. Who would have thought that it would fail on the other party? The others were also slightly startled. Lin Fei's performance had only startled them. A body cultivator with a bloodline hadn't reached the level where they would pay attention to him. They all knew that Ma Luo was angry. If I didn't have any strength, the items would have been snatched away long ago. Lin Fei laughed loudly. If you attacked again, the 2 spots would be worth more than 50 million Zhenyuan crystals. Ma Luo was so angry that he almost flew into the sky. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to sell 2 spots to him for 50 million Zhenyuan crystals. This was a slap in the face, a real slap in the face. Uncle Fong, kill him. I want to turn his bones into dust. Ma Luo said to the guard. He turned around and said, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline and so is my Uncle Fong. I will let you see what a true body cultivator is like. Uncle Fong was the strongest guard Ma Luo had by his side. Moreover, he was a pure body cultivator with a bloodline at the emperor level. His battle prowess was comparable to a Do Zone. It could be said that an ordinary Do Zone wouldn't be willing to fight with such a body cultivator. The stronger a body cultivator was, the more terrifying their close combat ability would be. Almost everyone would be afraid of them. Ma Luo had a body cultivator comparable to a Do Zone. He could protect everyone by himself. This was a qualification that only a super dynasty could have. Lin Fei's face sank. He could feel an aura that belonged to a body cultivator from the other party. A body cultivator with a bloodline? Lin Fei took a deep breath. Humph. My bloodline has yet to be activated, but my Zhenyuan doesn't fear him at all. Lin Fei said in his heart. I want to see how big the gap is between me and a true body cultivator with a bloodline. Open. The moment Uncle Fang appeared, he transformed into a 10 zhang tall figure. His skin was bronze in color, and his body was covered with green veins. His shocking aura was that of an emperor. A true emperor's aura brought with it a terrifying pressure. Chapter 361. P.S. Thank you to Xiamapi for your monthly votes and comments, as well as Luo Yuxuan for your tip. Once the emperor-level aura was released, everyone at the scene was shocked and they all felt real fear. A super dynasty was indeed a super dynasty, and the people around them were all emperor level. Most importantly, bloodline cultivators were more powerful than chi refiners, almost comparable to early-stage mystic grandmasters. Even if they were not comparable, they were at least at the peak of the emperor level. This person must be crazy. How can a king be comparable to an emperor-level bloodline cultivator? This guy is dead. No one was optimistic about this person. The disciples of the large dynasties who held the immortal keys all handed over their keys and did not dare to fight. Whoosh! Uncle Fang's 30-meter-tall body shook, and he turned into a real three-headed, six-armed beast. His aura was even more terrifying than before, and his left and right arms were holding many spiritual treasures. However, after a flash, the spiritual treasures were put away, and the two hands on top slapped toward Lin Fei, turning into two terrifying black bears that were dozens of meters tall. It was a bloodline cultivator's magical ability. Once a body cultivator activated their bloodline, they could use their bloodline magical ability. The two terrifying black bears roared and they were extremely terrifying. Just their aura alone had reached the emperor level. It could be seen that the bloodline cultivator's magical ability was amazing. Very, very strong. Water Flame Lotus. Walala. The huge lotus directly trapped the two terrifying black bears. Lin Fei held the killing sword and appeared beside the water flame lotus, stabbing toward the terrifying black bear's head. The power of his vital essence erupted. His Dantian lake revolved and his vital essence surged. The killing sword stabbed, and his vital essence erupted, turning into a white dot that pierced the terrifying black bear's head. The terrifying black bear let out a furious roar, and its body shattered. The other terrifying black bear slapped out a palm and hit Lin Fei, breaking through the water flame lotus, and its sharp claws clawed toward him again. Very, very strong. Wind come net. Lin Fei's concept of wind turned into countless green nets, trapping the terrifying black bear again. Lin Fei pointed out his sword again, blasting it on the terrifying black bear, shattering it into pieces. Too powerful. Just two terrifying black bears are already so powerful. Lin Fei was shocked. 2 attacks had consumed 10% of his true essence. It was unimaginably powerful. What a freak. 2 terrifying black bears were enough to make people believe that this kid would not be able to withstand them and would definitely die below. This kind of result was completely unexpected. He was too powerful. In fact, he was indeed powerful. Uncle Fang was also taken aback. This kid actually blocked this old man's divine ability. Even an Emperor Realm expert would have to be careful when dealing with the divine ability just now. They definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as the other party. An elementary bloodline was already so powerful? Interesting, interesting. Uncle Fang laughed. That was just my most basic attack. Voila, Uncle Fang waved his hand and a gigantic black bear appeared in the air. It was even larger than before, at least a few dozen feet long. This was the power of his terrifying black bear bloodline. This move had an extremely impressive name. A terrifying claw. It was purely a divine ability. As soon as the divine ability was used, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. Those with weaker strength turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble as if they would fall in the next second. What a terrifying aura. Ma Luo looked down from above. He believed that Uncle Fang would attack. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Uncle Fang had inherited the terrifying black bear bloodline. Their family had paid a huge price to subdue him, and in the end he became their personal bodyguard. He had helped them solve countless problems and even killed profound sect experts. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that this attack was far more powerful than before. Body refiners are indeed stronger than chi refiners. If this continues, the one who will consume the most energy will be me. I have to deter the opponent in one go. I can't waste my true essence here. There are still tests in the Senfu. I have to conserve my strength. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He directly used his trump card. Activate True Essence. Sky upholding finger, consumed 3,000 points of True Essence. Along with the system's sound, a terrifying force was injected into Lin Fei's body. He subconsciously pointed his finger. Rumble, a huge sound came from the sky. Immediately after, a black finger that was hundreds of feet long pierced through the black fog and pointed downwards, landing on the terrifying black bear. The terrifying black bear was instantly shattered. In front of the sky upholding finger, the terrifying black bear could not even last a breath. It then landed on Uncle Fong's body again. Rumble, in the valley below, the mountains shook and dust flew everywhere. Facing the sudden counterattack, the scene was too shocking. By the time they regained their senses, it was already over. Everyone was stunned. The faces of the young masters of the super dynasties also sank. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Whoosh, Uncle Fong rushed up again. He had regained his original appearance, but there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It was terrifying. Young master, I lost. Ma Luo's expression was uncertain. He knew that Uncle Fong would never lie. A loss was a loss and he would not find excuses. He was shocked. Damn, where did this kid come from? Uncle Fong could even defeat Profound Sect, but he lost here. Could it be that he really, unwilling? Ma Luo was truly unwilling. The finger that exploded with 3,000 yuan force didn't kill the opponent. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Damn, I should have used 5,000 yuan force. Lin Fei thought to himself. However, the bloodline body refinement warrior is too strong. He didn't die even after such serious injuries. His vitality is still so strong. After exploding with 3,000 yuan force, Lin Fei already had an understanding of the essence force. Next time, I guarantee that 5,000 yuan force can kill the opponent. He will not be lucky enough to escape. Who asked him to not have much essence force? He only had around 18,000 yuan force. Especially the first time when he defeated the opponent's bloodline body refinement warrior, Lin Fei was still very satisfied. To the people from the large empire, such a scene was like watching a show. The large empires that originally wanted to attack Lin Fei had a look of shock on their faces, as well as fear in their eyes. If they had attacked back then, perhaps, they would have been killed by now. Now, 100 million quintessential crystals in exchange for 2 positions. Lin Fei said to them. If he didn't extort them this time, how could he compensate for his loss? 3,000 points of elemental energy made Lin Fei's heart ache. Seeing that Ma Luo's servant was defeated, the young masters of the super dynasties all had complicated expressions. Of course, they were also gloating. They might look friendly now, but the competition between them had never stopped. Especially with the Senfu in front, there would definitely be a fierce battle after entering. Chapter 362. Reality was just this cruel, especially in a place like this where strength was everything. Just a moment ago, Ma Luo had been swaggering around, but now his face was ashen. Uncle Fong's defeat could be said to have given him a complete answer. Facing this matter, Ma Luo was at a disadvantage. He was in pain and depressed. If he had known that this brat would be a tough nut to crack, he wouldn't have chosen to be the last to act. When he arrived, Ma Luo didn't care at all. He wasn't worried at all. It was like this was an ordinary matter. In his opinion, it was just some mid-sized or large empires. Taking care of them would be easy. But in the end, his wish was great, but reality was cruel. Ma Luo learned a deep lesson. This was an extremely painful lesson. A disciple of a super empire who was just a step away from the immortal mansion, had suffered a heavy setback and was practically unable to get back up. Of course, this was mostly due to accidents. Ma Luo couldn't believe that a random country bumpkin could have such strength. Uncle Fong's strength was comparable to a mysterious master, but he still lost. Ma Luo could find people to help, so naturally he could snatch the Sky Immortal Key. However, those people would definitely be watching a good show and wouldn't help. Even if they did help, they weren't willing to take the risk against this mysterious young man. He could even defeat a body cultivator with royal bloodline. Especially the secret technique he used at the end, which exploded with a super strong attack. Who knew how terrifying this secret technique was? They were all chi practitioners and didn't want to die just like that. In reality, those people really didn't want to help. As a super dynasty, logically speaking, they should help each other. If one really had such wishful thinking, then one would be very wrong. Don't be fooled by how friendly they were. Usually, they fought each other behind the scenes. Now that something like this had happened, they were naturally gloating. Why would they help? Especially since the opponent was so mysterious and they couldn't figure him out. Such a risk was naturally not worth it. I really can't accept this. Do I really have to hand over 100 million Jin Yuan crystals? Ma Luo shook his head in his heart. Absolutely not. 100 million Jinyuan crystals is practically my entire fortune. If I lose my Jinyuan crystals, what am I? Ma Luo was conflicted. If he didn't, he would lose the chance to enter Senfu. Before he left, Ma Luo swore that once Senfu opened, he would fight for the inheritance of Senfu and become the owner of Senfu. More importantly, the previous owner of the Senfu was a powerful heaven immortal. Inheriting the Senfu would guarantee 100% chance of obtaining the legacy of a celestial immortal. Even the comprehension gained from it would be invaluable to one's future breakthroughs. Breaking through to the celestial immortal level was simply too difficult. Out of 1,000 mystic emperors, only 1 or 2 heaven immortals would appear. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a heaven immortal. It was no less difficult than stepping into the sky. It was very difficult for celestial immortals to break through. It was even harder for the mystic the Arch. How many people would be able to do it? Otherwise, the emergence of the Senfu would not have attracted their attention. Without exception, they all went after the celestial immortals. Celestial immortals were the ultimate powerhouses of the Shantian continent. With a wave of their hands they could slay gods and slay demons. Their strength was limitless. How could Marlowe waste an opportunity? Uncle Fong, who was at the side, sent a voice transmission. "Young master, we should be decisive. The Senfu must enter. Right now, it is just a vile person intoxicated by success. Don't forget that this is the Senfu's test. The natives of Senfu are not to be trifled with. If they know that someone is carrying a true essence crystal, we don't even need to do anything. The powerful natives of Senfu will definitely take action personally." Ma Luo's fidgety heart slowly calmed down. He sent mentally, "I really am angry. I nearly forgot that within the immortal estate, celestial immortal Deadwood once left behind a tribe that continuously multiplied and became a powerful force." He thought it through. Rather than counting on them, it was better to count on the natives. The natives of Senfu were a headache even for the super dynasties. Apart from the tribes left behind by the heaven immortals, they had also subdued many demonic beasts. After a few thousand years, the demonic beasts were no longer under control and gradually became a force of their own. At the same time, countless experts were born among the demonic beasts, occupying a corner of Senfu. After a few thousand years, the demand for resources had reached a crazy level. If the news of 100 million true essence crystals were to spread, it would definitely cause the natives to go crazy. Against the crazy natives, the other party would have to die. Lin Fei was guessing whether or not they would actually give it to him. If they are willing to take out 100 million true essence crystals, the next time we fight, we won't even need to use our elemental energy to fight against them. Lin Fei wasn't confident that he would be able to extort them. If the other 5 were to attack at the same time, Lin Fei would be under immense pressure. He would probably explode with all his elemental energy. 100 million true essence crystals. If they don't want it, I don't mind selling it to them. Lin Fei pointed at the other 5 super dynasties. They should be very interested. This daddy here is forcing you. Lin Fei wanted to end this quickly. He didn't want to lose 100 million true essence crystals just like that. 60 million true essence crystals. Our heavenly god dynasty wants it. Luo Xing called out. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was speaking the truth or not, to them this was good news. It was an irresistible temptation. 70 million true essence crystals. 80 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei's words immediately incited them to fight for the 2 Senfu qualifications. Killing intent flashed in Ma Luo's eyes. He was furious. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to turn your bones into dust." This was clearly forcing him. He wanted to take out 100 million true essence crystals. This was a huge blow to his elemental energy. However, Ma Luo knew that the other party was extorting him. He couldn't refuse, fearing that the qualifications would fall into the hands of others. "You win. I'll take the 100 million true essence crystals." Ma Luo was very depressed. He came in high spirits, but he ended up eating dust. An unimaginable scene appeared. Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo really agreed to buy the 2 qualifications. A whole 100 million true essence crystals. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. This was 100 million true essence crystals. What a huge amount of cultivation resources. With such a huge amount of cultivation resources, one could definitely break through to the next realm. In an instant they calmed down. No matter how jealous they were, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. After all, the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could suppress a body refiner with a royal bloodline. At the same time, he had grasped a secret technique that could raise one's strength. Fear, they were extremely afraid. "Take it." Ma Luo took out the true essence crystals. "You have to swear a heavenly oath. No one dared to come out and snatch it. Lin Fei received the true essence crystals. After checking them, he was very satisfied. No problem. However, the two of you also have to swear a heavenly oath. Both of them swore a heavenly oath. Soon, a pressure came from the sky and the oath was made. Under the witness of the heavenly law, whether it was Lin Fei Ma Luo or the servants, none dared to violate the oath. Otherwise they would die. No one had ever dared to violate an oath controlled by the heavenly law. With 100 million true essence crystals in hand, Lin Fei directly landed on a towering tree and quietly waited for the senfu to open. In fact, he was secretly refining the true essence crystals. Others might need time, but Lin Fei directly refined them and poured them into his core lake. They gathered together and became a unique existence. It saved him a lot of trouble. However, no one noticed the change in Lin Fei. Whoosh, in senfu, thousands of colorful beams of light fell down. Senfu is open. Luo Sheng and the others all looked at senfu. Lin Fei also opened his eyes and looked at senfu. This should be the intersection point between senfu and Shantian continent, right? Lin Fei had some understanding of senfu. A sky immortal opened up a space on Shantian continent. No one could enter senfu if they couldn't find this point. Of course, even if they could find this point, they needed to be extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter just by having the coordinates. They could only watch and miss the opportunity. Senfu is open. Let's go. Ma Luo flew over. His expression was as if someone owed him money. Lin Fei stood up. Don't worry. I will bring you in. I will finish the task after I receive the item. Ma Luo snorted coldly. Under the shadow of the immortal mansion, a portal appeared. The sky immortal key hovering above their heads shrunk red light. It was just enough to cover 3 people. Senfu, I don't believe we can't enter without the sky immortal key. Some people couldn't control themselves and immediately rushed toward the portal. Blinded by greed, there would always be people who liked to take risks. The warriors who rushed forward died under the 10,000 beams of light. They were all killed by the white light. No matter how many came, they would be killed. A bunch of idiots. They can't resist the divine light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the young master with the sky immortal key wrapped his subordinates and rushed into the portal. He entered senfu without being affected. Lin Fei also flew toward the portal and rushed into senfu. As the 6 sky immortal keys entered, the original senfu phantom disappeared. The sky immortal mountain range returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In a space filled with spiritual qi. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. Their appearance was a bit sudden. They had just appeared, and before they could react, they saw a black mass. There were at least a few thousand people. All of them had demonic aura. Humans? Outsiders. At the front of the demonic beasts, a bull-headed demon appeared. Its strength was actually at the perfected king stage. Its combat strength was strong. Haha, it has been another 100 years. Outsiders are here again. Little demons, kill them for me. Kill them. Eat their flesh. Drink all their blood. The thousands of lesser fiends did not scatter when they heard the order. Instead, they formed a combined attack formation. 2 beams of light charged over with overwhelming killing intent. This is the demon race's formation soldiers. They are extremely powerful. Let's go. Seeing the burst of aura from the demon race's joint attack, the group of people who had just entered immediately left. They were unwilling to fight with the demons, especially the formation soldiers that they had trained. Chapter 363. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, 0 Fengyuan 0, Qidian coins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the people who were teleported in saw this scene, apart from the initial shock, they quickly left. If the disciples of other dynasties came in from outside, they would have been scared out of their wits. Then the soldiers of the demon clan would catch up and kill them on the spot. As expected of a great demon subdued by a sky immortal. The demon clan left behind after thousands of years is so powerful. That perfected king stage great demon's battle prowess could reach the level of a late emperor stage or even perfected king stage. If there wasn't such a demon in the senfu, I'm afraid the test wouldn't be so difficult. It opens once every 100 years. Countless geniuses have died in the hands of great demons, but no one has ever obtained the right to inherit. Haha, when I inherit this sky immortal senfu, these great demons of the senfu will be a great harvest. After subduing them, they will be a great force. Heaven is really on my side. When the disciples of the dynasty saw the great demons coming, they naturally left quickly. Everyone's thoughts were similar. If the great demons of the senfu were so powerful, one could imagine how great the rewards of the senfu would be. Kit, I hope to see you again. Ma Luo said fiercely. He quickly left with his servants, not daring to stay. The soldiers were too powerful. They couldn't beat them, so they might as well take the test. As for fighting with the soldiers, unless they were extremely powerful. In a short while, all the disciples of the dynasties disappeared. They seemed to be prepared for the appearance of a great demon in the Senfu, and a powerful one at that. Damn. Lin Fei was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Dragon transformation, the bull-headed great demon charged over. Whoosh! The soldiers of the combined forces of the bull-headed demon charged over like two streams of light. Lin Fei's punch was shattered and he was sent flying. Kids, charge and kill this outsider. Cough, cough, cough. In the bushes below, Lin Fei rushed up, his heart filled with shock. This was the first time he was sent flying after dragon transformation. If not for his strong defense, he would have been seriously injured by the previous attack. He was only lightly injured. Total annihilation. More than 100 flying swords turned into a white light and attacked the enemy's troops. He did not believe that he could not deal with these ox-headed demons. Crash! Lin Fei's total annihilation was something that even a consummate king stage expert would have to be wary of. However, it had been directly shattered by these two beams of light. It was so tyrannical that it was a complete mess. Son of a bitch. No wonder those people ran away so quickly. When encountering these powerful little yaos, they have no choice but to run. Lin Fei was shocked. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei finally saw the changes in the Minotaur, and he was shocked once again. They're all wearing top-grade armor and holding numinous treasures. With such training, it would be strange if they weren't powerful, thought Lin Fei. In a place like Senfu, the demonic beasts are ridiculously powerful. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. A group of a few thousand ox-headed demons was already so powerful. If they were to encounter over 10,000 demons, wouldn't their strength be terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei used his full strength and transformed into an azure shadow, vanishing into the horizon. This outsider is so fast. The ox-headed demon chased after him. So what if he's fast? There are demons of all sizes in Senfu, as well as descendants of sky immortals. You are destined to die midway if you wish to take the inheritance test. Chase after him. Kill these outsiders. There will be great benefits. Kill. After flying for thousands of kilometers, Lin Fei still felt his heart palpitate. Damn it. Just how many great demons did the dead celestial immortals subdue back then to produce so many demons? Lin Fei was puzzled. They're in groups. I'm afraid they occupy half of the immortal abode? The possibility was very high. This was because Lin Fei once again encountered a group of snake demons. What was even more ridiculous was that there were quite a number of snake demons. There were at least 5,000 of them. The densely packed snake demons were even more numerous than the ox-headed demon from before. They were also much stronger. Sensing their powerful auras from afar, Lin Fei did not dare to fight them. He immediately turned and fled. They were too powerful. Half a day later, Lin Fei chose a relatively safe place. The Senfu is filled with danger. If I hadn't comprehended the intent of wind, I probably wouldn't have had such an easy time against these demons. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was very confident in his own strength. He believed that no matter how powerful the Senfu was, it couldn't be that powerful. But after just 2 or 3 encounters, Lin Fei was already dealt a heavy blow. The demons of Senfu were too powerful. Their strength was almost instantaneous. More importantly, Lin Fei sensed the powerful auras that occasionally appeared in the huge Senfu. That was the true aura of a great demon. From the auras, he could sense the aura of an emperor level or even more obscure, powerful auras. They were either mystic grandmasters or mystic venerables. I need to increase my strength first. The great demons of Senfu are too powerful. There must be emperor level and grandmaster level great demons among them. It will be troublesome to encounter them. Lin Fei thought, Senfu is looking for an heir. The great demons of Senfu, the descendants of divine immortals, will definitely not allow it. They will definitely set up many ambushes along the way. With my strength, I will definitely be in big trouble if I run into them. Lin Fei regretted it. Why didn't he capture a disciple of a large dynasty to understand the situation of Senfu? Naturally, he wouldn't be confused now. At this moment, his understanding of Senfu was obviously insufficient. Senfu's strength was beyond imagination. The great demons that appeared were all equipped with powerful array soldiers. If they were outside, it would be a piece of cake for them to annihilate a small empire with such array soldiers. Increase my strength. I need to increase my strength. 100 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei finally put it to use. Lin Fei sank and rushed to the underground world. This was the only safe place. At the same time, he laid down many runes formations to prevent the aura from leaking. Should be safe now. Lin Fei activated dragonization and reached the pressure of the earth. He kept going until he was 15,000 feet underground, resisting the pressure. If it was someone else, they would have been crushed to death. Give me 10 days and my strength will increase by a lot, Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei swallowed a large pile of true essence crystals in one gulp. Under dragon transformation, Lin Fei's huge body swallowed large mouthfuls of true essence crystals. Compared to his human form, Lin Fei's intake of true essence crystals was many times greater. This was equivalent to replacing a small water tank with a large one. There was too much water. Chapter 364. Senfu. With the opening of the once-a-century Senfu, the outsiders entered. Within Senfu, all the great demons, including the Sky Immortal descendants, were excited. They chased after the outsiders, preventing them from taking the test. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, last stop running. You are destined to be mine. In the sky, a silhouette quickly flew past. It was a woman and there was a rare panic on her face. Behind them was a black mass of demons, giving off a huge sense of oppression. Last, surrender obediently. The black mass of demons was led by a snake-headed demon. His eyes were filled with lust. Don't make me resort to violence. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This woman was the one who had chosen to leave Wang Qin. Thunder Monarch Dynasty, Thunder Clan. Other than a moment of panic, Wang Qin quickly recovered. In the past 5 days, Wang Qin had fought with the demons countless times, but the outcome was tragic. She was constantly being chased, to the point where she did not even know where she was. Lightning Bead. Wang Qin's heart sank. She took out one of the treasures of the Thunder Clan, Lightning Bead. The black lightning pearl flew out, and with an explosion, lightning as thick as a bucket continuously fell down. In an instant, countless small demonic beasts were killed, and the demonic beasts quickly pulled away from the demonic beasts. They are too strong. I still underestimated the Immortal Mansion. Unexpectedly, there are so many great Yaos inside. If the Thunderbolt Bead cannot stop them, I will have no choice but to leave the Immortal Mansion and use the only great teleportation talisman I have. Wang Qin had some confidence in Senfu. But along the way, she had used all sorts of treasures and was still unable to escape the snake demon's pursuit. Wang Qin no longer had any hope for Senfu. Wang Qin finally understood why so many geniuses had entered back then, only to be left behind in Senfu. It was probably because of these great demons. They were too strong. Heaven devouring dark Sunday, the sky instantly darkened, plunging into darkness. Wang Qin's heart sank. This was the mystical ability of the snake demon. She hurriedly took out the greater teleportation talisman and prepared to leave Senfu and return to the dynasty battlefield. You want to leave? Stay. With a sinister smile, Zhang Xian sent a palm strike toward Wang Qin's chest, sending her flying. You still dare to leave under my divine ability. The darkness dissipated, and a snake demon with a snake's head and human body appeared not far away from Wang Qin. Its gaze constantly moved over Wang Qin's body. At the same time, it grabbed with one hand, and a golden runes landed in the snake demon's hand. The people outside are really rich. They even have the great teleportation talisman. Snake demon Jing, you put away the runes? These runes are worth tens of millions of true essence crystals. Unfortunately, they belong to me now. Wang Qin's face was pale. That palm strike just now had actually scattered all the quintessential essence in her body, and she couldn't gather it for a while. There's no need to resist. You've been poisoned by my heavenly snake clan. Jing Yu laughed loudly. Without the antidote of our heavenly snake race, if you want to regain control of your quintessential essence, you will have to wait a day. If you dare to come over, I'll self-destruct and let you have nothing. No matter how calm Wang Qin was, she started to panic. No matter how strong she was, if she couldn't control her quintessential essence, it would mean that she had lost her battle strength. How could Wang Qin not panic and feel fear? Self-destruct was the only way to avoid falling into the opponent's hands. Wang Qin wasn't afraid of death. She was only afraid of falling into the opponent's hands. She would rather choose death. Jingyu laughed loudly. Stupid human. Our heavenly snake race's poison can not only suppress quintessential essence, but it can also paralyze your dantian. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Don't even think about it. I haven't played with a woman for 100 years. This time I'm going to play to my heart's content. Wang Qin's expression changed. She tried to control her dantian, but the result was that her dantian kept calling out to her. She couldn't self-destruct at all. Instantly, her heart turned cold and she fell into darkness. Little girl, from today onwards you will be my female slave. Jianghu grabbed her with one hand and prepared to take her away. But at this moment the earth suddenly shook. Jianghu's movement stopped. Looking down he was confused. Why is there a shake? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Boom! Jianghu hesitated. Then a black shadow rushed into the sky and released a human's aura. Human? It's actually a human. Jianghu was startled and immediately understood. It's an outsider. It's an outsider. Capturing a woman was already enough to make Jianghu excited. Now that there was another outsider, his luck was exceptionally good. He could capture both of them at the same time. So it's a snake demon. I was wondering who was making noise up there. The one who came out was Lin Fei, who had been refining the quintessential essence crystals. Compared to the 10 days he had expected, he had completed the refinement 5 days earlier in the dragon transformation state. Wang Qin didn't dare to think about it. When she saw the face she couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't die?" Wang Qin's memory of this tyrannical young man who suppressed Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo was still fresh in her mind. Subconsciously she didn't think that this person could survive. Even a disciple of a large dynasty like hers had been chased by a snake demon and almost lost her life, let alone this person who was alone. Wang Qin had never thought that she would meet him in a place like this. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to care about this snake demon at all. Lin Fei turned his head and put on a smile. "This beautiful lady, I think you misunderstood. How could a person like me die? On the other hand, beautiful lady, you seem to be in a bad situation. If you are willing to pay me 30 million quintessential essence crystals, I can chase this snake demon away for you." Lin Fei chuckled and said, "You only have one chance. Beautiful lady, you have to make your choice. For a large dynasty like yours, 30 million quintessential essence crystals shouldn't be a problem, especially when it can be exchanged for a life." Wang Qin was shocked. Jianghu was furious. Wang Qin didn't think that the other party would try to extort her. She was someone from a large dynasty. What kind of background did this person have? How could he be as unscrupulous as a person from a small dynasty? Could it be that he had never seen quintessential essence crystals in his life? She cursed in her heart. People often said that the hero saves the beauty and wins the heart of the beauty. Wang Qin almost suspected that she had heard wrongly. She was a young lady from a large dynasty after all. When had she ever been ignored like this? You are a man after all. Shouldn't you be a hero saving the beauty? Although Wang Qin usually didn't care about such things, all women had this extravagant hope that one day, they would be able to meet a hero like Prince Charming. Bastard, this guy is a bastard. Wang Qin cursed in her heart. As for the other snake demon Jianghu, he was also enraged. Not only did he not take her seriously in front of her, he even dared to do such a shameful thing. Did he really think that he could chase her away? "Enough, you outsider," Jianghu said angrily. "This great demon will eat you today." This unknown outsider had already made Jianghu very unhappy. The only way for him to feel happy was to eat the other party. As he ate, he would watch the human struggle in pain and fear. "I haven't eaten a human for dozens of years." Jianghu licked the corner of his mouth. "The blood energy on your body is very strong. It will definitely be very chewy." Devouring heaven. This was the second divine ability of the sky snake race. Behind him, a huge phantom snake head opened its mouth and bit towards the other party. A huge black vortex appeared above Lin Fei's head. The ferocious snake head passed through the void and bit down. Destruction. Destruction in all directions. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and it was a destruction move. Boom. The huge destruction black dragon was hundreds of feet long. It had already exceeded the size of a few days ago. The aura of destruction soared into the sky. It bit the sky snake. The sky snake struggled and resisted. In less than a breath's time, it was eaten by the destruction black dragon. The destruction gaze swept across and like a black light, it fell on Jianghu's body. Voila! More than half of Jianghu's body was broken. His eyes were wide open as he stared at his chest and the heart that had long been smashed. Then he fell head first without any signs of life. Not good. The king is dead. Run. The black mass of snake demons behind them saw that their king was killed. How could they still have the mood to fight? Lin Fei waved his hand again. 3 destruction black dragons that were hundreds of feet long swept out. In the vast sky, the aura of destruction swept in all directions. Those snake demons were all killed by the destruction black dragons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Fei laughed loudly. After refining 100 million Zhenyuan crystals, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially in the aspect of metal mentality, his battle strength had greatly increased. Although he had only killed a great beast at the early stage of Emperor Realm, Lin Fei was already full of confidence for the next test. The injured Wang Qin opened her mouth. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at the money grubber young man, she was momentarily speechless. How could you kill them? Then, she seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. How could your strength be so strong? These hundreds of years old, thousands of years old monsters were all killed. Lin Fei first went to collect the battle armor. He was very proud of himself. 8th grade battle armor, 9th grade battle armor, low grade spirit treasures, mid grade spirit treasures. I'm really rich. Lin Fei was like a money grubber, no less than a few thousand treasures. I can sell them at least tens of millions of Zhenyuan crystals. Unknowingly, Lin Fei liked to collect spoils of war. Especially after the battle, the large amount of spoils of war constantly stimulated Lin Fei. More than 3,600 battle armors. 4,100 spirit treasures. I'm rich. Lin Fei collected all the things. Apart from that, there was also the Emperor Realm monster. The body of the Emperor Realm monster should be quite valuable. Maybe there will be a lot of people buying it. Wang Qin kept watching. Originally, she thought that this person would immediately come to help her after defeating the snake demon. But in the end, he went to collect the spoils of war. Wang Qin was completely speechless. You are a man after all. Is money really that important? I'm also a beauty. Can't you take a look at me? Chapter 365. Wang Qin was a true beauty, especially since she came from a large dynasty. Her family was also very influential in the dynasty, but she just had to meet someone like Lin Fei who was immune to beauties. Lin Fei only appeared beside Wang Qin after he returned from his search. Beautiful lady, you owe me 30 million Zhenyuan crystals. When are you going to pay me? Lin Fei teased. Sir, don't you think that you are not a gentleman at all? Wang Qin was poisoned and couldn't move. She looked at the young man in front of her with hatred. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party's angry look, he said, I forgot to tell you that I come from a small dynasty. To a large dynasty like yours, I'm just a bumpkin. In my eyes, gentlemanly behavior is not worth eating. I still feel that Zhenyuan crystals are more important. Wang Qin nearly vomited blood. Small dynasty? Wang Qin didn't believe that this kid could act. Let me see how long you can act for. Was it even possible for someone from a small empire to possess such powerful strength? It wasn't that Wang Qin hadn't seen people from small dynasties, but which one had such strength? None of them. If there was such a person, then he would be a 1 in 10,000 genius. Was it even possible to meet such a genius? So, you really want true origin crystals? A bumpkin like me lacks Zhenyuan crystals the most. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all, despite the fact that this chick's gaze could kill. It's over. Let me tell you, the commotion earlier will quickly attract the attention of the Greater Fiend. If you do not wish to hand it over, the Greater Fiend does not mind bringing you back and slowly enjoying you. Bastard, you bastard. Wang Qin was finally furious. It was a threat, a naked threat. Wang Qin was about to vomit blood. Why did she meet such a person? Before the monster came, Wang Qin agreed to pay 30 million Zhenyuan crystals. Of course, she only paid 20 million. Although she came from a large dynasty, having 10 to 20 million Zhenyuan crystals was already not bad. As for the remaining 10 million, she would use other information to pay. This place should be safe. Lin Fei quickly found a safe place and put Wang Qin down. There was nothing he could do about the poison left by the heavenly snake. Too overbearing. The poison suppressed his true yuan and paralyzed his dantian. He placed Wang Qin in a safe place and sat down beside her. Even though Wang Qin was very angry that she had met a greedy country bumpkin, she still managed to survive. For some reason, she always felt safe when she was with him. The sky serpent great demon had the battle prowess of a martial emperor, but he was still killed by the young man before him. His strength was already very terrifying. Thinking back, this young man had fought with the people of the Tianyuan dynasty outside, and in the end he had used a secret technique to suppress them. Only a few days had passed, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In the end he had not used a secret technique but his true strength. This kid was a freak. Wang Qin had never seen anyone with such terrifying talent. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Even if Wang Qin did not have a good impression of this person, his strength was unquestionable. In the Senfu there were many great Fei. With such a monstrous brat around, Wang Qin felt at ease. She had used up most of the treasures she had while being chased by the great Fei. Even the most precious great teleportation talisman had been stolen. Of course she didn't expect to get it back. If he wanted to survive, he had to accompany this person. Hey, didn't you want to ask me for information? Why aren't you asking? Wang Qin took the initiative to speak. After calming down, Wang Qin gradually saw some clues. It was undeniable that no one from a large dynasty was simple, and Wang Qin was no exception. From the clues she could see some of Lin Fei's background. I thought you wouldn't tell me. Lin Fei was surprised. This chick hated him on the way here, so why would she take the initiative to speak to him? We from a large dynasty never owe anyone anything. Wang Qin said, what do you want to know? Just ask. If you don't know how to ask, maybe I can help you. Lin Fei was a little interested. I guess what you want to know the most is where the Heaven Immortal test is. Wang Qin's eyes flickered with something called pride. This chick was really impressive. He needed to practice more in this aspect. Lin Fei was slightly surprised and began to admire this chick. Just like what the chick had said, this was what Lin Fei wanted to know the most. Where was the Heaven Immortal test? In Senfu there were many great demons. When he killed the Sky Snake Great Demon, Lin Fei could sense that the Great Demon's spiritual perception swept over. It was an aura stronger than the Emperor realm. Otherwise Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he did not have the confidence to face off against the endless number of great fiends. Accepting the trial of the heavenly immortals was the wisest choice. Saving Wang Qin was what Lin Fei had in mind. Very impressive. Lin Fei admitted directly. I'll give you 2 million primordial essence crystals for this information. No way 5 million. Wang Qin shook her head. If you can extort me, I can extort you too, unless you don't want to know the location of the Heaven Immortal test. Damn it, this chick dared to rebel? Lin Fei widened his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. She was extorting him. You think I will agree? I will definitely agree. Wang Qin nodded. I forgot to tell you, women can be very scary when they're angry. 5 million primordial essence crystals is within my acceptable range. What the other party said sounded so reasonable. Lin Fei felt like he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength. This chick was impressive. You're impressive. Lin Fei snorted. Now you can tell me, right? Seeing him suffer a setback, Wang Qin was pleased. She thought to herself, look down on us women. We are more vengeful than anyone else. The Heaven Immortal test is in the central region. Celestial Immortal Deadwood left behind a test to clear it. We need to travel a few million kilometers to get there. During this time, great demons will gather and are extremely powerful. No one knows how many tests there are to reach the central region's Heaven Immortal passageway. If we can pass 3 tests, we can leave Senfu. A few million kilometers central region. It seems Senfu is quite large. Lin Fei thought to himself. From what this chick said, it seems like she wants to leave Senfu. The Heaven Immortal test is a chance. A few million kilometers away, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. He had no idea how many great demons there were in Senfu, and he didn't know what kind of great demons he would meet. The central region would most likely have even more great demons. There would be layers of protection and no one would be able to barge in. This greatly increased the difficulty. No great demon would be willing to be controlled by others in Senfu. Heading to the central region was probably the first test, right? Chapter 366. 30 million true essence crystals? Damn, this girl was addicted to extortion? Did she really think that a tiger was a sick cat when it didn't show its might? She was simply stepping on his face. Hearing this, Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Women were really scary when they were petty. Not only did she take 5 million true essence crystals, she also wanted to take another sum from him. He had just extorted 30 million true essence crystals from this girl, and now she was extorting 5 million true essence crystals from him. Isn't he a little too daring? Do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei didn't believe her. If you had this ability, I don't think you would be chased by the great demon and almost brought back. Lin Fei really didn't believe this kind of news. She really thought he was an idiot. If she had this method, why did she come to him and wouldn't be chased by the great demon? Now it is 40 million true essence crystals. Wang Qin smiled like a fox. You must be thinking that if there is a way to directly go to the central region, then why would I be chased by the great demon? Damn, you are still proud. No matter what you say, don't even think about getting me to pay. Lin Fei said. In reality, his pocket was only filled with the true essence crystals that he had just plundered. He really couldn't bear to do it. Wang Qin said again, do you know about the Heaven Immortal key? Lin Fei had a bad thought. Was he really going to be extorted? Heaven Immortal Key. Lin Fei knew about it. It was said that the divine light of Senfu was so powerful that all the martial artists who charged up were killed. Only they had the protection of the Heaven Immortal Key, which allowed them to successfully enter Senfu. Lin Fei dared to say that unless one was a Heaven Immortal, no one could force their way in. Could it be that there were other mysteries in the Heaven Immortal Key? Lin Fei kept asking himself. Wang Qin's words made him waver. If Wang Qin mentioned something else, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it at all. But when it came to the Heaven Immortal Key, Lin Fei had no choice but to believe in the possibility. 6 Heaven Immortal Keys. Currently, 5 of them were in other people's hands and he was the only one left. When the chick mentioned the Celestial Immortal Key, the first thing Lin Fei thought of was the Celestial Immortal Key. Other than the Celestial Immortal Key, there was no other way. Before this, the little girl had a Heavenly Immortal Key. If the little girl knew the secret of the Heavenly Immortal Key, then it would be normal. It was no wonder that she would blackmail him. Lin Fei no longer doubted it. I know about the Heavenly Immortal Key. Lin Fei nodded. You're not going to say that the Celestial Key can lead us to the Central Region, are you? Despite having a guess in his heart, Lin Fei still asked foolishly. There was no other way. Lin Fei's heart was already itching. If he could avoid the great demons and reach the Central Region, that would be for the best. It would save him a lot of trouble. You've guessed it yourself. Wang Qin said, the Celestial Key doesn't just give you the right to enter the Senfu's treasury, it also allows you to teleport 3 times within the Senfu. This ability is something that only our large dynasties know about. It just so happens that our Leitang clan knows the secret of the Celestial Key, and we also know how to control it. So it was like that. Lin Fei was very surprised. The Celestial Key hid such a big secret. Teleporting 3 times. The Senfu was so big. 3 teleportations would be enough to reach the Central Region. There was no problem at all. Lin Fei knew about the Great Teleportation Talisman. This was a great teleportation talisman that was refined by an array runes master. One must be at least a rank 10 runes master. There were only a few rank 10 runes masters in the large dynasties. More importantly, one needed to be extremely skilled in array formations. Otherwise, one would not be able to refine it. Therefore, the Great Teleportation Talisman was priceless. I don't think I need to pay 30 million true essence crystals. Suddenly Lin Fei laughed. You took the initiative to suggest it. I think you want me to bring you to the Central Region to participate in the Celestial Immortal Trials, right? This stinky man. How did he guess this? Wang Qin was slightly shocked. From the moment she suggested the idea, Wang Qin did want him to bring her to participate in the Celestial Immortal Trials. This was the only way. Wang Qin did not have a scroll to leave the Senfu. If she did not participate in the Celestial Immortal Trials, she would not be able to leave easily. Just the danger of a few million miles was a huge problem. If the other party brought her along, it would be really easy. With the great teleportation, she could appear in the Central Region. It would be much safer than her own dangerous journey. She did not expect this man to react so quickly. You guessed it. I really want to go. Wang Qin was very direct. You don't have to bring me there. Don't even think about knowing how to use the Celestial Key. You will blackmail me. I will blackmail you. Lin Fei was a little helpless now. At least he got a piece of good news. He did not expect this Wang Qin to hold a grudge. It seemed like he did not offend this girl in any way, right? Lin Fei could not think of anything. Kill. Lin Fei could not do it. Torture. Lin Fei was not confident that he could succeed. The other party was not an ordinary person but someone from a large dynasty. If there was no one to lead the way in the Central Region, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Especially when there were many great demons. If he wasted an opportunity, it would undoubtedly increase the trouble. You are impressive. I can bring you to the Celestial Immortal Trials, Lin Fei said solemnly. However, don't expect me to give you 40 million primeval essence crystals. Wang Qin said. How about this? Let's write off our old debts. Bring me to the Central Region. This was Wang Qin's true intention. What she did previously was just to reveal her true conditions. She would write off the debt of primeval essence crystals and obtain another chance to head to the Central Region. Wang Qin's thoughts were that simple. You are impressive. Lin Fei knew that he had suffered a small loss. This girl was very calculative. Same here. You and I are about the same. A day later. Wang Qin's sky snake venom was removed and she regained her strength. The two did not make a heavenly Tao oath. Such a fluctuation would attract the attention of the great demons. I have already told you how to use the Celestial Immortal Key to perform greater instant teleportation. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Qin said. She was still worried that this selfish man would choose to abandon her. Lin Fei turned back and seemed to see her worries. Don't worry. I always do what I promise. After silently familiarizing himself with the technique, Lin Fei held the celestial immortal key. Wang Qin took out a map. The red dot is the central region. This is our route. Lin Fei memorized it. He activated the celestial immortal key and the red light instantly enveloped the two. While on the first time he controlled it, it was not perfect. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and instantly encountered a great demon. This outsider has the celestial immortal key. Kill him. Go. Lin Fei would not give them the chance. He activated the celestial immortal key again and entered the void. Greater instant teleportation is indeed impressive. Lin Fei thought to himself. No wonder those people from the super dynasties are trying so hard to snatch the celestial immortal key. Lin Fei was glad that he was lucky. Otherwise he would have been chased by the great demons. The second time he appeared, the great demon aura was rampant. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he was surrounded by the great demons. If he had not left quickly, he might have been entangled by the great demons. He performed greater instant teleportation again. Lin Fei asked, "Tell me honestly. When you last appeared, were you near the periphery of the central region?" After being besieged by great demons twice, Lin Fei had a question in his heart. Celestial Immortal Witherwood Senfu left behind a large number of great demon servants and their descendants. Wang Qin took a deep breath. Be it great demons or celestial immortal descendants, they all want to inherit the Senfu and leave this sealed space. The celestial immortal key can only appear in the vicinity. When the time comes, you just need to buy me time. We will have enough time to charge into the Senfu. Once we enter the Senfu, they will not be able to do anything to us. Lin Fei knew that it would not be so easy to enter. He was once again tricked by this girl. In that case, if I do not buy time, we might be killed by the great demons? That is the truth. Be it great demons or celestial immortal descendants, they are all fighting for the celestial immortal key. No matter who has the celestial immortal key, they will act immediately. Right now, they must have gathered outside the central region. They are more anxious than anyone else to leave the Senfu and enter the vast space outside. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It seems that I have been tricked by you again. If I don't use my full strength, the great demons will be able to tear us apart, said Lin Fei. Does your treasure really have a chance of breaking into the Senfu? Lin Fei did not have many protective treasures on him, aside from his trump card, his ultimate killer move. Therefore, when Wang Qin said that she had a treasure that could stop the great demons, Lin Fei believed it. She was born in a large dynasty and was of the Thunder clan. Lin Fei really did not believe that she did not have a single treasure. Whether or not this treasure could stop the great demons became another of Lin Fei's doubts. Wang Qin said with a very serious expression, "Do not doubt our Thunder clan. Since I have already spoken, this treasure will definitely be able to stop the great demons." Good. Since you said it, I hope you will not disappoint me, said Lin Fei in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this, he could only go all out. Wang Qin's face revealed a rare look of solemnity. As long as you buy me some time, entering the Senfu will naturally not be an issue. The treasures of our Thunder clan are not as weak as you imagine them to be. You should hurry up and think about how you are going to deal with the combined attacks of the great demons. Lin Fei snorted coldly. No need for you to worry. I will naturally make the necessary preparations. Swoosh, 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 we're almost there. Get ready. Lin Fei's face was solemn. Wang Qin nodded. Whooshed, Lin Fei and Wang Qin appeared in the central region. The first thing they saw was a black mass of demons as well as a towering demonic aura. It was like a paradise for demons. Another outsider with a celestial immortal key. Hurry up and kill that kid. Snatch the celestial immortal key. With the celestial immortal key, we will be qualified to participate in the celestial immortal trial. Kill. Lin Fei's heart sank when he saw the sea of demons in front of him. Damn it. There were too many demons. Celestial immortal Deadwood, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? With this in mind, Lin Fei immediately activated his dragonification state. Chapter 367. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Qidian coins tip and Bopk for the monthly votes. It was the last day of the double monthly votes. Please give me a few monthly votes. He wanted to fight for more time and opportunities. Lin Fei had to use his ultimate move to fight for more opportunities. This was the only choice he had at the moment. Previously, he had exchanged 3,000 points for the Sky Raising Finger to kill the Sky Snake Great Demon. The system was left with 15,000 points of essence force. Using 10,000 points of essence force at once made Lin Fei's heart ache. If he didn't use essence force, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that he could fight for more time against the overwhelming number of demons. He had to go all out. He didn't want to give them any chance to fight back. Exchanging for 10,000 points of essence force, Lin Fei wanted to know how powerful it would be if he went all out. 10,000 points of essence force, exchange successful. 10 direction annihilation. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a heavenly god, vast and untouchable. He punched out in the air. Wuxia Tuangqin, who was at the side, was completely stunned. Such terrifying power. How could Lin Fei have such terrifying power? Even a perfected martial emperor might not have such power. With a thought, Wang Qin regained her senses and hurriedly summoned her protective artifact. A large number of demons rushed over like a beehive. True essence force burst. The strong wind swept over and the small demon's defense was like tofu. It was cut open and the smell of blood permeated the air. The profound spirit little demon was dead. The profound king great demon was also dead. The human profound spirit martial artist was also dead. As the strong wind swept across, it was like a sickle reaping lives. With a swoosh, a large number of demons were turned into a bloody mist or fell from the sky. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of essence force. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of essence force. Lin Fei was in a state of excitement. The system kept sending out notifications of experience points. Lin Fei could feel the wonderful feeling of killing monsters and obtaining a large amount of experience points. That's awesome. In just a few minutes I've already done it. My experience bar has increased by more than 50 million, and I've gained more than 20,000 mana points. Lin Fei didn't expect to gain so much. Previously he was still feeling heartache over the loss of his elemental energy. After spending 10,000 elemental energy points, there seemed to be no return. Now the report came back. Lin Fei's big move went down. In the central region all the great demons were paying attention. The attack power of a great perfection realm emperor, especially one with a large area of effect, was very noticeable. This fellow must have used some sort of secret technique. Now that the secret technique has ended, Cho He, lead some men to kill this fellow and snatch the heavenly immortal key. A black-robed man on a cloud in the sky gave the order. This black-robed man was an emperor-level greater demon in the Senfu. He commanded tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Ever since the opening of the Senfu, the black-robed man had arranged for the demon soldiers to kill all the outsiders in an attempt to snatch the heaven immortal key, but to no avail. Now that he saw hope, he immediately arranged for people to take action. This emperor-level great demon was not the only one who had noticed it. The other great demons had also noticed it. Demon soldiers split into 3 groups and kill this fellow. The secret technique has ended. This fellow is no longer a concern. The opportunity to snatch the heaven immortal key has come. One by one the great demons gave orders to their demon soldiers. Whoosh, the black mass of demon soldiers once again turned into a torrent, like a flood, trying to devour Lin Fei. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He opened the mana exchange again and it was also 10,000 points. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 10 directions annihilation. His aura could probably block the torrent of demon soldiers. Under the large area of effect attack, the demon soldiers were defeated once again. Without a doubt Lin Fei had once again used the secret technique. The great demons in the sky almost vomited blood. All of them felt all kinds of heartache and pain. Damn it, my demon soldiers. Bastard, the demon soldiers that I've painstakingly cultivated are finished just like that. I'm going to kill this young man with my own hands. Once again the demon soldiers were damaged. All the great demons went crazy. The Senfa demon race had a large population, but to cultivate true demon soldiers required time. At the same time, they needed to forge all kinds of armors and spiritual treasures. It was a huge expense. Their precious treasures were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and their strength was greatly reduced. Whoosh, the great demons rushed out and attacked personally. Wang Qin, are you done yet? Seeing the group of great demons attacking, Lin Fei already felt the pressure. Just a little bit more. Soul shock. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and used the soul shock. This was the only thin that could suppress the Emperor Realm demons. They were all existences on par with the profound sect. Whoosh! As Lin Fei's strength increased, so did his soul. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Fei had no confidence against the demons whose strength had reached the profound sect level. The force of the attack was like a fan. These Emperor Realm demons had strong physical bodies, but in terms of soul cultivation they were much weaker. Lin Fei's attack caused a short pause. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei exchanged for another 10,000 energy. If he did not deal with the group of great demons in front of him, once they rushed up, it would definitely be troublesome. He had the Azure Dragon true body, so he was fine. Wang Qin would be torn apart by the great demons. In a battle between experts, it was a battle of one night. With the soul shock earlier, they had lost a precious breath of time. Lin Fei used the 10 directions annihilation again. Like a weapon to harvest lives, it landed on the group of great demons. In an instant some of them were killed. When the great demons reacted they were already dead. As for the others they were heavily injured. Not good, the king is dead. The king is dead, that human killed the king. The orderly demon soldiers immediately showed signs of collapse following the death of the king. Lin Fei, let's go. Wang Qin finally used her protective treasure. A ball of Jingguang wrapped around her, and with a whoosh she turned into a Jingguang and rushed towards the center, the silver-white halo. Lin Fei quickly activated the heavenly immortal key. The red light shone brightly. Leave the divine key. Rumble, a black hand reached out from the void, grabbing onto the Jingguang. The two inside were shocked. Under this grab, the Jingguang actually caused ripples, as if it was going to break in the next second. A profound sect-level great demon. Lin Fei and Wang Qin's heart sank. There really was a profound sect-level great demon in the center. Wang Qin was already panicking. Lin Fei's face was also solemn. Continue controlling. Sky-raising finger. Chapter 368. Bang! The sky-piercing finger was shattered by another giant hand. It turned out that another giant hand had slammed down and completely destroyed the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, there was a slight difference in time and could not stop the opponent. He had completely lost the chance to obtain the divine key. Then, a human powerhouse appeared in the sky. This human powerhouse was the descendant of divine immortal Ku Mu, the mystic sect powerhouse Ku Shui. In this Senfu, he was the strongest of the divine immortal descendants, the true overlord. The mystic sect level was not like the mystic sovereign level. There was a great deal of difficulty in cultivating both. Ku Shui's strength had already reached the mystic grandmaster level and was only one step away from the mystic venerable level. If there was no Ku Shui powerhouse among the divine immortal descendants, the divine immortal descendants would have been eaten by the demon tribe long ago. They would not be able to occupy this territory now. Ku Shui, so there are times when you fail too. In the sky not far away, a grand demon suddenly appeared. When this grand demon appeared, all the grand demons below instinctively revealed a fearful expression. The person who came was the strongest powerhouse among the demon tribe, Tianxing of the celestial dragon tribe. The battle between the demon tribe and the human tribe never stopped. These two almighties rarely made a move. Once they did, it would be an earth-shattering battle. Ku Shui's face was gloomy. Horses have times when they fail, so do humans. You can only blame this kid for being too cunning. Otherwise, the divine key would have definitely fallen into my hands. On the other hand, the celestial dragon tribe seems to have returned empty-handed. Tianxing was a burly middle-aged man with white hair and white eyebrows. It was very strange. It has been so many years since your ancestors left the Senfu test. It seems like it has been more than 8,000 years. No one has succeeded the Senfu. Do you think they have a chance? The demon tribe is not worried. Ku Shui snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied and immediately teleported away. Still the same old temper. Tianxing smiled. Looking at the central area, he shook his head and turned to leave. After the two almighties left, the grand demons below continued to guard outside. Finally safe. In the central area there were many floating palaces. At this time Lin Fei appeared in an empty square. After coming out of the Jingguang he took a deep breath. When the mystic sect great demon attacked just now, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. He did not hesitate to spend 10,000 points to exchange for an attack and barely escaped. If he were to crush the secret treasure, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. After surviving the calamity, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief when their feet touched the ground. Wang Qin looked at Lin Fei. I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in big trouble. The two of them had been through a lot. Your secret treasure is not bad either. It was able to block Xianzong's attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to fight back. When Xianzong attacked just now, Lin Fei knew that if he hesitated to attack, things wouldn't be so easy anymore. Instead, he would have to face Xianzong's attack. The best outcome would be for Wang Qin to die and Lin Fei to leave with injuries. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin pointed at the floating palaces in the central area. These palaces are the inheritance tests left by heaven immortals. We call them the treasure-keeping palaces. Anyone can choose a palace to enter. There are treasures within as long as you have the strength. The other is the heaven immortal test. Every palace test is the same. It all depends on your luck. Lin Fei looked at the palaces. The floating palaces were thousands of feet tall, like a giant city. With a glance, there were no less than 100 palaces. So there is such a thing. Wang Qin had a complicated look. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think there will definitely be. Wang Qin turned into a stream of light and flew towards the palace, disappearing quickly. There are so many palaces. Which one should I choose? Lin Fei rubbed his chin, not knowing how to choose. Suddenly Lin Fei slapped his head. How could I have forgotten about this? Lin Fei let out the little thing. This was a fellow that could travel through the void. It was the best at choosing treasures. The little thing seemed to have been locked up for too long and was in a bad mood. It was like an aggrieved child. Even the thick-skinned Lin Fei didn't dare to look at the little thing's aggrieved eyes. Little thing, don't look at me like that. I'm letting you out now. Lin Fei smiled apologetically. Who asked the little thing to be a beast that could travel through the void? Look at this place. Which palace has good stuff? The moment he said that, the little thing seemed to be attracted. It looked at the floating palaces with excitement in its eyes. Swoosh swoosh, the little thing traveled through the void. Lin Fei stared. Damn you heartless thing. Don't tell me you went to enjoy yourself? There were no less than hundreds of treasure-keeping palaces with endless treasures and miraculous medicines. Lin Fei was really worried that the little thing's appetite was too big to bear to come back. Beasts that could travel through the void. Lin Fei had done some research. These beasts cultivated the fastest. All sorts of treasures in secret realms couldn't stop them. They could enter places that humans couldn't. The treasure-keeping palaces of heaven immortals had restrictions outside. Outsiders might not be able to enter, but it was really easy for beasts like the little thing. A moment later, the little thing returned and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. You found something? Lin Fei asked. The little thing traveled through the void and Lin Fei followed. One treasury hall after another passed by. Lin Fei was very curious as to what kind of treasury hall the little thing would find. He was very eager to find out. Along the way he nearly died. Lin Fei really wanted to use treasures to make up for it. Especially when the mystic sect demon used 10,000 essence force. Now the system was left with less than 10,000. The little thing finally stopped in front of a giant treasure-keeping palace. This is the one? The little thing nodded. Lin Fei didn't hesitate and charged into the treasure-keeping palace. Wallen, after charging into the treasure-keeping palace, was huge. Lin Fei was like a dwarf in the treasure-keeping palace, looking really small in front of it. Damn, where did this heaven immortal Kumu come from? How did he build such a huge treasure-keeping palace? Lin Fei looked at the hall and for some reason he asked. On the outside, the palace was over 3,000 zhang tall. However, upon entering the palace, the actual height was no less than 30,000 zhang. It was like a huge city. Very soon, Lin Fei saw that in the center of the hall, there were huge cushions placed one by one. Opposite the cushions was a giant stone platform that was at least 10,000 feet wide. Heaven immortal Kumu wouldn't be a demon, right? Lin Fei thought to himself. Apart from demons, it seemed like humans couldn't sit in this position, right? It was too big. The little thing traveled through the void and kept calling out to Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only keep his questions to himself and use the wings of the wind to chase after the little thing. After the hall, there were rows of stone houses. Lin Fei could already see that the little thing was in a state of excitement. While Lin Fei blasted open the first stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, rows of bookshelves appeared. Lin Fei picked up a random book and couldn't help but be surprised. Yellow upper-grade martial art, heart-killing palm. Lin Fei looked again and was surprised again. Yellow middle-grade martial art, shadowless kick. Mystic lower-grade martial art, thunder palm. Lin Fei laughed. I'm rich, I'm really rich. I didn't expect Heaven Immortal Kumu to collect so many secret manuals. The first harvest was these martial arts. There were no less than a few thousand secret manuals in the stone room. Keep it. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles as he put away the manuals. Lin Fei put away the large number of secret manuals, leaving an empty bookshelf. When he reached the innermost bookshelf, Lin Fei found that there were very few secret manuals on this row. There seemed to be no more than 10. Lin Fei looked over and his eyes lit up. Soul Secret Art, Deity Kill. Lin Fei had always been interested in soul secret arts, but he didn't have any gains. This deity kill immediately attracted Lin Fei's interest. He flipped it open and had a look of joy. Then he frowned. This deity kill needs to reach the level of divine sense to cultivate. I'm still one step away from that. Lin Fei thought, divine sense can only be cultivated by emperor rank experts. Usually only profound ancestor rank experts can cultivate divine sense. Profound ancestor rank was more powerful than profound emperor, and divine sense was one of them. The divine sense they cultivated was a level higher than the divine sense. If they learned a powerful divine sense secret art, it would be a powerful killing move. Since he couldn't cultivate it for the time being, Lin Fei was naturally happy to get his hands on a divine sense secret art. When he saw the second book, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. Akala Sutra. Seeing the name, Lin Fei was surprised. How could such a shock appear in this place? After flipping it open, Lin Fei finally understood how precious it was because there were detailed records. So the divine sense is so important. Lin Fei only knew a little about the divine sense. There was very little information about the divine sense. If he didn't see this Akala Sutra, Lin Fei wouldn't know that there was such a big secret in the divine sense. Fortunately, I have this little thing. Otherwise, I would have missed such a good thing. Lin Fei thought, so after reaching emperor rank, I have to start to condense the divine sense and become even more powerful. With a powerful divine sense, I can resist the attack of divine sense. I don't even need the protection of the divine sense. According to the introduction above, this true scripture of the immovable wisdom king can visualize a powerful immovable wisdom king, making the soul exceptionally powerful. Under continuous visualization, it can also strengthen the divine sense, with endless wonderful uses. 2 divine sense secret arts. Lin Fei was more excited than the other divine sense secret arts. Soul shock was not bad in the early stages. But in the later stages, the enemy would be strong, and they would start to cultivate divine sense. Its power would be even more terrifying, and the divine sense would also be especially strong. If he used soul shock again, he wouldn't be able to display its power. But if he learned these 2, one for attack and one for defense, Lin Fei believed that he could eliminate this worry. The powerful, motionless wisdom king scripture can block the attack of divine sense. The abnormal attack god killer could kill the opponent by surprise. Even if it couldn't, it could still heavily injure the opponent. Chapter 369. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong and Luo Yuxuan for their tips, and Luxil for his 2 monthly votes. The harvest from the treasure trove palace far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was like a country bumpkin who had come to a big city. First, he had obtained no less than 1,000 secret manuals in the secret manual stonehouse. Among them were secret manuals of mysterious techniques, divine abilities, and various secret techniques. It might not be a big deal to a big family, but to Lin Fei's family, as long as he had this batch of secret manuals, especially the mysterious and earth-ranked martial arts, these would become the family treasures of the Lin family in the future. The strength of a family not only required a large amount of resources, but also a large amount of martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques. Only by using both methods could a real big family be created. Without a doubt, the large amount of secret manuals that Lin Fei had obtained would be the seeds of the Lin family. Once the seeds were planted, they would take root and germinate, grow strong, and spread their branches and leaves. At the same time, this would also be the foundation of the Lin family. With these martial arts secret manuals, I can truly sit back and relax. Voila! Lin Fei's heart moved, and he opened another stone house. This stone room was filled with all kinds of spirit treasures and battle armors of all kinds. Even though Lin Fei had plundered a large amount of demon soldier armors outside, facing a house full of armors and spirit treasures, it could not be compared at all. Too many. At a glance, they were all spirit treasures. The only regret was that among the spirit treasure armors, there were no true treasures. Above the spirit treasures were the true treasures, which had endless power. To be able to have so many spirit treasures, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. He was not afraid of having too many spirit treasures, but he was worried that he would not be able to find one. I'll take it. A large amount of spirit treasures were collected by Lin Fei, and his mood was not ordinary. So many flying swords. High-grade spirit treasures. Lin Fei glanced over and grinned. This was simply what he was thinking, and so many flying swords were hidden in the treasure trove palace. Good, with these flying swords, the power of my total annihilation will definitely increase by a few levels. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei opened the system space. Voila, a large number of spirit treasures were stored inside. Over 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. With so many superior-grade numinous treasures, I'm afraid I'll have to use my psyche perception to control them, thought Lin Fei. Only by controlling them with my psyche perception can I deliver my strongest attacks. He plundered another stone house. Lin Fei liked spirit treasures, but he also liked battle armor. The grade of the armor was not high. The highest grade was only 6th grade armor. In terms of defensive power, it was in no way inferior to Lin Fei's Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei wary of the battle armor. There were many stone houses in the treasure vault. Many of the stone houses were empty. Even so, Lin Fei still plundered a large amount of resources, the most important of which were medicinal pills. A large number of pure essence pills, a large number of quintessential essence crystals, and especially spirit liquids that could enhance one's soul made Lin Fei completely excited. In the stone house where the spirit liquids were stored. Seeing the spirit liquids in the large pool, Lin Fei was completely excited. At this moment, Lil Thing was beside the pool, swallowing the spirit liquids in the rainbow stream. Its expression was the same as Lin Fei's, extremely happy. There should be at least 1,000,000 caddies of spirit liquids here, right? Lin Fei estimated in his heart. Tens of thousands of spirit liquids. Lin Fei was already very shocked. He did not expect that celestial immortal Kumu would leave behind such a treasure vault, especially with so much spirit liquids. More than 1,000,000 spirit liquids. Lin Fei had never seen it before. Lin Fei, who had a small fortune, was completely inadequate in front of this spirit liquids. It was like a little money bag meeting a big landlord. There was no comparison. Fortunately, I let Lil Thing lead the way. Otherwise, these spirit liquids and elixirs would have no fate with me. Lin Fei looked at Lil Thing. Space beasts are indeed awesome. Only they can enter such a place. There are probably only 1 or 2 treasure vaults left behind by a celestial immortal that can have so many treasures, right? Below the treasure vault will be a test left behind by the celestial immortal. There is so much spirit liquids here. I can completely cultivate my divine sense and control thousands of high-grade spirit treasures, completely increasing my strength. Facing the God Slayer and scripture of Akalanatha, Lin Fei could not wait to cultivate them immediately. Lin Fei did not think that the test left behind by the celestial immortal would be so easy to pass. There was nothing wrong with increasing his strength. Whoosh, Lin Fei released King Kong. King Kong was already an early-stage mystic king great demon, but compared to the great demons of the Senfu, he was still much weaker. With so much spirit liquids here, King Kong could also increase his strength. Lin Fei activated the dragon transformation state and began to wantonly devour the spirit liquids. If an outsider saw this, they would probably faint from fright. Crazy, too crazy. After cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, Lin Fei's refining speed had once again skyrocketed. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Absorbing the spirit liquids and rapidly refining them. The spirit liquids in the huge pool were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew! When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, 3 days had already passed. In these 3 days, Lin Fei had refined a total of 2,000,000 liters of spirit liquids, all of which were used to attack his divine sense. Voila, the formless divine sense was like a sprout, rapidly extending outwards. 100 zhong. 1,000 zhong. 3,000 zhong. 50,000 zhong. When the divine sense extended to 50,000 zhong, it had reached its limit and could no longer extend outwards. As expected of a divine sense that can only be cultivated at the Mystic King realm. It can reach a distance of 50,000 zhong in one breath. Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder you can cultivate divine sense. When combined with a divine sense secret technique, it will be a terrifying attack. Lin Fei looked up and saw that King Kong had actually fallen asleep. After checking with his divine sense, he was relieved. King Kong had absorbed a large amount of spirit liquids and was in a state of breakthrough. As for Lil Thing, it was lazily lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, snoring loudly. This Lil Thing. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Putting away King Kong and Lil Thing, he took out the God Killer and the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the God Killer. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Lin Fei first learned the God Killer. In the depths of his consciousness, a miniature version of Lin Fei sat cross-legged with a dignified expression. His hands began to form a strange seal. This was one of the steps to using the God Killer. After forming the seal, he saw a miniature version of Lin Fei and used the God Killer. Voila, the void was pierced through with a single strike. Lin Fei could clearly feel the power contained within. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was shocked. Soul attack is only used to attack the opponent's soul and cause it to stagnate. But divine sense is used to destroy the opponent's soul. Soul attack and destruction were two completely different methods of attack. Good. Now that I have condensed the immovable Wisdom King, my soul will be stable. Even if it is injured, it can be repaired through visualization. Lin Fei once again sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Chapter 370. It was not a long time to practice Killer Deity. Practicing the motionless wisdom scripture took a full 5 days before Lin Fei was able to visualize the motionless Wisdom King. This was the problem of aptitude. The former Lin Fei for 5 years, the strength has been stagnant. This is the best proof. If not for Lin Fei from the earth to occupy the body and obtain the system, he would not be able to reach this realm in his life, even powerful combat power. 5 days to visualize the Akala King is already an extremely difficult thing. This aptitude is really good, no wonder the cultivation stagnated. Lin Fei secretly said it took him 5 days to comprehend. If the aptitude is good plus the comprehension, visualizing the Akala King will definitely be very easy. Sinking his heart, Lin Fei looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. As usual, the shrunken Lin Fei sitting cross-legged in the void, only to see Lin Fei pinched a seal behind the void, suddenly appeared a huge Akala King, like a towering mountain. At the same time, a heavy breath shrouded Lin Fei. This is the Akala King that Lin Fei visualized. Akala King, good at defense as long as the mind moved, can summon the Akala King, become one's strongest defense. In addition, the continuous visualization, the soul will become more solid, more powerful. From this visualization technique, Lin Fei already knew a little about the situation. For example, the cultivation of the soul must have the visualization method. The strength of the visualization technique had a huge impact on the spirit. A strong spirit could withstand the enemy's divine sense attack, but if the spirit was weak, it would definitely be at a disadvantage when encountering this kind of secret technique attack. If the spirit was unlucky, it might even lose its life. The seemingly simple visualization method is very important. In order to thoroughly master the visualization method, and visualize the Akala King, Lin Fei continued to visualize again, spent another 3 days, felt that it was enough, then stopped. 11 days quietly passed. Now that the strength has reached the strongest peak state, it is time to challenge the fairy immortal test. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei felt that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! More than 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasures appeared behind Lin Fei. After cultivating his spiritual sense, he no longer felt any pressure controlling superior-grade numinous treasures. It was relatively easy. With the current strength of my divine sense, I can display the 3rd or even the 4th level. Lin Fei pointed forward. Go! Thousands of flying swords struck the stone house like a white waterfall. Crash! Under the attack of total annihilation, the huge stone house was reduced to nothingness. Not even the slightest remnant was left behind. This is the 3rd floor. Lin Fei thought, I wonder if I can succeed in the 4th level. Crash! Lin Fei activated the 4th level. Although one was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level, their power was not on the same level. Whether it would work or not, Lin Fei himself was not sure. Go! Total annihilation level 4. He used his divine sense to control the flying swords as if there were thousands of him. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Fei could feel that, except for the stagnation in the middle, although it was not visible, he could still feel it. Then he displayed the 4th level. It's done. Lin Fei beamed with joy. I didn't expect to display the 4th level so soon. One was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level. Lin Fei was delighted. His trip to Senfu had greatly increased his strength, which was beyond his original expectations. Just cultivating the divine sense was already monstrous enough. Of course, with millions of drops of spiritual liquid, even a pig could cultivate it. In addition, the divine sense secret art was rarely seen. Every book that appeared was shockingly expensive. With just a trip to the immortal mansion, he had easily obtained it and truly grasped it. Total annihilation has reached the 4th level, and with the divine sense I can probably kill those emperor-level monsters just by using the divine sense secret art. Let's go through the Sky Immortal test first. There are so many treasures in the treasure depository. If I become the successor, what will I get? Lin Fei licked his lips, full of fighting spirit. Lin Fei searched all the other stones in the treasure depository and didn't gain much, which was expected. As for the rest, Lin Fei didn't care at all. This is the passage for the Sky Immortal test? Soon Lin Fei appeared at the end of the hall in front of a passage. The dark passage was filled with endless mysteries. The treasure depository. Lin Fei searched everywhere, but this was the most mysterious place. The Sky Immortal test should be inside. Lin Fei was sure. Apart from this place, there was no other treasure depository. Sky Immortal test, here I come. With the wings of the wind, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed in. When he rushed into the dark passage, the passage lit up. On both sides of the passage, there were a large number of bones and scattered objects. Are these the challengers? On both sides of the passage there were bones everywhere. From the color of the bones, it wasn't hard to tell how old the bones were. Of course, the age had to be calculated in hundreds of years. The spirit treasures left beside the bones had long become scrap metal with the passage of time. The power of the spirit treasures had long been lost, so they naturally became useless. As he walked in, the number of bones was the same as before. On some of the bones, Lin Fei could clearly see that there were clear wounds on the bones. Lin Fei already felt the pressure. If this is the Sky Immortal test, there should only be 10 in 1,000 years, and only 100 in 10,000 years. According to the situation, there shouldn't be so many bones in the passage, right? Lin Fei guessed. The number of bones in the passage was not less than 100. Because of this, the Sky Immortal test was already covered with a layer of unknown and mystery. As he flew along the passage, Lin Fei began to be on guard. Small square. At the end of the passage there was a clear view. It turned out to be a small square. Seeing the small square, Lin Fei was even more on guard. In the center there was a man in black wearing battle armor, and on the surrounding stone slabs, there were white bones. Voila! Before he could step out, the passage behind him closed. A mysterious force was released, cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, the man in black, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He was expressionless, without any emotions. That cold aura with indifference was like a god of death. Defeat me. Defeat me. The cold voice echoed in the small square. Puppet. He was actually a puppet. Lin Fei was shocked. This place was guarded by a puppet, and a very powerful one at that. Voila! The man in black was very fast, and a black light pierced over like a poisonous snake. The water-fire lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei, and with a light block, the ripples continued. The second sword pierced the water-fire lotus, and the sword light went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. Too fast. Even though Lin Fei had comprehended the concept of wind, facing such a fast assassination, he understood why there were so many people in the small square. They were probably all killed suddenly. Lin Fei did not panic, and with his strongest defense, the Azure Dragon True Body, he grabbed the sword light with his huge cyan palm. Sparks burst and he blocked this fatal sword. Even so, Lin Fei clearly felt that the opponent's sword was emitting the power of a spiritual treasure, and it left a white mark on his palm. What a powerful spiritual treasure. Ordinary spiritual treasures cannot leave a mark on my body, but the spiritual treasure of the puppet did. Lin Fei's heart tightened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the man in black stabbed again with his left hand, and it was a short sword and cold light shot out. At such a distance, Lin Fei could feel the danger of the short sword. This sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Naturally, Lin Fei did not want to take it head-on, especially when this was a test left by a Sky Immortal. If he underestimated it, who knew what would happen? Bang! The man in black was sent flying. Destroy. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei used the concept of metal. Facing the ferocious puppet, Lin Fei used the all-conquering concept of metal. Bang! An annihilation attack turned into a massive sun and landed on the puppet's body. The puppet's body gave off a ray of black light, blocking most of the attack, causing Lin Fei to feel quite startled. Damn, this puppet is so strong. Lin Fei was well aware of how horrifying the earlier state sword technique was. However, the puppet managed to block it. He had not defeated the puppet as he had expected. Its defense is so monstrous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei appeared behind the puppet and struck it with his palm. He only dared to do this because he had the Azure Dragon True Body. This punch was used by a tempered body cultivator. The puppet's body shook and there was a cracking sound. Lin Fei was delighted. This puppet is not afraid of Chi Refiner's attacks. Instead, it can't withstand the attacks of tempered body cultivators. Lin Fei finally relaxed when he found out that he had succeeded on his first try. Lin Fei was already very strong in close combat. With his punches and kicks and speed, he kept inflicting heavy damage on the puppet, even though it was very fast, almost as fast as the concept of metal. Lin Fei was one step ahead so he could suppress it. Break. Lin Fei closed in again and punched the puppet's chest with a powerful true essence. Crack, crack. Under such a punch, the puppet was sent flying and crashed heavily into the rock wall. It was unable to move, and a sunken hole appeared on its chest. Lin Fei saw clearly that there was an energy formation there. Clatter. On the opposite side of the square, a stone door opened. Did I pass the first level? The process seemed fast, but it was very dangerous, more dangerous than ordinary enemies. This puppet's strength should be around king level. However, it was made with a special method. It can resist the attacks of chi refiners. Those who don't know will die when they face this puppet. Seeing the puppet lose its combat ability, Lin Fei admired the person who made it. If he hadn't learned the Azure Dragon True Body, it wouldn't have been so easy. I wonder if this puppet can be repaired. If it can be repaired and the formation inside is changed, it might be a good helper. Or I can sell it for a high price. Lin Fei was very envious. Chapter 371. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Lin Fei thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. He stored the puppet that had lost its ability to fight in the system. This is only the first stage and the test is already so difficult. The later stages will probably be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I learned the Azure Dragon True Body. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to withstand such a powerful puppet. Even a perfected King Stage warrior would die a bitter death in a battle between King Stage puppets. After storing the puppet, Lin Fei continued to maintain his dragonization state. What would the second stage be? Lin Fei was not sure. The only thing he knew was that the next few stages would be more difficult. After passing the plaza, the tunnel was still littered with corpses. However, Lin Fei soon noticed something different. On the ground of the tunnel, the corpses were huge. They were not human corpses. There were very few human corpses. There are very few human corpses. Most of the corpses that appeared were fiend corpses. Could it be that those who made it to the second stage were all fiends? As Lin Fei looked at the corpses, many questions popped up in his mind. The fiend race's physical bodies are strong. They did have a great advantage over the humans when they encountered the first puppet. However, aren't there too many fiend race corpses? This explanation passed. The second question began to arise. Could the test left behind by a celestial immortal be useful to the fiends? Furthermore, the fiends do not necessarily have to come to participate in the test of the human celestial immortal's inheritance. The fiends themselves are strong. A human celestial immortal, no matter how strong, is nothing to the fiends. Any random celestial immortal of the fiends can kill a human celestial immortal. Lin Fei continued thinking. For the fiends to come wave after wave, this celestial immortal Senfu is definitely not an ordinary Senfu. It must be famous. Thinking of this, Lin Fei was at a loss. Logically speaking, since the immortal abode had attracted so many great demons, its reputation should be extremely resounding. It shouldn't be so unknown and unknown. If Senfu was famous, Lin Fei would be able to get wind of it. Celestial immortal Deadwood's Senfu wasn't very famous. If one didn't personally hear about the Senfu, no one would even know that the Senfu existed on the battlefield of the dynasty. No matter how hard Lin Fei thought about it, he couldn't think of any reason. He could only hide his doubts in his heart. I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei thought so and felt relieved. At the same time, in the distant void world. In the boundless void, there was a large black ship that was tens of thousands of meters long. There was a large black flag on the ship that fluttered back and forth. There were two large golden words Mu Clan, embroidered on the flag. It was like a huge mountain, giving off a shocking aura as it sailed forward. Inside the ship's cabin, singing and dancing could be heard as the courtesans danced. Upon closer inspection, each of the courtesans was like a celestial fairy. They were young and beautiful, causing one's eyes to light up. What was even rarer was that all of them had reached the emperor level. A group of emperor-level singers. It was truly a grand gesture. The courtesans were emperor level, while the servants around them were at least king level. Any one of them would be a major figure in the outside world, especially the emperor-level singers. In a minor dynasty, they would undoubtedly be powerful experts. They would stand guard over a minor dynasty and be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. At the head of the table sat a white-robed young man with a dignified appearance and delicate features. His entire body emanated an indescribably majestic aura. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a celestial god, and his divine might was so great that no one dared to look directly at him. "Young master, we need roughly a day before we reach Senfu," the white-robed young man said calmly. "Send out the order to advance at full speed. I want to reach Senfu by tomorrow morning. This time I want to take down Senfu. I want to complete the mission given to me by the clan." His tone was unquestionable. "Young master, you will definitely succeed this time," the middle-aged servant said. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was luckily inherited by Deadwood. Unfortunately, Deadwood's talent was poor, and he only reached the celestial immortal realm after cultivating for 3,000 years. Afterwards he offended a true immortal and was killed, leaving behind Senfu. Unfortunately, his descendants were even less talented, and were unable to inherit Senfu. In fact, no one even knows the true origins of Senfu. This time, young master, you will see Senfu. Given your talent, you will definitely become an eternal emperor in the future. The white-robed young man laughed. The Senfu of the Eternal Emperor. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, the Eternal Emperor only became an emperor because he possessed the Senfu. He was an ancient existence who lived for 3 entire epochs, and he also obtained the method to refine Senfu. As long as he kills the person who holds the celestial immortal key, he will truly become the master of the Senfu. I'm afraid those geniuses of the dynasties really think that the Senfu left behind by celestial immortal Deadwood must undergo the Senfu test. A bunch of ignorant fools. The Senfu of the Eternal Emperor will belong to my Long Sky Woodland. A second public square appeared. 2 puppets, one black and one white. Lin Fei was prepared. Upon seeing the puppets he immediately attacked. 2 water flame lotuses appeared, trapping the 2 puppets. Lin Fei unfurled his wings of the wind and appeared in front of the puppets, stabbing forward with the killing sword in his hand. Ding! Lin Fei's all-out attack only left a white mark on his opponent's body. Walla, walla, the water flame lotuses broke apart and the 2 puppets charged out. The black puppet on the left punched out while the puppet on the right floated backwards. With a wave of its hand, it unleashed a sword art. An icy aura suddenly descended, and the small public square turned white. Lin Fei's feet were instantly frozen. Crack! This punch was extremely ferocious. Even though he was in the dragon form state, Lin Fei still felt pain. The combat prowess of an emperor and its close combat. It's even stronger than the previous puppets. Lin Fei analyzed the 2 puppets. One was an emperor body refiner. The other was an emperor chi practitioner. One was a long-range attack while the other was an attack. It was the perfect combination. If he was attacked by both of them he might be killed on the spot. The celestial immortal test is all puppets. Such a puppet must be expensive. Lin Fei thought, let's get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei shook, shaking off the solid ice and threw a punch forward. Bang! A huge shockwave instantly shattered the surrounding ice. The 2 were evenly matched. In the first level, Lin Fei had already expected the horror of the second level. It was no longer surprising that the puppet could block his punch with all his strength. Total Annihilation Level 4. In the dragon form state, Lin Fei could ignore the attacks of the white puppet, but he had to get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei used a big move. More than 1,200 flying swords, all of which were superior-grade spiritual treasures, were extremely powerful. With a swoosh, the sword array was like a white dot, directly hitting the black puppet. Dang dang dang, the black puppet was sent flying. Chapter 372. Fortunately, Lin Fei had already cultivated divine sense and reached the 4th level of total annihilation. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had broken through the black puppet's defenses with a single total annihilation attack. He was not afraid of not being able to break through the black puppet's defenses. Total annihilation. Lin Fei once again used total annihilation and kept bombarding the black puppet. Now that he could control it with divine sense, he was not worried about running out of energy. Boom, boom. The white puppet's attacks kept falling on Lin Fei, and the dragon scales on its body kept flying off. Lin Fei did not care about this at all and used total annihilation with all his strength. After 4 times of total annihilation, the black puppet had already broken a huge hole and could see the array outside. Lin Fei's fist landed on the black puppet, and a loud "kacha" sound was heard. It was directly sent flying and landed on the ground, unable to move. Finally, 1 down. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This black puppet was more powerful than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had the Azure Dragon true body, otherwise humans would definitely die. Crash! The ice on his body broke again, and Lin Fei used total annihilation and swept it directly at the white puppet. The white puppet kept releasing icy sword chi which formed white walls. The white walls were easily blasted apart by total annihilation and landed on the opponent's body. Chi practitioner is easy to deal with. Lin Fei quickly approached and punched the chest, sending it flying. Water and fire lotus. The lotus landed on the white puppet's body and trapped it for a moment. Then Lin Fei activated total annihilation once again and sent the white puppet flying, completely losing its ability to fight. Crash, the second stone door opened again. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the two puppets were dealt with. As for the two puppets, Lin Fei did not hesitate and directly put them into the system space. Such good things should not be wasted like this. Xiao Qin thought back to the earlier battle. It was all because of the Azure Dragon True Body and his breakthrough sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Otherwise it would not have ended so easily. Fortunately, I have broken through to divine sense and can control superior grade numinous treasures. My total annihilation has also reached the 4th level. Lin Fei thought to himself, I really don't know how many more trials there are. If each one is more difficult than the last, I'm afraid I'm not fated to enter Senfu. The 2 stages had consumed a lot of true essence. For the next few levels, Lin Fei really didn't have much confidence. Right now he could only take it one step at a time. If it really didn't work, he could only use the great teleportation talisman. When he walked into the tunnel again, there were already very few corpses on the ground, not as many as before. This time Lin Fei did not walk for long. Soon he appeared in a huge square. When he appeared in the square, Lin Fei's pupils shrank and he was shocked. No wonder I didn't see any corpses in the passageway. So the corpses are all here. Lin Fei was shocked. Could this be the final stage? Standing on the square, Lin Fei calmed himself down. Challenger, you're here. In the middle of the square, on top of the round stone altar, a 10 zhang tall black monster appeared. When it appeared, Lin Fei's heart tightened. That cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. Such a terrifying gaze. It can actually make one's heart turn cold. With just one look, Lin Fei felt endless fear. What kind of gaze is this? Why is there such a terrifying existence in the 3rd stage? Even if it's an emperor-level expert or even a profound sect expert, they wouldn't be able to give me such a dangerous aura. Lin Fei knew that he had met a powerful warrior. The cold voice also made Lin Fei's heart shake. You are the guardian? Lin Fei said in a deep voice. Challenger, as long as you defeat me, you will have the right to refine Senfu. The black monster's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Bring out your full strength. It has been 5,000 years since someone came to challenge this stage. You are the only one in these 5,000 years. Lin Fei was shocked once again. He was the first in 5,000 years. How was this possible? Lin Fei was truly puzzled. Was it really that difficult to pass this trial? The Xintian continent was so vast and filled with geniuses. There had to be some powerful geniuses who could make it to this stage, right? Faced with this unknown monster, Lin Fei hid all his thoughts in his heart. God killer. Since the opponent had spoken, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't believe that it was joking. From the moment they first met, Lin Fei firmly believed that this monster was even more powerful than him. Whether or not he could defeat it was still an unknown. Lin Fei's first attack was the recently completed God Killer technique. He would give his opponent a fatal blow, then combine it with the total annihilation. This was his most powerful attack. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei's soul formed a seal, and in the middle of it was the word God. Instantly, an armored god general appeared. This was the God Killer technique. Focus. Next, Lin Fei's total annihilation technique appeared. More than 1,200 flying swords formed a white streak of light that shot towards the black monster. The black monster was expressionless. It remained in a cold state. Although it is low, its combat ability is very strong. The black monster spoke, allowing the attacks to land on its body. The black monster's body exploded with a black light, and when the 1,000 flying swords landed on it, they couldn't even move an inch. It was as if they had encountered something extremely tough and were knocked away. My godly sense technique, how can you be fine? Lin Fei was shocked and couldn't help but ask. The first time he used God Killer, he had thought that he would be able to injure the black monster, but the result was the opposite. The monster wasn't affected at all by the godly sense technique. Lin Fei had more or less suffered quite a blow. Your godly sense technique is indeed very powerful. Even a chi practitioner with the power of a profound sect would be heavily injured by you if their soul isn't strong enough. But I am just a puppet created by my master. I don't have a soul, so your attacks are useless against me. As for this sword formation, it is indeed a very powerful attack, but it is still useless against me. Hearing this, Lin Fei was completely stunned. This black monster was created by someone else? How was that possible? If someone else created a puppet, Lin Fei could believe that there were all sorts of geniuses in this continent, and there were also many geniuses who studied all sorts of things. There were many who studied puppets. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that a puppet like this would appear in a senfu. For someone who could become a sky immortal, buying a few puppets was like playing around. But this black monster before him, Lin Fei couldn't believe it. It was created by someone else. To be able to create a monster whose combat ability was no weaker than a profound sect, what kind of ability was needed? More importantly, this monster didn't have a soul and was purely created. Lin Fei was truly astonished that it could be refined to look like a human. Whether it was in terms of defense or soul, it was invulnerable. How could one attack it? Damn it. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It can even bounce off the 4th level of total annihilation. If the Divine Sense secret technique doesn't work, then how can I pass the Sky Immortal test? No, the Sky Immortal test definitely wasn't set up by that Sky Immortal Kumu. No matter how powerful he is, he can't create a puppet of this level. Lin Fei suddenly thought of one point. Sky Immortals were very strong, and Lin Fei didn't think it would be too difficult to buy a few puppets. But in the central region, all the treasure halls had so many puppets guarding them. Could a Sky Immortal do it? Lin Fei didn't believe it. Even if a Sky Immortal worked himself to death, he might not be able to get all of them. Speaking of puppets, there were more than 100 treasure halls, which meant more than 300 puppets. Although Lin Fei didn't know the exact price of the puppets, a simple calculation was no less than 50 million Zhen Yuan crystals. This was just a rough estimate, and the actual price was definitely more than that. More than 300 puppets would be more than 10 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. Including the monster guarding them, it would be more than 50 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. Lin Fei didn't believe that this Sky Immortal Kumu had such a net worth. Then there was only one explanation. Why would there be puppets here and such a powerful black monster? Someone in Senfu had set it up beforehand. Sky Immortal Kumu was just one of them. This explanation was the most reasonable one. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to think of this. If Senfu didn't belong to this Sky Immortal Kumu, then who left behind such a Senfu, and who set up such a test and why? Lin Fei felt that he was just a little bit away from guessing the answer. Really, just a little bit. If this is your strength, then I'm sorry to say that you'll stay here and keep them company, said the black monster. These corpses, without exception, were all powerhouses when they were alive. The weakest among them was Mystique Sect, and the strongest was Mystique Venerable Rank. You're the weakest among them. Mystique Sect is the weakest, Mystique Venerable Rank is the strongest. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This isn't as simple as Senfu. Whether it's Mystique Sect or Mystique Venerable Rank, they're all powerhouses on the continent. There's no need for them to come just for a Senfu. Can you tell me what is the purpose of this Senfu test? Lin Fei asked a very stupid question. The black monster raised its head. It's been a long time since anyone asked this question. Seeing that you're the only person to pass this test in 5,000 years, I can tell you. This immortal mansion was built by my master, the Eternal Emperor. My master, the Eternal Emperor, was an immortal emperor, a powerful immortal emperor of the heavenly world. This immortal mansion was used by the Eternal Emperor to accept disciples. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed and no one has become a true disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Eternal Emperor, Celestial Realm, accepted disciples. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded. Although he had already guessed it, Lin Fei did not expect that this Senfu had such a powerful background. The Celestial Realm's strength could not be differentiated. Just by hearing the title of Immortal Emperor, he knew that the other party must be an extraordinary existence. An immortal emperor known as Eternal Emperor had left behind such a Senfu. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder there were countless corpses in the passageway. They were all to inherit the Eternal Emperor's mantle. No wonder there were so many treasure vaults. They were probably all made by this Eternal Emperor. No wonder this monster was so powerful. It was also the Eternal Emperor's handiwork. Lin Fei finally understood why he felt uneasy when he first entered. It turned out that there was such a background. Chapter 373. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Rumble, in the void world, a huge warship sailed past and stopped in a corner of the void. The huge black war flag fluttered without any wind, giving off an imposing aura. Young master, we're here. On the bow deck, the white-clothed young master stood proudly. Link the void point and enter the dynasty battlefield. Any of the 3,000 major worlds, 3,000 minor worlds, and any open spaces had a space point. When one reached a certain level of strength and knew the space point, one would be able to enter a space or even a world without the help of external forces. One had to have the strength of a celestial immortal. Of course, loose immortals were fine as well, but they had to be powerful loose immortals. It was extremely difficult for both celestial immortals and loose immortals to reach this level, much less the dimensional juncture behind it. Most powers didn't even know about the dimensional juncture, much less enter it. After finding the spatial point and connecting it, one would be able to enter a certain space. Boom, the black warship transformed into a stream of light and shot forward. A portal appeared out of thin air. This was a spatial point, also known as a spatial gate. Although it was easy to link spatial points, it was actually very difficult to operate. In the eyes of the white-dressed man, it was only a matter of a few words. A black warship appeared in the clear sky. When the warship appeared, an invisible pressure enveloped the warship. It was as if the warship was going to be crushed to pieces, and it was on the verge of collapsing. What a powerful dynasty battlefield. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand and kept the warship. This heaven-crushing warship of mine actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the dynasty battlefield. But it didn't disappoint me. The fact that the Eternal Emperor hid his immortal estate within the dynasty battlefield is truly unexpected. No wonder there were so many geniuses who wanted to inherit the Eternal Emperor's immortal estate back then. Regardless of humans or demons, all of them were like moths flying into a flame, rushing forward wave after wave. But in the end, all of them turned into a pile of bones. Young Master, Senfu is about 5 million miles away from us. To the left and right of Long Sky stood two servants, one black and one white. Let's go and meet the legendary Eternal Emperor Senfu. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand, unleashing a powerful technique that allowed him to enter the void. Inside the Senfu passage, Lin Fei almost crashed. Motherf Ker, the immortal emperors in the heaven realm had all come out. If I'm unlucky, I won't be able to get anything. But once I'm lucky, I'll be able to get the Senfu refined by an immortal emperor. If I had this luck on Earth, I would have been a millionaire by buying the lottery. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. What luck? Why didn't it come when it shouldn't have? Why did it have to come when it shouldn't have? The Senfu of an immortal emperor. Immediately, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, we're in big trouble now. Lin Fei panicked. In the novels, the immortal emperor is a powerful existence. How am I supposed to fight if he refined such a monster to guard the pass? His strongest attack couldn't hurt his opponent at all. Damn it, the black monster was invincible. If he were to fight against an invincible monster, it would be like a blind man trying to light a lamp in vain. Even if I can't beat him, I can't just leave. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He quietly activated the teleportation talisman and prepared to leave Senfu. The Senfu of an immortal emperor, I don't want it. Lin Fei's good life had just begun. He didn't want to die in the hands of the black monster. It didn't matter if he had the Senfu or not. Moreover, his harvest was already enough. Damn, why can't I activate it? Lin Fei almost vomited blood. How could the teleportation talisman fail at such a crucial moment? Challenger, once you enter this passage, no teleportation item will be able to be used. The black monster said, you already know the origin of the Senfu. It's a pity that you can't defeat me. I can only send you down to accompany them. Damn it, this black monster was about to make its move. Bang, just as Lin Fei had this thought, the black shadow in front of him moved. He felt an intense pain as he slammed into the stone wall of the square. How can it be so strong? Lin Fei's blood and chi were in turmoil. He looked down at his chest and saw a fist imprint. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this black monster a little too terrifying? Waterfire Lotus. The black monster moved again. Lin Fei condensed the Waterfire Lotus to trap the black monster. With a wave of his hand, he stabbed the black monster's body with the sky-raising finger. Strengthened version, 10,000 essence force. Rumble, damn it, 10,000 essence force. You are going to be injured, right? Lin Fei stood up. Without caring about the consequences, he activated the sword formation again. Two sword lights, one from the front and one from the back, attacked. The black monster was too strong. Lin Fei had no choice but to use his strongest attack. So, the black monster actually rushed out again. With a swing of its two palms, two sword lights flew out. The huge force almost made Lin Fei lose control. Under this attack, his divine sense was almost shattered. Lin Fei's spiritual sense had been attached to more than 1,200 flying swords, allowing him to control them as he pleased. In the end, the black monster's attack injured his spiritual sense, nearly shattering it. Weak too weak. Why did these words sound so familiar? It wasn't something I used to say in the past. The black monster slammed its palm down again. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated. Unexpectedly, the opponent was faster and slapped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Azure Dragon True Body actually suffered a huge wound. Fresh blood flowed out. Around the wound, a layer of black energy covered it, preventing the body from recovering. Body tempering cultivation techniques had powerful close combat abilities, followed by powerful recovery abilities. Why were Qi practitioners not a match for body practitioners? It was because of the fast recovery ability of body practitioners. Over time, the outcome would be clear. Qi practitioners had always been afraid of body practitioners. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Fei thought, if this continues, no matter how strong the Azure Dragon True Body is, I will still be killed by the Guardian. I must think of a way. Otherwise I'm really done for. The black monster attacked twice and he was injured. The difference was obvious. Now the Azure Dragon True Body had a flaw and its recovery ability was cut off. What kind of defense was this? Lin Fei didn't want to die. A good life was in front of him. He didn't want to die here because of the Senfu. Oh right, the system will definitely be able to help. After calming down, Lin Fei thought of the system, his strongest leveling system. Right now he could only rely on the leveling system. Water Flame Lotus, explode, explode. Water Flame Lotuses as small as a fist were constantly condensed. They were bright and dazzling. One by one they exploded. The shocking explosion reverberated in the small square. Using the explosion of the Water Flame Lotus, Lin Fei flew backward. At the same time he quickly opened the system and prepared to deal with it. He couldn't be killed by the black monster. He believed that the system must have a way. System, you must give it your all. Chapter 374. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Mu Changkong appeared outside the Senfu out of thin air. At this time the Senfu was empty. No one would stay outside. Come, let's go in. Mu Changkong threw out a golden scroll. The Jingguang flashed and tore a hole outside the Senfu. A Jingguang wrapped around the three of them and rushed in. The outside returned to normal. What a waste of a space-piercing talisman. Mu Changkong stood in the air inside the Senfu, but there was no sign of regret on his face for using the scroll. Young master, to prevent any more trouble, we should first refine the Senfu. The middle-aged man called in Jianghu reminded. Mu Changkong nodded. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu is divided into 5 parts. Once you refine all 5 parts, you will completely control the Senfu. Every time you refine a part, you will obtain the Great Emperor Key formed from all the parts' keys. Once you refine all 5 keys, you will become the true master of the Senfu. The Eternal Emperor's test is held once every 100 years, but no one has ever refined a part. The Senfu is destined to belong to me, Mu Changkong. Come, let's refine the first part. At the same time, Lin Fei opened the system and looked for help. He had long since understood the upgrade system. After opening the system, he immediately asked for help. System, how do I get rid of an opponent more powerful than myself? The upgrade system had a function to help. Lin Fei rarely used this function. It burned too many points. System notification. The system needs to scan the enemy's strength before it can make a decision on whether to activate scan. Activate scan immediately. Bang! In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei was sent flying again. The Water Flame Lotus did not deal much damage. The black monster broke free again. If you came 1,000 years later, you might have defeated me and had the chance to become the master of the Senfu. What a pity! Lin Fei vomited blood. If *CK, I would have ascended in 1,000 years. Ding, scan complete. The system sounded. Puppet, combat strength suspected to be at the Mystique Venerable level, peak combat strength at the Mystique Emperor level. The system is analyzing, please wait. Lin Fei vomited blood again. The combat power of a Mystique Venerable one. No wonder my attack could be blocked so easily. There's a difference of 3 levels. Lin Fei was astonished. The Mystic the Arch at his peak combat strength. No wonder those prodigies had turned into a pile of bones. What's there to fight? This is simply bullying. Facing this black monster, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. If he had to deal with Xianzong, he would not feel much pressure. If he could not win, he could run. However, facing a Mystique Venerable One puppet monster, it was a completely one-sided situation. After hearing the system's analysis, Lin Fei cursed the eternal emperor in his heart. Wasn't the threshold set too high for the sake of accepting disciples? A gatekeeper at the mystic the arch level? This was too incredible. To be able to inherit the Senfu, one's strength must be extremely abnormal. Otherwise, how could he fight them? Lin Fei had never felt so aggrieved before. He had encountered a mystique venerable one puppet, and with the passage of time, his strength had continued to decline. To be able to survive the attacks of a mystique venerable one puppet, it would shock everyone. His name would surely spread throughout the Xintian continent. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could only continue to dodge the black monster's attacks, but he was still injured. Soon his body was drenched in blood. Under the puppet's attacks, the Azure Dragon avatar was on the verge of collapse. If he was an ordinary physique cultivator, he would have been mercilessly killed by the puppet long ago. He would not have lasted until now. At present, Lin Fei's situation was not any better. The system's analysis is successful. The following methods have been listed for you to choose from. Lin Fei hurriedly checked to see what help the system had provided him. Help 1. Spend 200,000 points to purchase the Frozen Millennia scroll. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 2. Spend 500,000 points to purchase the Godslayer finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 3. Spend 1,000,000 points to purchase the Void-Shattering finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Looking at the methods listed above. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the system had listed the methods so easily. Wasn't it too easy? 320,000 points. Lin Fei hurriedly checked his own points. Seeing that his points met the requirements, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had enough points. Otherwise, he would have been helpless. Bang! As soon as he relaxed, the black monster attacked again. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei opened the points mall. He was glad that he had never used his points indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be done for today. Soon he found the page for the Ice-type scroll. Frozen Millennia, 200,000 points to redeem. One-time consumable. Once the scroll is opened, 10,000 years will pass in an instant. After seeing the label, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with motivation, as if he had found an oasis in a desert. Time-consuming item. It's too awesome. After using it, 10,000 years will pass in a breath. I don't know how many years this black monster has passed. Its strength has fallen to mystique venerable rank. I believe that after using Frozen Millennia, no matter how good its materials are, it will be defeated. I don't believe that it can last another 10,000 years. This was Lin Fei's only option. If the scroll, Frozen Millennia, did not work, there was no other way. If I can survive this time, I must earn points. It can save my life at a critical moment. Purchase Frozen Millennia. A golden scroll appeared in the system space. At this time, the black monster attacked again. Its power was even more ferocious than before. If Lin Fei's true Azure Dragon body was attacked again, it would collapse immediately. Without the true Azure Dragon body, Lin Fei's situation would be even more difficult. Open, the golden scroll, Frozen Millennia, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was very dazzling. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He tore the scroll open and threw it at the black monster. At the same time, outside of Senfu, disciples of various dynasties appeared out of nowhere. At this time, all of them had puzzled looks on their faces. They looked around with astonishment, as if they did not understand how they had appeared outside of Senfu. What's going on? Why am I outside of Senfu? I was in Senfu just now. Why am I outside for no reason? What the hell? What's going on? Who teleported me out? The celestial key is gone. My celestial key is gone. After a moment of confusion, the people who were teleported out had changed expressions. The people who had obtained the celestial key looked at each other. The celestial key had disappeared. It had disappeared in an inconceivable manner. Everyone present had a powerful background. After a moment of confusion, they vaguely guessed something. Could it be that Senfu had been controlled by someone? How could this be possible? In reality, that was indeed the case. In a branch palace, Mizunking was holding a golden key in his hand. The great emperor's key he had mentioned earlier was the one that had refined the branch palace and expelled all the disciples of the dynasties. Knowing that Senfu was a branch palace, and that Mizunking had mastered a secret art, he had been able to refine it much more easily than anyone else. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think they are worthy of Senfu? Mizunking toyed with the great emperor's key. I've already obtained the first great emperor's key. Once I get the other 4, I will be the next Eternal Emperor's successor. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on your great increase in power, young master. It is only a matter of time before you become an expert of the 3 realms. Rumble, a white light flashed by and a wave of cold air swept out. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the coldness, a coldness that seeped into his bones. And this was just the aftermath. How long was 10,000 years? Perhaps no one would ever know. But now Lin Fei knew. 10,000 years. Just a single breath of time. Time had been compressed to the point of 10,000 years in a single second. A temporal divine ability like this was something that Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about. It was a completely unimaginable existence. What sort of grand technique and divine ability was this? What sort of terrifying level of power would the person who created it reach? Secret arts? Divine abilities? In front of this temporal divine ability, they are nothing more than trash. Lin Fei cried out in shock. No matter how powerful a person with a temporal divine ability is, after 10,000 years, they will most likely turn to dust. Lin Fei had never experienced being sealed in ice for 10,000 years before, but for some reason he felt as though this single second was as long as 10,000 years. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind the black monster, a large number of stone pillars and stone walls had been reduced to dust, no longer existing. After 10,000 years, even the sturdiest stone walls would disappear with the passage of time. Lin Fei didn't care about any of this. The only thing he cared about was the black monster. If even a temporal divine ability couldn't defeat it, then he really didn't know what to do. The black monster was so powerful that Lin Fei couldn't deal with it. If it reached that point, then Lin Fei would really have to accept his fate. Lin Fei looked over. The black monster was now covered in frost and he couldn't see any changes. At least that was what Lin Fei thought. Under normal circumstances, after being sealed in ice for 10,000 years, everything would have decayed and become a thing of the past. The black monster didn't change with time like the stone pillars behind it, but its surface had darkened. Creak, creak. The black monster's head moved and it made a stiff sound like a gear. I didn't expect you to have a temporal divine ability even though you aren't strong. If I was at my peak, the temporal divine ability wouldn't have worked on me for too long. Time could have destroyed me. I've finally completed the Guardian mission. Congratulations on passing the trial. Whoosh. As the voice faded, the black monster's body shattered, turning into wreckage all over the ground. It had lost all signs of life. It's dead. It's finally dead. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black energy that pervaded his wounds began to dissipate. He circulated his true essence, and the powerful recovery ability of a body cultivator was quickly unleashed. The wounds on his body recovered. The Azure Dragon true body couldn't recover because of the mysterious energy that prevented the recovery of a body cultivator. Otherwise Lin Fei wouldn't be so miserable. Chapter 375. Seems like I've passed. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on the ground powerlessly. 200,000 points and a time mystical ability scroll. If it didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. Lin Fei picked up the puppet's wreckage. He used all his strength but couldn't crush it. He couldn't help but be shocked. Such a tough material is still so tough after 10,000 years. I really don't know what material was used to refine it. No wonder my attack couldn't break its defense. With such a tough defense, I'm afraid those mystic sects and mystic venerables would be dumbfounded. Lucky. He really was lucky. If the black monster was a bit stronger, Lin Fei would really be helpless. Throwing the wreckage aside, his gaze landed on the stone tablet. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Ding, mission activated. Lin Fei was startled. Why was there a mission at this time? It's been a long time since there was a mission. Seize Senfu and become a disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Reward, 300 million experience, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy and 1 level up. Lin Fei was startled again. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this mission is awesome. Being in Senfu, the system actually issued such a mission. Lin Fei was more or less surprised. Unexpected, extremely unexpected. Other than that, the rewards were too generous. 300 million experience points. That's a lot of money. Lin Fei beamed with joy. With 300 million experience, I can level up to the Mystic King realm. If I level up again, I'll reach the Mystic Emperor realm and reach the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't care about cultivation level. For genius disciples, cultivation level didn't equate to strength. Combat power was the standard to measure strength. Even if the cultivation level wasn't high, one could still have strong combat power. 1,000,000 points, I can buy a life-saving ability. Even if I meet a strong opponent, I can use the life-saving ability to turn the situation around. 300,000 yuan energy can also burst out a strong attack. Awesome to awesome. After experiencing the black monster, Lin Fei felt that he had too few trump cards. 1,000,000 points came at the right time. Lin Fei looked at the stone tablet eagerly. No matter what, I have to take down this Senfu. I have to take it down just for the experience. The stone tablet was black. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but it was carved with characters. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately understood what it was. So, after refining the stone steel, I will be able to gain control of a branch palace in the Immortal Mansion. The stone tablet explained the immortal abode in detail. Refine. His quintessential essence gushed out and enveloped the stone tablet as he began to refine it. An hour later, a smile appeared on Lin Fei's face as a key appeared in his hand. It was the Emperor's key. I finally succeeded. After refining the steel and obtaining the Monarch key, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Immortal Palace. He also knew how to refine the Immortal Palace. After refining the stone tablet and obtaining the Emperor's key, Lin Fei now has a general understanding of Senfu, and how to truly refine Senfu. Lin Fei thought to himself, thankfully I have the Grand Emperor's key, which allows me to control a portion of its power to reach the other halls. Refining the steel should be a piece of cake. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the Emperor's key and headed to the next palace. At the same time, within a palace, Long Sky had obtained the fourth Emperor's key, and was now in control of 4/5 of Senfu. Now, I'm just missing the final Emperor's key. Long Sky put away the Emperor's key, but then he frowned. Not good. Someone beat me to it and took the final Emperor's key. Long Sky had taken control of over half of Senfu, so he immediately sensed the appearance of the Emperor's key. Long Sky was very surprised. Young Master, no need to worry, said Great Marquis. And Young Master, you used a secret technique to take the Emperor's key. That person definitely doesn't know about the secret technique. From this, we can deduce that he must have passed the trial. He shouldn't be too weak. All we need to do is wait for him and he'll come to us on his own. It'll be the same as delivering the Emperor's key to us. Longsky's only worry was that the person knew about the secret technique, and in his impatience, might not be able to control himself. Hearing this, he quickly calmed down. Uncle An's words make sense. Let's just wait for him. Longsky's eyes flashed with killing intent. That saves us the trouble. The Emperor's key can only belong to me. Within a palace, Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere. The stone steel has been refined by someone? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart sank. Damn it. My luck can't be that bad, can it? After searching a few more times, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart was clouded by a shadow. I worked so hard, relied on the system's tools, and risked my life to obtain the Emperor's key. Could it be that there's someone more monstrous than me? Lin Fei paced back and forth. The situation had become serious. He had thought that he would be able to easily master the Senfu, but things weren't as simple as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with difficulties. Damn. The system's missions really aren't that easy to complete. Lin Fei cursed. No matter who the other person is, since they were able to obtain the stone steel, they definitely aren't weak. They might even be extremely powerful. If I were to take the initiative to go look for them, I would definitely be in a bad situation. Facing the black monster, Lin Fei used all of his techniques. He used up all of his elemental energy. He only had tens of thousands of points left in the system. His only life-saving trump card was a greater teleportation talisman. Anyone in the Senfu would be tempted. If it were anyone else, they would most likely immediately head to the next location and get there first. Lin Fei was an exception. With the leveling system, the Senfu was nothing more than an icing on the cake. It wasn't a timely help. It wasn't as tempting as an ordinary person. He didn't become obsessed with the Senfu. Lin Fei himself was a cautious person. If I want to take down the Senfu, I have to fight the mysterious person. I don't know anything about the mysterious person's strength. I also don't know if he has any helpers. If I meet him, I really don't know what will happen. Lin Fei guessed, if I want to take down the Senfu, I have to kill them in one strike and not give them any chance. Lin Fei thought of the tools in the system's shop. The black monster was powerful, wasn't it? Under the frozen years, it still became a pile of scrap metal. Yes, I must buy some tools as a protective treasure. Only then will I have more confidence. He quickly opened the system in the shop. He couldn't help but frown. The frozen years scroll is gone. The Frozen Years scroll that was originally sold was completely gone. Lin Fei saw a line of words below. One-time consumable only sold once. Not good. After experiencing the treasure that was worth 200,000 points, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence in the treasures in front. Looks like I need at least 200,000 points to get a satisfactory treasure. 20 points was a bit difficult. In the shop, one could only get 200,000 points for one. The next level required 300,000 points. In other words, Lin Fei had to get more than 200,000 points in a short period of time. Otherwise he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 376. P.S. Thank you to He Jingxiong for your comment. Outside the central zone. There were fewer demons than before, but there were still many great demons left behind. These great demons all had demon soldiers under them, especially those that were well-cultivated array soldiers. The demon clan's hatred for humans had never lessened and had never stopped. Every time the Senfu opened, the great demons would take the initiative to kill human experts as a way to vent their dissatisfaction with the humans. Every time it opened, the humans would suffer heavy casualties. The Senfu had a lot of space. For the great demons, especially the top great demons, they could easily fly out. As such, they were forced to leave the Senfu and head to the outside world. Hunting human experts and snatching the Sky Immortal Key became one of the things they wanted to do the most. Damn, these humans sure run fast. Stop sighing. At least your king killed 3 humans. These human disciples are all very profitable. Killing them will give you a lot of spoils of war. It's a pity that our king has yet to encounter a single human disciple. By the way, do you know that Sky Snake Great Demon? The last time the Senfu opened, he killed more than 10 humans. It said that he encountered a powerful human expert this year and was killed. A Sky Snake Great Demon is dead? He's very strong. He's dead. His demon soldiers have all been taken away. Outside the central zone, the demon soldiers chatted with each other. From time to time, their gazes would land on the central zone, a place they both loved and hated. The Emperor-level great demons were also gathered together. Sky Snake Great Demon is dead. What a surprise. A black ox demon with 2 horns on his head sighed. Despicable humans. Not long ago, Sky Snake Great Demon said that he would break the previous record this year. I never expected him to be killed by a human expert so quickly. You don't say. The human experts this year are very strong. Many great demons were killed. From what I know, the Alligator Great Demon, White Bear Great Demon, and the rest are all dead. Usually, the great demons would fight each other non-stop. But once a great demon died at the hands of a human expert, they could not help but unite against a common enemy. They could not hide the anger on their faces. Their usual fighting was a matter for the demons. But if a great demon died at the hands of a human, it would become a feud that would last for generations. The Senfu had opened and they had lost so many great demons. This made the great demons in a bad mood. Human experts have appeared. Great demons were very sensitive to the aura of humans. When Lin Fei appeared thousands of miles away, the great demons immediately detected him. Kill this brat. I know this person. He blocked Ku Shui's palm strike, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, he came from the central region. If we kill him, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. The greater demon was excited. The demon race had always been competitive. What's more, at this moment they were all full of anger. When they saw a human brat appear, they immediately looked for a place to vent their anger. Who asked him to appear at the right time? Whoosh, whoosh. In order to obtain points, Lin Fei set his sights on the Yao. After refining the Great Emperor Key, Lin Fei could move freely within the Senfu. Now he had done Lin Fei a great favor. In order to be careful, Lin Fei decided to get enough points first. Without a protective treasure, he really didn't have much confidence. If he had a treasure that could seal in ice for 10,000 years, he could deal with it when he encountered a strong expert. At the very least, he could leave. It was better than falling into a trap. It was this thought that allowed Lin Fei to avoid a great deal of trouble and danger. So many experience points. Seeing the black mass of demons, Lin Fei's eyebrows danced in delight. He was extremely excited. With so many Yao, it shouldn't be a problem to get 200,000 points, right? Lin Fei asked himself. Dragon Transformation, his strongest defense was activated. God Kill, Lin Fei activated his strongest defense. He didn't want to waste time. If he was discovered by the other party, he would lose more than he gained. He had to get 200,000 points in the shortest time possible. Walala, the divine consciousness was like a harvesting weapon. The Yao soldiers were wearing armor. As soon as they formed an attack formation, Lin Fei's divine consciousness came over. Their defense was strong but their soul cultivation was poor. With a god kill, the souls in the sea of consciousness of the Yao soldiers were destroyed and turned into soul fragments. In other words, they were directly killed by the divine consciousness. Without their souls, the Yao soldiers lost their effect. Awesome, this is awesome. The soul attack would at most cause dizziness. The power of the divine sense evolution secret technique was extraordinary. Even the Yao soldiers at the front had their souls injured. The weaker king-level Yao soldiers directly fell from the sky. This divine consciousness secret technique came at the right time. Otherwise, facing a large number of Yao soldiers, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. He couldn't rush up. Whooshed, Lin Fei rushed to the front of the Yao soldiers. With the supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword in his right hand, he pierced the head of the Yao soldiers, penetrating the defense and killing the king-level Yao soldiers. After being suppressed in front of the black monster for so long, Lin Fei found a place to release. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was fast and powerful, especially with the supreme-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. In front of Lin Fei, the king-level Yao soldiers couldn't even block one attack and were directly killed, turning into a large amount of experience points. At this time, in the main hall, Mu Changkong continued to wait. According to Elder N, Mu Changkong chose to wait, but the other party didn't come. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the right choice. Could it be that that person knows that I am waiting in the main hall? Otherwise, the other party should be here soon. The senfu was very big. Even though the senfu was empty now, it was really not easy to find a person. Otherwise, Mu Changkong wouldn't have chosen such a stupid method. A stupid method was a stupid method, but the effect was good. Mu Changkong had two capable subordinates, Elder and Dong Su. No matter how strong the other party was, once he stepped into the main hall, he would be killed immediately. Young master, don't worry. The other party will come to the main hall sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to find the other great emperor key. Eldarin said. We just need to wait. Mu Changkong said, wait for a while more. Outside the senfu, the battle continued. A group of Yao soldiers were caught off guard by Lin Fei's killing move. By the time they reacted, at least a few thousand Yao soldiers had died. Under the bombardment of divine sense, it was almost like they were killed in an instant. No less than a few dozen king-level Yao soldiers had died. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. The emperor-level Yao soldiers relied on king-level Yao soldiers, which were equivalent to their left and right arms. Although the senfu was big, there were many forces. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were not convinced by each other. In less than a moment, countless king-level Yao soldiers had died. Especially the Yao soldiers, which almost caused the emperor-level Yao soldiers to vomit blood. Form the formation. Form the formation and kill him. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. We can't let them form the formation. The Yao soldiers in the formation are not easy to deal with. After using the divine sense secret technique to kill the first wave, Lin Fei obtained a large amount of experience points, yuan qi, and important points. Destruction. Lin Fei waved his hand and used the metal concept sword technique. The dragon of destruction charged at the Yao soldiers. Lin Fei did not stop and chose to attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers again. With his strength, the emperor-level Yao soldiers were inferior to Lin Fei no matter what advantage they had. Once they were closed in, they would die without a doubt. As for the emperor-level Yao soldiers, it was not so easy to kill them. Lin Fei would rather attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were killed. The king-level great demon, Iron Wolf, was dead. This day became a nightmare for the emperor-level Yao soldiers. They had encountered a freakish human expert. Killing them was as easy as plucking something from his pocket. The usually powerful king-level greater demons were completely terrified of him. Let's go. After killing a large number of demon kings and a group of demon soldiers, Lin Fei left this place. Lin Fei needed points and did not want to be entangled with the enemy. When the emperor-level Yao soldiers were enraged, Lin Fei immediately left. Rumble, the attacks of the emperor-level Yao soldiers all missed. A large number of mountains below were razed to the ground in their anger. Chase. This person can't run far. We must kill this kid. My subordinates have all been wiped out. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Emperor-level greater demons occupied a territory in the Immortal Mansion because they had king-level greater demons as their subordinates, as well as demon soldiers whose strength would soar when they formed formations. However, under Lin Fei's slaughter, the Emperor-level Yao soldiers under some of the Emperor-level Yao soldiers were almost completely wiped out. As for the Yao soldiers, needless to say, less than 30% of their combat strength was left. Some of the Emperor-level Yao soldiers were even reduced to generals without an army. It could be said that these Emperor-level Yao soldiers would probably have to lay low for a period of time and recuperate. They would lose the right to speak. As a result, how could they swallow this anger? The worst thing was that their vitality was greatly damaged. The other Emperor-level Yao soldiers did not have it easy either. The Emperor-level Yao soldiers under them had suffered heavy losses. After teleporting again, Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. This Senfu is really a good place to kill people and level up. In a short time, I've earned more than 40,000 points. If I do this a few more times, I'll have enough points. The reason why Lin Fei chose to kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers was because the missions he took were all about killing Emperor-level Yao soldiers. Lin Fei could deal with Emperor-level Yao soldiers. It was very troublesome to deal with them. They were not as easy to deal with as Emperor-level Yao soldiers. He could easily kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers in close combat. With a supreme-grade spirit treasure in hand, no matter how strong an Emperor-level Yao soldier's defense was, they would still die. There are many great Yao soldiers in the Senfu. I should be able to get enough points in less than a day. Lin Fei was not greedy. He would go to the Senfu once he had enough points. At that time, all the Yao soldiers in the Senfu would be in his hands. Time. What he needed now was time. The Senfu was very big and there were many Yao soldiers. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and saw a group of great Yao soldiers. It seemed that they were looking for human experts. Total annihilation. Lin Fei did not say anything and launched an attack, catching the great Yao soldiers off guard. Half a day passed in a flash. Chapter 377. P.S. Thanks to Zero Fingyu Zero for the tip and Arjun for the comment. Today is Mother's Day. I wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. First, he killed the demon soldiers, then the demon kings. As for the demon emperors, they chose to give up. It was a waste of time. If the demon emperors knew about this, who knew what they would think? Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. The demon race suffered a great loss. The human demon kings also entered Lin Fei's vision. At this moment, all that was left in his eyes were points. It could be said that other than the demon emperors, the rest of the demon soldiers and demon kings couldn't defend against Lin Fei's close-range attacks and were easily killed. Lin Fei couldn't remember how many demon soldiers and demons he killed. Anyway, his points kept increasing and he was getting closer to the number he wanted. Soon. Lin Fei pulled the killing sword out of the body of a demon king and blood flowed. Such a massacre attracted the attention of the demon race's true experts. When Lin Fei attacked another demon king, a dazzling Jianghu flew out of the void and charged at Lin Fei with a destructive aura. Someone is making a move. Lin Fei dodged and didn't take it head-on. The Jianghu seemed to be targeting Lin Fei. No matter how he dodged, it kept chasing, which made Lin Fei angry. Water Fire Lotus. The huge lotus wrapped the Jianghu. Lin Fei held the supreme-grade spirit treasure and charged at the Jianghu. Clang, 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 the Jianghu hit the killing sword 3 times in a row. The huge force made Lin Fei frown. If his spirit treasure wasn't a supreme-grade spirit treasure, the 3 hits from the Jianghu would have shattered it. Lin Fei's Azure Dragon true body was covered with wounds of various sizes. With his powerful recovery ability, he quickly recovered. However, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with wariness. He had met his match. Your Excellency, you have great strength. In the void, a person walked out. Under his warm smile, there was a cold killing intent. What a powerful gaze. This fellow has cultivated the secret charm technique. As soon as Lin Fei's eyes met, a great fear rose in his heart. If he hadn't used his divine sense to cut it off, his heart would have long since been filled with fear, and his battle prowess would have been greatly reduced. You are also very powerful. Lin Fei no longer looked into the other's eyes. If he had not heard of this secret technique before, Lin Fei would have almost fallen for it. Aren't you going too far by crazily slaughtering our demon race? Heaven Star said indifferently, your strength isn't bad. I just don't know if you're able to block the attack of a true treasure? The demon race being wantonly slaughtered, Heaven Star, this demon race's strongest person, naturally could not sit still. The other party's strength was more powerful than he had imagined. He was actually able to block his top-grade spirit treasure, the Vajra ring. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Swish swish, just as Heaven Star's voice fell, another person appeared. Since when did you demon race become so polite? Ku Shui glanced at him and mocked, if it was me, I would have killed him first. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The descendants of celestial immortal Kumu also suffered heavy casualties. Ku Shui, the strongest descendant of celestial immortals, naturally could not sit still. Whether it was Heaven Star or Ku Shui, Both of them were unwilling to see their strength suffer. That was why they personally took action. One was in the front while the other was at the back. Lin Fei frowned slightly and thought to himself, damn it, why did two profound sect experts appear? In terms of aura, they should be at the peak of profound sect. It seems like they are the strongest of the demon race and celestial immortal descendants. This is going to be troublesome. If I get entangled by them, I won't be able to gather enough points. I'm still short of 50 to 60,000 points. Water Flame Lotus. How could Lin Fei let them join hands? Without any explanation, he activated dozens of Water Flame Lotuses and charged towards the demon soldiers like a rainbow. With a silent chant, a shocking explosion was produced. Compressed Water Flame Lotuses were something that Lin Fei could easily do. Dozens of Water Flame Lotuses exploded at the same time. The immense power caused a huge mushroom cloud to rise up. The shockwave swept over and tore countless demon soldiers into pieces. Be it Heaven Star or Ku Shui, they were both enraged. In front of the two of them, this kid still dared to slaughter their subordinates. He was simply looking down on them. Diamond Ring. Heaven Star activated his supreme grade spiritual treasure once again. Ku Shui attacked as well. A black longbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow. A black ray of light locked onto Lin Fei's body. Heart-piercing arrow. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the dangerous aura. He activated his monarch key and disappeared on the spot. Rumble, the two attacks missed, causing the ground to tremble. A few tall mountains were shaved off. It was a flat plain. Damn it. Ku Shui cursed, but soon after, his face lit up with excitement. The Great Emperor Key. That brat used the Great Emperor Key earlier. In the Immortal Estate, other than the Great Emperor Key, nothing else can be used, unless it's the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. This old man can guarantee that this brat used the Great Emperor Key. Monarch Key. This item immediately caused a huge commotion in their hearts. Heaven Star's expression changed. The appearance of the Monarch Key was equivalent to controlling a part of Senfu. If he refined it, he would really control Senfu. Chase, we must not let him refine Senfu. The situation was getting serious. Heaven Star gritted his teeth. He regretted not using his treasure earlier. Now he could only watch his opponent escape. Swished when Lin Fei appeared in the distance, the two immediately chased after him. They had the thought of chasing him to the ends of the world. I still exposed the Monarch Key. Lin Fei's divine sense saw the two figures chasing after him. They were extremely fast and were rapidly closing the distance. I'll risk it. The two behind him could catch up at any time. Lin Fei had no time to think. He had to gather enough points first. Voila, Lin Fei kept activating the Monarch Key, changing his position. Very soon Lin Fei found a group of demon soldiers. A few king-level great demons killed them with lightning speed, leaving a ground full of corpses. Brat, you're dead for sure. Heaven Star roared. Leave behind the Monarch Key, or I'll make you die without a burial. Ku Shui was enraged. This person dared to wantonly kill demon soldiers and human experts despite being chased by them. This caused their expressions to turn unnatural. Why would Lin Fei care about their words? If you have the ability, chase after me. Don't just stand behind me and talk. Lin Fei changed his position again. Seeing Lin Fei changing his position and hearing his words, Ku Shui and Heaven Star's anger soared to the sky. Since when did someone dare to be disrespectful to them? No, he has the Monarch Key. We'll always be one step behind. Ku Shui said, we should use our treasure to kill him while he's attacking. Heaven Star added, let's join forces and kill him first. The two of them had always been rivals. For the sake of the Monarch Key, they quickly swore a heavenly oath and joined forces to kill their opponent. They must not allow him to refine Senfu. Chapter 378. Soon. Tens of thousands of points were quickly closing in. Soon he was close to his target. At the same time, Lin Fei saw that their faces were turning darker and darker like coal. They wanted to cut him into pieces and skin him alive. Now that I have completely enraged them, once they have enough opportunities, they will immediately deal with me. I have to be careful. Moreover, they should have real treasures in their hands, treasures that are even more powerful than spirit treasures. I should be especially careful and not give them any opportunities. Lin Fei was only worried about the treasures they had. Spirit treasures could only injure him lightly, but real treasures were completely different. They were mysterious existences. Real treasures were above spirit treasures. They were many times more powerful than spirit treasures. If one hadn't seen one wouldn't know. Normal warriors would be lucky to have a spirit treasure, not to mention something as powerful as a real treasure. Once they had won, their combat ability would increase greatly. In a one-on-one battle, they would be able to instantly kill their opponents. Of course, if someone had a real treasure and didn't have a powerful background, they would be quickly killed. Real treasures were even more powerful. Normal Emperor-level warriors wouldn't be able to get one. The mystic sect had to rely on luck. This was a demon and a sky immortal descendant. Lin Fei really didn't dare to guarantee how powerful the real treasures in their hands were. Lin Fei was wary of the diamond ring that the demon used. It was extremely powerful. Lin Fei thought as he quickly charged towards the next group of demon soldiers. At the same time, within the Great Hall of Senfu, Long Sky of the Mu clan appeared. Waiting here is no longer possible. It's time for us to take the initiative. He had lost his patience. Jianghu and Endongshu didn't dare to say anything. It was their idea to wait here. Actually, they had a lot of questions as well. Was there something wrong with their idea? Otherwise, why didn't they see him? This seemed impossible, but the truth was right in front of them. That person really didn't appear. They couldn't help but wonder if he had seen through their plan. Long Sky of the Mu clan chose to take the initiative and search through the remaining halls. Strangely, there was no sign of him. It was as if he had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Why isn't he in Senfu? Long Sky frowned. There's no reason for him not to be in Senfu. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to bind Senfu. Young master, perhaps that person is hiding somewhere in Senfu. And Jianghu guessed. That should be a possibility, Dong Su said. Grandmaster Vast Sky took out the Grand Emperor's key. It doesn't matter if this person is hiding in Senfu or not. If I use the Grand Emperor's key, I'll be able to roughly locate him. Soon, Mizukage Long Sky and his subordinates appeared outside of Senfu. I didn't expect that person to be outside. Grandmaster Long Sky was only able to sense his general location, but that was enough. Killing him was just a matter of time. Young master, do you want us to attack and kill that person? Zhang Hoan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Monarch Realm Great Demon, who had already been beaten up by Lin Fei, once again found a place to vent their anger. Who asked them to vent their anger? Humans. Humans again. Kill them. Damned human. You deserve to die. A group of Emperor-level great beasts made their move. Courting death. Zhang Hoan's body expanded to become 50 meters tall, making him look like a giant. An ancient aura emanated from him, as though he were a primordial existence. He made a grabbing motion with his enormous palm, and the entire world around him seemed to become a giant palm that trapped the Emperor-level great demons within. With a gentle squeeze, the Emperor-level great demons were squashed to death. Blood flowed like a river. A single move had killed a group of Emperor-level great demons. A great demon who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to attack young master? Zhang Hoan waved his hand non-stop. The great demons and demon-level great demons that fell into his palm were instantly squashed into meat paste. As for their attacks, when they landed on the bodies of the great demons, they were like tickles, unable to cause any harm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Emperor-level great demons had died at Zhang Hoan's hands. Quick retreat. Retreat. The Emperor-level great demons who had quick reactions were terrified out of their wits. They were all Emperor-level great demons with incredible power, but this opponent's power was simply too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They had seen how the Emperor-level great demons had been squashed to death with a gentle squeeze from the giant. The terrifying thing was they hadn't been able to dodge a single claw from the giant before they were killed. They immediately led the remaining demon-level great demons and fled. Mizukage Great Sky laughed coldly. No need to chase. First, we'll get our hands on the final Earth Key. In the future, we'll have plenty of chances to take care of them. I want them to become slaves for the rest of their lives. Zhang Hoan snorted coldly. They should count themselves lucky. Dong Su laughed. A bunch of ignorant little great demons. Killing them would be a waste of time. When Zhang Hoan's terrifying aura appeared, the first to change expressions were Heaven Star and Withered Blood, the two strongest experts of the great demons. They could sense that dangerous aura. Just now, it seemed as though the aura of a fiend god had appeared. Heaven Star had a serious look on his face. Fiend gods, such distant words. They were unimaginably existences. Fiend gods have been gone for so long. It shouldn't be possible for them to appear, right? Withered Blood was suspicious, but his tone still changed. I've never heard of them either. If a fiend god dares to come to the Senfu, they'll probably be surrounded and killed before they even appear. Fiend gods are priceless slaves. Fiend gods were incredibly powerful existences of the primordial era. When they were born, whether they were monsters or humans, They were as tiny as ants in front of fiend gods. They had to stand to the side. When fiend gods were born, they were extremely powerful. They didn't need to train. Over time, their strength would constantly rise. The body refining techniques that dominated the primordial era had all been passed down from the primordial era, and they had all been comprehended from the bodies of fiend gods. Later on, they had perfected them, and now they were able to display incredible defensive power and powerful attack power. It could be said that fiend gods were the ancestors of body refiners. Body refiners were already so powerful. Fiend gods were so powerful that they caused their hearts to palpitate. They felt powerless and their lives and deaths were out of their control. Perhaps we're overthinking things. Heavenstar's tone was filled with suspicion as well. If a fiend god appeared in the Senfu, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the fiend god. Fiend gods were simply too powerful. Fiend gods were born in the primordial era. They were powerful and had long lifespans. They were nearly immortal and were the lucky ones in the world. It could be said that any fiend god had terrifying strength. The longer they lived, the stronger they became. Heavenstar also didn't wish for a fiend god to appear. Once a fiend god appeared, they might not have the chance to snatch the great emperor's key. This was their only chance to leave the Senfu. Let's quickly kill that brat. A long night is fraught with trouble. This old man thinks so too. Although they couldn't confirm the aura just now, they still felt immense pressure in their hearts. When the fiend god's aura appeared, Lin Fei's expression changed several times. Damn, what a familiar aura. Lin Fei couldn't guess it immediately. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart palpitate. An invisible pressure landed on his chest. This won't do. If this continues, I won't have enough points. Lin Fei was anxious. I have to kill the Emperor-level great demons. An inexplicable dangerous aura appeared. Lin Fei could vaguely feel that this aura was most likely coming for him. Once it caught up, the situation would definitely be bad. Danger, extremely dangerous. Lin Fei appeared again. Not far away there were two Emperor-level great demons, a flying great demon, a fish demon, and a group of demon soldiers. They seemed to be searching for something. When Lin Fei appeared, the two Emperor-level great demons quickly discovered him. Kill this human brat. This human brat must have some good stuff on him. God kill. Lin Fei once again used the Divine Sense secret art. More than 1,200 superior-grade spiritual treasures directly bombarded the two Emperor-level great demons. The Divine Sense secret art was originally used to fight against the two experts behind him. In order to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei had no choice but to use it. Moreover, this was also the fastest attack. Rumble. He attacked with all his strength, severely injuring the two Emperor-level great demons. Swish. Lin Fei stabbed with his killing sword. The Emperor-level great demons were seriously injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. White light flew past. One by one their heads were pierced, leaving behind lifeless corpses. Infinite Universe Saber. Heavenly Star. This great demon finally made a move in anger. This time he used his greatest trump card, a true treasure. With this true treasure, Heavenly Star could become the #1 expert among the great demons. Swish. As soon as this saber appeared, its power increased greatly. The terrifying aura made people not dare to look directly at it. The true treasure was too strong, too dangerous. Go. When Lin Fei saw that terrifying aura, his heart sank. A true treasure. The other party must have used a true treasure. Not good, I am locked. Swish. The Infinite Universe Saber turned into a white light, piercing through Lin Fei's chest. The powerful Azure Dragon True Body, unexpectedly could not block the true treasure. Lin Fei endured the pain and shuttled through the void. Heavenly Star withdrew the Infinite Universe Saber. What a strong defense. As expected of a body refiner. Ordinary warriors would have been killed by me. I don't believe he can block the second saber. Lin Fei's left arm was partially injured. It was a huge wound. Even he found it hard to believe that his Azure Dragon True Body could not block the true treasure's attack. If he did not change his position at the crucial moment, it would not be a simple injury. Is this a true treasure? Its might is too ferocious. A monarch demonic beast could not even injure my Azure Dragon True Body. Yet the other party's true treasure injured me. It is indeed ridiculously strong. Lin Fei was afraid of the true treasure. One more time and I will be satisfied with my points. Lin Fei remained calm. The other party's true treasure is too powerful. The true treasure's power still remains, and the recovery speed of the body is greatly reduced. If I do it again, the Azure Dragon True Body's defense will be greatly reduced. Feeling the wound near his left arm being enveloped by a power, Lin Fei was no longer so surprised. Although he could recover, the speed was too slow. Seeing that he was about to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. When he returned to the Senfu main hall, he would not need to care about them. Lin Fei quickly thought of a good idea. Points, the important points, no matter what, he had to give it a try. If he did not give it a try now, there was not much time, especially when the other party used a true treasure. If two true treasures came out at the same time, the situation would be even worse. Chapter 379. A group of Emperor-level great beasts were charging in that direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei appeared again. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful attack. He wanted to accumulate enough points even if he was injured. Even though his left arm was injured and his defense was greatly affected, it wasn't a big problem for him to deal with Emperor-level great beasts. First was the God Killer, followed by the most powerful sword formation. The white light was like cold light, and its aura was fierce. It landed on the Emperor-level great beasts. Infinite Universe Saber. Heaven Star, who was right behind, activated the true treasure again. The Infinite Universe Saber was as bright as day, and it split the void in two. It was so powerful that the Emperor-level great beasts immediately stopped. They were suppressed by the true treasure's power. A good chance, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a rare chance. He had to kill them all. Another wave of God Killer rushed over. The Emperor-level great beasts temporarily lost control. Their souls were injured and their defense was greatly reduced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, white light flew past. The killing sword was like a dragon, breaking through the Emperor-level great beast's defense. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Lin Fei killed the group of great beasts as he wished. The true treasure's attack arrived. Lin Fei immediately activated the Great Emperor's Key, preparing to teleport to the safe Senfu. Then they would all be in vain. He had enough points. Crash, at the same time, a giant hand reached out from the void. It slapped the air and the Infinite Universe Saber was slapped away. Then it clawed at the air. The void where Lin Fei was shattered like glass and he was also pushed out by this force. In the blink of an eye, the true treasure was slapped away and Lin Fei was pushed out. Lin Fei's face was filled with shock. Kid, you want to leave just like that? You're too naive. 3 people appeared in the void. These 3 people were led by Mu Zhangkong. The space in the Senfu was very big. To them, tracking a person was a piece of cake. Heavenly Star's expression changed when the true treasure, Heaven and Earth Limitless Saber, was sent flying. He was very clear about the might of a true treasure. Ever since he had this low-grade true treasure, almost no one could block its attack. Today was the only exception. A powerful body cultivator could not die under the boundless universe blade. The second time he was sent flying by the mysterious man before him. Longsky's gaze fell upon Lin Fei. I imagine that the key is in your hands. There was no room for rejection in his tone. The key is in their hands. Lin Fei's heart sank. He had encountered a mysterious person who was incredibly strong. If he used the Grand Emperor's key, the person would be able to force him out. Without batting an eyelid, he took out the Emperor's key. The key is in my hands. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the Emperor's key, unless you don't want to inherit the Senfu. Time. Lin Fei was fighting for time. If you want the Monarch key, I can give it to you, but you have to kill them first. Lin Fei pointed at Tianxing and Ku Shui. Tianxing and Ku Shui were enraged. This brat was really bad, daring to kill with a borrowed knife. Just from that attack, they knew that the 3 led by the white-robed man weren't people they could fight against. Young master, the great sovereign key is in his hands. You guys can do whatever you want. We won't interfere in this matter. Tianxing left after saying that. Even the treasure was swept away. What could they use to fight? Tianxing slipped away. Ku Shui, the descendant of a sky immortal, was smart. He immediately left, wishing that his parents had given him more legs. Long Sky didn't attack them. They were just profound ancestor peak. Killing them or not didn't make a difference. Brat, it seems like your plan won't work. Longsky's eyes were filled with killing intent. Will you hand over the Monarch key, or will I deal with you personally? Lin Fei cursed. These 2 bastards were running so fast. At the very least, he should have exchanged a few blows with them. Being able to obtain the Great Emperor's key without anyone noticing, you must have a certain amount of wealth. How about this? I'll sell the Great Emperor's key to you for 50 million Jinyuan crystals. Neither of us will lose out. Lin Fei laughed. At the same time he opened the shop system. 300,000 points. He had already chosen the item scroll. And Jianghu and Dong Su knew what would happen when they saw how daring this person was. Young master hated it when people acted recklessly in front of him. These people usually didn't have good endings. Longski's face sank. This brat really didn't know how to behave. He snorted coldly, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you have the monarch key. To me it'll just be troublesome. I'll send you to hell right now. I'll let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me." Longsky was furious. He was truly furious. A brat with some strength dared to bargain with him. How reckless. Even in the Empire, who dared to be rude to him? Who wouldn't be polite to him? Golden arrow of life. Longsky slapped his waist and a golden arrow flew out. The Jingguang shone brightly, and an aura no weaker than a true treasure swept out. The entire sky was covered by the Jingguang. Go. This is a true treasure and it's a one-time consumable. Luckily we left quickly. Otherwise we definitely wouldn't be a match for the white-shirt young master. We might even be killed. The white-shirt young master must be from a big family, a super dynasty. Tianqing and Ku Shui were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The two of them had true treasures on them. They spent a lot of effort to get them and they treated them like treasures. They wouldn't use them unless it was a critical moment. The white-shirt young master casually used a one-time consumable treasure. They couldn't compare to this. Even if they had the money they might not be able to do it. He's dead for sure. And Jianghu said, "Those who dare to look down on young master won't die. This brat can't even block a normal low-grade true treasure. Against the golden arrow of life he'll be killed instantly." Lin Fei's pupils shrank and danger enveloped his body. Wah! An enormous water flame lotus appeared below him, and its leaves swayed to form a cover. Lin Fei held the killing sword and faced the Jingguang. However, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. I block again. Lin Fei didn't retreat but faced it directly. The Jingguang's power was endless. The water flame lotus was blasted apart with one attack, turning into nothingness. Every time they clashed, Lin Fei's azure dragon true body would leave a large wound. If it was a normal body cultivator, his body would have already been smashed into pieces, and he would be dead. After the fourth clash, Lin Fei vomited a large mouthful of blood. After the fifth clash, Lin Fei's face was pale, and the azure dragon true body was on the verge of breaking. After the sixth clash, the Jingguang flew over Lin Fei's chest. The dragon transformation state collapsed and he flew out. Humph, this is the result of going against me. Chapter 380. That kid is so strong. He blocked it 6 times in a row. Normal people would have died countless times. Tianqing sighed. If it were me, I would have blocked 7 or 8 times at most. As expected of the deadly golden arrow. So powerful. That kid is also very strong. No wonder he didn't die after blocking your infinite universe blade. He's only injured. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a mystique venerable or even a mystique saint. Ku Shui's forehead was sweating. This man in white was even more terrifying than they imagined. He used a disposable true treasure every time he attacked. Who could beat him? The 2 servants next to him, in particular, gave them a lot of pressure. They needed to work together to deal with the kid in white. The man in white could easily injure him. If he used it against them, they would definitely die. However, they had some doubts, especially Tianqing. If the infinite universe blade couldn't injure him, why couldn't the kid block the true treasure? Wasn't this defeat a little too quick? Tianqing didn't dare to say this out loud. At most, he could only think about it. The 2 didn't dare to stay, afraid that they would be the next unlucky ones. That kid was done for, let alone them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They didn't think they could hide from them. The mountain range below had been flattened. A huge crater appeared below. They could vaguely see the figure of the opponent. Longsky of the Mu clan had never taken him seriously. A mere body refiner was nothing. There was no need to care about him. There were countless body refiners in the capital of the dynasty. The Emperor's Key. Longsky's gaze fell upon the Emperor's Key. This was the last one. Cough, cough, Lin Fei struggled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy the Emperor's Key. Lin Fei's expression was fierce. He grabbed the Emperor's Key. It seemed like he would destroy it in the next second. Longsky laughed loudly as if he was looking at an idiot. Haha, only an idiot would think he could crush the Emperor's Key with ethereal force. But you don't know that this is the Emperor's Key made by an eternal emperor. Unless you're at the same level as the Emperor, no one can touch it. You can give up now. After he finished speaking, Mu Zhongkong laughed loudly and prepared to collect the Great Emperor's Key. With the final Emperor's Key in hand, Longsky would be able to completely refine the Senfu and complete the clan's mission. Come here. Mu Shi made a grabbing motion and Lin Fei was pulled over. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression turned vicious. The great sovereign key belongs to me. The great sovereign key you have will belong to me too. Die. Lin Fei finally made up his mind. Crash, a black scroll was torn open. At that instant, a terrifying aura lingered in the spacious immortal abode. The beast soldiers and the beasts all felt a sense of danger, which they had never felt before. Not good, the young master is in danger. Originally, Jianghu and Ndongshu didn't think much of that brat. After that brat was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the young master. Moreover, the young master had personally made a move. Naturally, they would wait at the side. This kind of thing wasn't something they could do. But when that dangerous aura erupted, their expressions instantly darkened. They didn't expect that this brat would have a trump card. More importantly, he had used the trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence. Patience, he was too good at patience. They were faster, but Lin Fei was faster. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy. Especially the white-robed young master, who was clearly the leader, and had powerful servants by his side. Lin Fei knew with a single glance, which was why he used this method to numb the enemy. Lin Fei indeed couldn't block the golden arrow of reaping life. It was too powerful. Previously, he had been injured by the infinite universe saber. Now that he had encountered the golden arrow of reaping life, he was naturally heavily injured. Because he was injured, Lin Fei found a chance to kill his opponent. If the two servants had attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't have had a chance to snatch the great emperor's key. He would have been killed before he could even attack. Everything went according to Lin Fei's expectations. The white-robed young master personally came to take the great emperor's key. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei had tricked him, he finally had the chance to use the scroll he had bought. The scroll was torn open and a sky-covering black mist turned into a huge vortex, appearing above Longski's head. Then a terrifying aura was released from the black mist. A black dragon, an enormous black dragon more than 300 meters long, emerged from the black vortex. Its eyes were sharp, and its terrifying demonic chi caused all of the demonic demons in the Immortal's palace to tremble, and no one dared to look directly at it. Do you think you can kill me like this? You're too naive. A golden scroll appeared in Longski's hand. Finger of reaping life. A boundless dangerous aura locked onto Longski's body. More importantly, he was enveloped by a mysterious power, preventing him from using the great emperor's key to escape. Longsky calmed down and took out a protective treasure. The fatal finger was a divine thought left behind by a super powerhouse. Its attack power was immense. One could imagine how powerful it was to leave such a life-saving attack behind for Mu Changkong. Even if he encountered a Mystique Venerable or even a Mystique Sage powerhouse, he would still be able to escape. The black dragon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The terrifying finger had just been unleashed when it was swallowed by the black dragon. Then it swallowed Longsky in one gulp. Longsky was shocked. How could this be? My finger of reaping life was bestowed upon me by an elder in my family. Even a great perfection mystic venerable or profound sage would be wary of it. How could the black dragon swallow it in one gulp? It doesn't make sense. For the first time Longsky panicked. He was truly panicking. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The huge black dragon swooped down and bit down on half of Longski's body. Jianghu and Ndongshu were furious. Don't you dare hurt our young master. Jianghu transformed into a giant. His God-fiend aura rippled as he used his God-fiend divine ability. The sky darkened instantly. Lin Fei suddenly felt weightless. Fortunately, at that moment, the black dragon dragged Longsky into the vortex. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. In less than a breath's time, he was dragged into the vortex. I'm Longsky. I won't die. Rumble, Zhang Hoan's palm landed on the black vortex. In the end, the black vortex collapsed and turned into fragments. Four shadows shot out from within. Retrieve, retrieve, retrieve. Lin Fei rushed out quickly and retrieved the four shadows at lightning speed. You killed the young master. You killed the young master of the Longsky clan. Zhang Hoan was furious. He could not imagine that the young master, who had a protective treasure, would die in front of him. He could not accept that things had come to this. Heaven and earth capture. Sword of shadow. An inexplicable sense of great danger loomed over him. Lin Fei did not hesitate and activated the great emperor's key. Obstruct the air seemed to freeze. There was a rare pause as the God-fiend divine ability sealed the air. Azure Dragon True Body, use all your strength to block. Lin Fei's eyebrows were twitching. Danger. An unstoppable danger. The heaven and earth capture and the sword of shadow both landed on Lin Fei's body. The huge impact almost caused Lin Fei's body to collapse. At that moment, the great emperor's ki broke through the restrictions and disappeared in front of their eyes. At the crucial moment, the great emperor's ki showed its use. Even though Jianghu An's divine ability was strong and could temporarily seal the area, it was unable to truly trap the great emperor's ki. Lin Fei successfully escaped. This was because Lin Fei was not fated to die. Damn, he actually blocked our sure kill technique. The darkness dissipated and everything returned to normal. But Zhang Hoan's face was filled with despair. Young master is dead. Even the life-seizing finger couldn't block the other party's attack. We really failed miserably this time, Dong Su said. As servants, the two of them were very strong. After losing the great emperor's ki, it was easier said than done to catch up to the other party. More importantly, the other party could enter the Senfu. They were helpless against the Senfu. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was not something they could break. Let's go out first. No matter what, we must bring this person back. Otherwise the family will not spare us. At the mention of the family, and Zhang Ho revealed a look of unconcealable fear. If we don't leave the Senfu, once he controls the Senfu, it will be difficult for us to leave the Senfu. It was not easy for the Senfu to leave, but the two of them had treasures and could just barely break out of the seal. Dong Su also knew that they had no choice but to leave. Once they refined it, they would be trapped in the Senfu. Not to mention killing the other party, they might even fall into the other party's hands. Let's go, cough, cough, cough in the Senfu. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he fell to the ground. He looked at the building above him and vomited blood, but he still had a smile on his face. I actually survived. I didn't die at their hands. Lin Fei knew that he was in the Senfu. Once he was in the Senfu, he would be safe. Lin Fei did not even have the strength to stand up. The Azure Dragon true body had already collapsed. His body was a bloody mess and even his bones could be seen. This injury is too serious. Lin Fei circulated his quintessential essence and tried to expel the quintessential essence, but found that it was very difficult. It would be impossible to expel it for a while. Fortunately, circulating his quintessential essence could alleviate the injury. It would take a long time for him to recover from this injury. Fortunately, I cultivated the Azure Dragon true body. Otherwise, I would really be dead this time. Those two servants are too strong and one of them is a god fiend. I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Lin Fei thought back to the earlier scene. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, I spent 300,000 points to buy a devouring hole. That was how I managed to restrain the other party. Otherwise, I would have been the one dying this time. That white-robed young master seems to be called Mu Zhang Kong or something. What a strange surname. Furthermore, the god fiend that attacked later on is also rarely seen. The aura of a god fiend, Lin Fei finally recalled. Why does it feel so familiar? This is the aura of a god fiend. Chapter 381. P.S. Thank you to Xiamapi for your monthly votes, update votes and tips. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Lin Fei lay motionless in the Senfu like a piece of wood. Those who did not know would think that he was dead, but in reality he was quietly recovering from his injuries. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. This was also because Lin Fei's Azure Dragon true body was amazing. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead for sure under the double blow. It should be noted that the one who attacked was a god fiend. The god fiend was an ancient existence with unfathomable strength. It was known to be invincible in close combat and divine abilities. Lin Fei could survive the god fiend's attack. If word got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. If the god fiend did not die, how many could it be? Lin Fei was one of them. More importantly, Lin Fei's cultivation level was too low. In the eyes of powerhouses, he was beneath them. Huff huff. Lin Fei leaped up and spat out mouthfuls of turbid air. Damn it, my injuries are finally healed. Recalling the god fiend's methods and the dangerous scene, Lin Fei still felt a lingering fear. No wonder the god fiends were so tyrannical back then. With such a long lifespan, their strength is indeed amazing. That god fiend was clearly a Mystique Grand level god fiend, but its combat strength was terrifying. Its true combat strength was at the level of a peak Mystique Venerable One. It was unbelievably powerful. Lin Fei thought that his strength was monstrous enough. After witnessing the god fiend's methods, he had to admit that the god fiends were the lucky ones in this world. The Mystique Grand level combat strength was terrifying. On top of that, they were born as god fiends and possessed powerful recovery abilities. Even a peak Mystique Venerable One would have to give way to a god fiend. Fortunately, I was quick enough to snatch the Great Emperor's key. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem to snatch the Great Emperor's key from them. Lin Fei knew that he had gotten into big trouble. He had a god fiend with him and the other was unknown. His strength was also very powerful and was not an ordinary person. This meant that this Mizuki Changkong's background was not simple. Lin Fei had never heard of a young master bringing a fiend god with him. Mu Changkong died long ago. He doesn't even have the chance to be reborn. So what if they find out? I have the Senfu and it's the Senfu of the Great Emperor. There must be a lot of good stuff there. When I find a big sect, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to do anything to a big sect, right? Lin Fei quickly made plans for the future. Fighting head-on wouldn't work, so finding a backer was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Let's refine the Grand Emperor's key first before anything else happens. Thankfully this is Senfu. No matter how powerful the gods and demons are, they won't be able to break through the Senfu refined by an eternal emperor. Safe, they were really safe now. Swish swish swish, the Great Emperor keys flew out, 1 2 3 4 5. There were 5 Great Emperor keys in total, not one more, not one less. Refine, the 5 Great Emperor keys flew together and gradually merged. A silver-white light flashed. Buzz, a silver-white Great Emperor's key floated in the air. Boom, Lin Fei grabbed the Great Emperor's key in his hand, and the Senfu suddenly changed. Rumble, a loud sound resounded in the sky above Senfu. The demon soldiers and monsters who were trying to find the humans stopped at this moment. They couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. They all looked at the central region where Senfu was located. The monsters in the central region were all dumbfounded. The strongest monster, Heavenly Star, and the descendant of the sky immortal, Ku Shui, appeared in the air, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Senfu has been controlled. The end of the monster race has come. Seeing how terrifying the white-robed young master was, Heavenly Star and Ku Shui didn't think they could stop him, not to mention the powerful families and demons behind him. Their carefree days were completely over. Fear began to spread and take root in their hearts. Inside Senfu, Lin Fei was in a public square. As he grasped the Great Emperor's key, all kinds of information flowed into his memory. I didn't expect that the true inheritance of Senfu isn't here. Lin Fei stood in the public square and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't grasped Senfu, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was another world inside Senfu. He would have probably foolishly thought that Senfu was the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor. In fact, that wasn't the case. In the eyes of outsiders, Senfu was just used to confuse people. The true Senfu hid in Senfu, transforming into something and waiting for the fated one. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor could do something like this. The true Senfu come out, Lin Fei activated the Great Emperor's key. With a flash, the Great Emperor's key flew out and landed on a statue in the public square. Voila, a black tunnel appeared above the statue. I didn't expect that Senfu hid in the statue and even opened up a spatial tunnel. Lin Fei looked over. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the Seize Senfu mission. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 300 million experience points, leveling up by 1 level, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 500,000 points, 100,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 1 million points, 200,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 2 million points, 500,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. The system kept ringing with notifications. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. 1 mission, 2 promotions and a large amount of resources. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed and he smiled happily. 1 million points, 500,000 points. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. 4,500,000 points. That's awesome. I was almost killed for 200,000 points. I didn't expect to get 4,500,000 points from completing the mission. 300,000 essence force. 100,000 essence force. That's 1 million essence force. Lin Fei continued, there are also the 4 lottery chances that come with leveling up. This is really awesome. What was refreshing? Lin Fei was the happiest at this moment. Before entering the Senfu, he had already harvested a large amount of resources. His thoughts were unobstructed and he felt extremely happy. With these 5 million points, 1 million yuan energy and 4 lottery tickets, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, I must get rid of that god demon. This kind of enemy must be eliminated. Lin Fei revealed a cold gaze. Lin Fei was very unhappy about leaving a god demon. Leaving a god demon was no less than a great enemy, and if it attacked it would definitely be a problem. Chapter 382. The true Emperor Senfu hadn't even entered, but he had already reaped such a great harvest. This made Lin Fei even more excited to see what lay beyond the passageway. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. I can put these things aside for now. It's safe enough to stay in the Senfu. Let's go in and see what the Eternal Emperor's legacy looks like first. Whether it was the points, the key, or even the lottery, they were all fixed. There was no way to escape. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to see what the Eternal Emperor Senfu looked like first. The Eternal Emperor Senfu was very excited. For the sake of the Eternal Emperor Senfu, he had risked his life to snatch it, and he had even offended a young master with a powerful backer. Whoosh! Lin Fei spread his wings of the wind, leaving behind a blur as he charged into the black passageway. Is this the Eternal Emperor Senfu? When Lin Fei charged into the passageway, he was greeted by a unique surge of spiritual energy. With a single breath, all 3,600 pores on his body opened up, making him feel refreshed. What greeted his eyes was a series of exquisite buildings. What a perfect building! Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had always been an important element for cultivators. Powerful cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into ki. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they could absorb. It was common for cultivators to absorb all the spiritual energy in a place. If such a place appeared in the Shantian continent, all sorts of powerful cultivators would fight each other and fight over it. Lin Fei flew towards the nearest building. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already so dense. One could imagine what the Eternal Emperor Senfu would look like. Lin Fei was very excited. When he landed in front of a building, Lin Fei was startled, his mouth agape. F***ck, this is cold sky white jade, a top-grade material used to make warships in the Shantian continent. And it's used as a floor? Isn't this too extravagant? And this pillar, it's clearly made from diamond jade. If such a large pillar were to appear in the outside world, it would probably cause a bloodbath. One by one the items passed by Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was already numb. The great Emperor's Senfu was filled with valuable treasures. The top-grade materials of the Shantian continent were priceless items. But in the great Emperor's Senfu, they were the most common of items, completely unremarkable and unremarkable. There was no difference. Extravagant. How extravagant. Lin Fei thought to himself. The Eternal Emperors are the true rich ones. Lin Fei pushed the door open. Crash! After the door was pushed open, Lin Fei walked in. Inside the hall was a huge hall. From the outside it was impossible to tell that this building was a hall. Lin Fei could sense the extraordinary value of any decoration in the hall. When he walked to the central hall, he saw a large number of praying mats. The praying mats were huge, and judging from the material they were made of, they weren't ordinary items. From the looks of it, could it be a group of giants? Lin Fei was full of questions. What the hell is this place? Lin Fei was surprised. He couldn't think of an answer. The praying mats were too big and he couldn't see that they were prepared for human warriors. What kind of person would sit on such a praying mat? This is the lecture hall, where the great emperor explains the great Tao to his disciples. A hoarse voice came from the hall. Lin Fei's expression tightened. Who's talking? Don't be afraid, heir of the Senfu. I mean you no harm. On top of a huge praying mat, a clump of black mist suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a greater demon appeared. It was a greater demon that Lin Fei did not recognize. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, looking mighty and imposing. However, it gave Lin Fei a sense of pressure. Lin Fei maintained his vigilance, but he was also shocked. He had encountered a great demon in the Senfu, and it seemed to be extremely powerful, so he was very careful. You are the artifact spirit of the Senfu? The black great demon said, Hee, I'm not an artifact spirit. I'm just an artifact soul refined by the great emperor. You can call me Black Demon. I was once an ancient black demon. Lin Fei was shocked. This great emperor was very powerful. An ancient black demon was used as an artifact soul. This strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Fei didn't know how terrifying ancient black demons were, to be able to have the word ancient in front of their names meant that they weren't ordinary existences. They were definitely famous outside. Black Demon was very shocked by the heir this time. He was more monstrous than he imagined. You are the 6th heir of the Senfu in the past 10,000 years. Black Demon looked over. However, you are only an unnamed disciple of the great emperor. You can only enter the Senfu and you are not a true inner disciple. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. He spent so much effort, but he was only an in-name disciple. Was there a mistake? Then how do I become the great emperor's inner disciple? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The great emperor's disciple must be at the sky immortal realm. Black Demon said indifferently, however, you are the one with the lowest cultivation in the past 10,000 years. You are not even 20 years old and your strength is at the profound emperor realm. I don't know how you can barge in. Lin Fei was shocked by the threshold of the sky immortal realm. They only accepted disciples at the profound spirit or profound king, but the disciple of the great emperor wanted a sky immortal. At least, this ancient black demon didn't see that I have a system, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the upgrading system would be seen through, but now he could relax. This extraordinary artifact soul also couldn't see the profoundness of the upgrading system. Lin Fei was indeed worried that he would be seen through. If the other party had evil intentions, he wouldn't know what to do. A great demon with an artifact soul could live in the Senfu for so long. It was almost undying and indestructible. This was terrifying. Lin Fei had to be on guard. The previous one was Kumu. He should be the great emperor's disciple, right? Lin Fei asked once more. Kumu's talent wasn't good. He became a sky immortal because of the great emperor's resources. Unfortunately, he was killed right after becoming a sky immortal. He's just trash. Black Demon snorted coldly. You can't blame him. It's normal for a sky immortal to die. The previous two died at the true immortal realm and the other at the celestial lord realm. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. *CK he was killed even with such strength. How strong of an enemy did he offend? You are only at the profound emperor realm. Cultivate well. Only when you become a sky immortal can you become the great emperor's disciple and enjoy the true resources of the great emperor. From then on, you will soar into the sky. Black Demon couldn't help but worship him. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. *CK sky immortal. How long will it take for me to reach that level? If I die, all my efforts would be for nothing. As this is your first time entering the great emperor's Senfu, you can head to the treasure pavilion and choose a cultivation technique, a weapon and a protective treasure. Black Demon said, next time if you want to obtain a treasure, you will have to undergo a test. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Finally, something good has come. The treasures of the great emperor are usually extraordinary, right? Lin Fei said to himself. He had gone through so much trouble to come here. If he didn't get any treasures, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about whether or not he could become the great emperor's disciple. This way I can save my points and buy other things. Following Black Demon, Lin Fei came before a great hall. There was a huge signboard with the words Treasure Pavilion written in flamboyant calligraphy. With just a single glance, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. You can choose anything you want on the first floor. Go on in. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he quickly walked into the Treasure Pavilion. When Lin Fei walked in, Black Demon shook his head, his face filled with puzzlement. Strange. How strange. This kid's talent is ordinary. Why is he so strong? Could he be a variable? Black Demon had lived in the immortal abode for an unknown number of years. He had seen inheritors after inheritors, and every single one of them had outstanding talent and could be called monstrous geniuses. However, this successor, Black Demon, was truly unexpected. Despite his vast knowledge, he couldn't tell the origins of this person. He found it strange. The rules set by the great emperor are here. Whether this kid is lucky enough to inherit will depend on himself. If he doesn't become a sky immortal, he won't be the true successor of the great emperor. When the time comes, he will just have to find another successor. Thankfully, he won't need to sleep for a long time. Lin Fei didn't know that Black Demon was thinking about so many questions outside. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge library. At a glance, it was filled with books and restricted treasures. There were too many to count and it was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei's eyes turned red and his heart started pounding. Damn, I forgot. Why didn't I ask Black Demon what martial arts are suitable for me? I can't just go searching like this, right? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that having too many secret manuals was a headache. Seeing so many martial technique manuals, Lin Fei did not know what to do. He regretted not asking around earlier, rushing in a hurry. After casually looking at the first martial art, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Wind Flame Wheel, Earth Inferior Grade Martial Art. Fire Attribute Martial Art. When used, the wind and fire are invincible. Lin Fei thought that it was already very generous for a martial emperor to get a profound martial art. He didn't expect it to be an earth martial art. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and opened his mouth again. Previously, he thought that he was satisfied with obtaining a lot of profound martial arts. But after seeing the martial arts here, Lin Fei finally knew what a true foundation was. Damn, this floor is full of earth martial arts. A powerful martial art could completely change one's strength. Looking at the densely packed earth martial arts, Lin Fei wished he could take them all. Earth martial arts, Lin Fei didn't dare to think about it. Regretfully, he could only choose one martial art for the time being. Needless to say, this was a painful torture. Anyone would probably go crazy and struggle over it. Even a large empire might not be able to take out so many earth martial arts. Whatever, let's choose a martial art first. Lin Fei tried his best to calm himself down. The great emperor's good stuff will be mine sooner or later. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Chapter 383. P.S. Thanks to Wuxia and He Jingxiong for their votes and tips. The treasure pavilion was huge, so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were countless Xianqi manuals. There were many types of mystic technique manuals. There were all kinds of mystic techniques and mystic techniques. It was a dazzling sight and he had no idea where to start. Collapsing Fist, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Shadow Palm, Earth Middle Grade Martial Art. Cloud Piercing Finger, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Pan King True Body, Divine Ability Defense. Lin Fei didn't know how many martial arts there were, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Damn it, I didn't have any martial arts in the past, so I'll learn whatever I have. Lin Fei rubbed his chin, he looked tired. There are so many martial arts, now it's my turn to be confused, and this is just the lowest collection of the great emperor. Lin Fei chose for a long time, but he couldn't make up his mind. Hesitation. There were too many Xianqi martial arts, constantly stimulating Lin Fei. Lin Fei breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and began to calm himself down. My mind is not firm enough. Lin Fei couldn't be calm at the moment. He couldn't be calm. If my mind is firm, I won't be tempted by martial arts, so I can't make up my mind. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I need to work harder. After calming down, Lin Fei thought about what he should choose. Right now, my strongest defense is the Azure Dragon True Body. My strongest offense is my sword technique. This time I should choose a sword technique, a very strong one. Lin Fei had already experienced the power of sword arts. More importantly, Lin Fei's chi was very thick, which was most suitable for sword arts. If the other party could unleash 10 ultimate moves, then Lin Fei could unleash 50 ultimate moves. It would not be a problem. After thinking about it again, Lin Fei decided to choose a sword art. Earth sword art, it should be extraordinary. Up until now, the sword arts that Lin Fei had learned were limited to two. One was the Wind Sword, and the other was the Great Destruction Sword art. As for their grades, he didn't even know. If he could obtain an Earth rank sword technique, it would undoubtedly increase his battle prowess and allow his strength to advance rapidly. Vampiric Sword Art, Low-Grade Earth Tier. Cross-Blade Style Low-Grade Earth Class. Formless Sword Art. Earth Tier High Grade. There were many sword techniques. From low-grade to high-grade there was everything one could wish for. Lin Fei began to choose with rapt attention. This scene naturally fell into He Yao's eyes. This child's mentality is good. He knows what he needs. He is a talent that can be taught. This won't do. This one won't do either. The power of this book is too great. It's not easy to cultivate it. Give up. Lin Fei looked over with his divine sense and rejected the sword art's secret manual. His heart was dripping with blood. All of them were priceless treasures. After reading no less than a few hundred books, Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. Could it be that I can't find a suitable sword technique? He was really worried. I will definitely find a suitable one. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He extended his divine sense and chose once again. This sword art. His massive divine sense swept over and inadvertently stopped on a secret manual. With a flash, he appeared in front of the secret manual. Slaying gods and slaying fiends, 4 simple words surged with an invisible pressure. It was restricted by the restrictions and was unable to rush out. What sharp words! Lin Fei was appalled. Just the words alone are so sharp. Isn't the sword art? For some reason, Lin Fei felt an urgent urge when he saw this sword art's secret manual. There was no rush. He would take a look first. Slaying gods and slaying fiends sword art, high-grade earth tier prologue. With killing intent as the foundation of cultivation, one will become a sword immortal that slays gods and is invincible in the world. What a domineering prologue. Lin Fei was alarmed. A few simple words contain endless killing intent. And what is this sword immortal? Could it be a powerful sword immortal like in novels? Lin Fei continued reading. Occasionally he would frown, and at other times, his expression would turn solemn. Moments later he left his current spot and returned an hour later. So this is what sword immortals slaying gods means. It turned out that when Lin Fei went to look up information on sword immortals, he finally understood how powerful they were. This was the first time Lin Fei understood sword immortals. Precious Treasure Pavilion not only had martial arts secret manuals, but it also had records of all sorts of information on the continent. Sword immortal was one of them. In the information, sword immortal was an occupation that was difficult to cultivate successfully on the continent. Lin Fei could understand that among millions of people, only a handful could cultivate to become a sword immortal. In conclusion, sword immortals were extremely powerful. Most importantly, Lin Fei realized that he was fated with this sword immortal. Sword immortals required a great understanding of sword Dao. With the leveling system, Lin Fei did not need to worry. Sword immortals required a large amount of quintessential essence, and this was the most important step to becoming a sword immortal. If the quintessential essence contained in the Dantian decreased, the might of the sword moves produced would be weaker. It would not last long and there would be no point in fighting. Lin Fei had reached this step. With a heaven-defying core lake, no one was more suitable than Lin Fei to become a sword immortal. After advancing to the profound sovereign realm, the core lake could contain even more quintessential essence. The final step was to become a sword immortal. One needed to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, and to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, one needed a sufficiently precious flying sword. Lin Fei had also reached this step. The supreme grade numinous treasure, killing sword, in his hand was a unique and precious flying sword. From the looks of it, the heavens want me to become a sword immortal, thought Lin Fei. I need to abandon any unnecessary martial arts and focus on cultivation to become a powerful sword immortal. Sword immortals have powerful attacks. It suits me the most. I also cultivate in the Azure Dragon True Body. Among sword immortals, there is probably no one with better defense than me. With such good conditions, it would be a pity if I do not become a sword immortal. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to become a mighty sword immortal. Every man had a dream of traveling the world with a sword in hand. And sword immortals were the best fighters among sword experts. Among the martial arts manuals, I'll choose God-slaying fiends. After taking out God-slaying fiends and removing the restrictions, Lin Fei obtained the first superior grade earth-ranked martial art. I'm still short of a protective treasure and a weapon. Black Demon had been paying attention all this time. Black Demon was surprised when he saw Qin Yun choose God-slaying fiends. Chapter 384. Since he was determined to become a sword immortal, the following choices were much easier. In terms of weapons, Lin Fei still chose flying swords. Even though he had become a sword immortal, Lin Fei's total annihilation was still a powerful killer move. True treasures. They are all true treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he nearly drooled. Although they are inferior grade true treasure flying swords, it's enough for me. Outside Senfu, Lin Fei had been severely injured by true treasures several times. He had a huge grudge against true treasures. The number of true treasures was clearly fewer than the martial arts manuals. Lin Fei chose a set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords. This set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords were all inferior grade. There were a total of 12 flying swords. After obtaining this set of flying swords, Lin Fei could already sense how powerful it was. It was indeed worthy of being an inferior grade true treasure. One was a superior grade numinous treasure while the other was an inferior grade true treasure. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. If I had this set of flying swords back then, killing Emperor grade demons would have been a piece of cake. Lin Fei thought. Now I can use this set of flying swords as the core. A superior grade numinous treasure flying swords will form a sword array. It will be even more powerful. Now all that's left is the protective treasures. Lin Fei came to the place where the protective treasures were. This time there were fewer protective treasures than the true treasures from before. At a glance there were no more than 50. It looks like I can forget about getting good things if I don't become the Thearcha's disciple. Lin Fei thought to himself that the Thearcha's rule was really disappointing. After cursing silently, he began searching for protective treasures. He would never stand on ceremony if he received a protective treasure for free. Why not take something for free? It could also save him a lot of points. Substitute Puppet. Can block a fatal attack at a critical moment. One-time consumable. Thunderclap Pearl. Contains the power of destructive divine lightning. Once this pearl is used, everything within a 500-kilometer radius will be leveled. One-time consumable. Soul Annihilation Golden Spear. Once the golden spear is used, it will annihilate souls. Lin Fei's heart was pounding as he looked at the protective treasures. No matter what kind of protective treasure it would be able to save his life at a crucial moment. Lin Fei looked around and finally chose the soul-extinguishing golden spear as a protective treasure. The best defensive treasure was an attack. No matter how strong the opponent was, if you could destroy them, it would be the best treasure. Lin Fei thought about it and chose the soul-destroying golden spear. The most important thing was to kill that god fiend. The god fiends of ancient times had impressive divine powers and defenses. To truly kill them, one had to rely on treasures. The soul-annihilating golden spear was a soul treasure. It had a higher chance of success if it targeted the soul. Soul-extinguishing golden spear, don't disappoint me. Lin Fei put away the soul-extinguishing golden spear and appeared outside the treasure pavilion. Looks like you've already made your choice. Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I've made my choice. A god-slaying fiend sword art, a set of flying heaven and earth fiend flying swords, and a soul-extinguishing golden spear. These are very suitable for you. Black Demon looked at Lin Fei. You can leave now. Come back when you become a mystic grandmaster. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei was suddenly pushed out by a powerful force and appeared on the square of the immortal abode. Following that, a divine perception was sent over. Black Demon sent over the method to enter Senfu the next time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. An artifact soul can be so arrogant. If one isn't a disciple of the Arch, they really don't have the right to act so mighty. Thankfully, I gained quite a lot this time. Just the items he took out from the treasure pavilion would definitely cause a bloodbath if they were to end up in the outside world. Every item was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei's strength instantly increased. Just a set of inferior-grade true treasures allowed him to cast total annihilation, greatly increasing his strength. Since I'm in Senfu, I'll first refine my intrinsic flying sword and become a true sword immortal. Lin Fei thought to himself, but before that, I want to see what treasures that young Master Long Sky of the Mu clan has on him. The attacks he launched against me were all true treasures. His final powerful move was truly terrifying. Long Sky of the Mu clan had been killed by the devouring hole and Lin Fei had snatched his spatial treasure at the critical moment. Lin Fei had been looking forward to such a huge harvest. He chose a tiny hall and activated Senfu's array formation. After refining the Arch key, Lin Fei was already able to control Senfu. After activating the array formation, Lin Fei was no longer worried that anything would happen to the items left behind by Long Sky of the Mu clan. Whoosh! Lin Fei opened it and poured everything out. First was the mountainous pile of quintessential essence crystals. This is what it means to have a true mountainous pile. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The quintessential essence crystals I snatched previously are like heaven and earth compared to the treasures Long Sky of the Mu clan has. He scanned them with his spiritual perception and quickly obtained the numbers. This feels great. This Long Sky of the Mu clan actually brought 500 million quintessential essence crystals with him when he came out. With these 500 million quintessential essence crystals from refining the quintessential essence crystals previously, my strength will be even stronger after I become a sword immortal. This black warship should be expensive, right? So flashy. He's indeed a disciple of a large family clan. As he looked at the items one by one, Lin Fei was already numb to them. Long Sky of the Mu clan was like a moving treasure vault. He actually had so many treasures with him. Now all these treasures are for me. When I become a sword immortal and leave the dynasty battlefield, I can sell these items. I should be able to exchange them for large amounts of quintessential essence crystals. Whoosh! Lin Fei waved his hand once again, putting away all the treasures. There were still some numinous treasures left on the ground. Avatar, the black-robed Lin Fei's avatar appeared. Its aura was much stronger than before. With his main body's improvement, his avatar's strength had similarly increased. It now had the combat strength of a king. I'll leave these 3 true treasures to you. His avatar had always been very weak. Now that he was at the Mystic King realm, with the 3 true treasures in hand, he could easily slay Emperor-level demons. He could finally show off his might. Only now can this avatar be considered to have true combat strength. In the past, this avatar was at most a cannon fodder existence. Now, it had true strength and could help Lin Fei share some of the pressure. Lin Fei took out the information regarding the refinement of an intrinsic flying sword. It was specially replicated. Lin Fei planned on doing the draw after he became a sword immortal. Sword Immortal was a different profession. Perhaps the leveling system would change. After all, a game usually had a profession. Lin Fei was now like a job advancement in an online game. From a warrior's profession to a sword immortal. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, I need a powerful body. At the same time, I need a flying sword that can be upgraded. Lin Fei continued reading. The dermic formulation to refine an intrinsic flying sword was very short. It was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read it more than 10 times, afraid that he would miss a tiny detail. Lin Fei had to be meticulous when it came to a major matter like a profession. Lin Fei did not wish for there to be any problems with his profession. If he succeeded in becoming a sword immortal, there would be repercussions. That would truly be a tragedy. The supreme-grade numinous treasure, Killing Sword, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei did not move, but the killing sword moved. From the looks of it, you wish to become an intrinsic flying sword. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei laughed. The killing sword was of a very high grade. It had devoured a mystic heaven numinous treasure to advance to such a grade. Lin Fei refused to believe that such a freakish flying sword could be found anywhere else. Lin Fei was in no hurry to refine the intrinsic flying sword. He spent a day to adjust his state of mind. His essence, chi and soul correspondingly reached their peak. Only then did Lin Fei begin refining the intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Sword come. Whoosh, whoosh. The killing sword flew out like a mischievous child. Lin Fei spewed out a mouthful of quintessential essence that enveloped the killing sword. The mouthful of quintessential essence was massive and it completely enveloped the killing sword. The killing sword that was enveloped was clearly very excited. It was like a tiny fish that exuded a cheerful aura. This could not help but surprise Lin Fei. Could it be that this killing sword is the intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal? If not, why would it be so excited? It's somewhat beyond my imagination. This was the first step. He needed to resonate with the flying sword. It looked simple, but in fact it was quite difficult. This was also an important reason why he chose a good flying sword. It was extremely difficult for the average person to produce a good flying sword. Lin Fei's first step was so smooth that even he was alarmed. It was faster than he expected. Then let's begin the second step. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a determined look. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, the first step was to establish a mental connection with the flying sword. Then the second step was to establish a physical connection. The second step was extremely exhilarating. It was an excruciating pain that ordinary people found unbearable. Lin Fei's perception landed on the killing sword and began the most important step. The killing sword tore through the void and appeared above Lin Fei's head, stabbing downwards. Excruciating pain. An excruciating pain spread to every part of his body. Every muscle began to throb. Every vein began to protrude like a ferocious snake that exuded a terrifying aura. The intrinsic flying sword was accompanied by flesh and blood. It could move at will. The first two simple steps were the most difficult. The intrinsic flying sword had to go through a process with flesh and blood. And this process was split into 3 stages. The shortest was 3 days. The one who became a sword immortal would be the weakest. The next would be 7 days and the last would be 10 days. The one who persisted for 10 days to become a sword immortal would have the greatest talent. Very few people would be able to endure for 10 days. If the quality of the flying sword was not good, it would snap midway. Once that happened, the person would be completely ruined. There would be no chance of becoming a sword immortal in this life. The flesh and blood were accompanied by a will. This was the process of man and flying sword fusing together. The man was the sword and the sword was the man. The moment the killing sword entered his body, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. His face suffused a ferocious look as black floated around him. It was a baneful aura. The baneful aura contained within the killing sword. Lin Fei's mind was clear. Deep in his mind, the immovable wisdom king sat there, protecting his soul from the influence of the baneful aura. Thankfully, I have the immovable wisdom king sutra. If not, the baneful aura would affect my soul. That would be troublesome. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 385. The smell of blood permeated the air in Senfu. On the first day, Lin Fei was badly mutilated. His clothes were dyed red with blood. The murderous aura brought by the killing sword constantly invaded his body and destroyed his bodily functions. Recovery was the same as destruction. The killing sword was not even half an inch in, and a baleful aura swirled around it. The next day his flesh was still badly mangled. Lin Fei persevered bitterly. On the third day only half of the killing sword remained. Just looking at it would cause anyone to feel terrified. After persisting for 3 days, Lin Fei's face was full of exhaustion. Immortal swords entering one's body is harder than I imagined. Tempering one's martial will. Lin Fei revolved his Zhenyuan, and the wound quickly recovered. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The effect of Akala is really good. Otherwise it would be really troublesome this time. Soon Lin Fei's wounds healed. There are still 7 days left. With my strength I can definitely hold on. Lin Fei refined the killing sword again. Crash, his body, which had originally recovered, instantly collapsed and blood flowed out. Lin Fei had a hideous look on his face as intense pain spread throughout his body. The pain of a sword immortal hurt his organs. At the same time, it was also an important step in tempering one's will. It was difficult to become a sword immortal. The first step was to suffer physical and mental pain. The tempering of one's will was the second step, and the flying sword fusion was the third step. One wrong step and every step would be wrong. If it was light, he would lose his qualification as a sword immortal. In serious cases, one's soul would be destroyed and both the person and the sword would perish. Becoming a sword immortal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Typically, if a sword immortal lasted for 3 days, their combat strength would surpass that of an expert of the same level, barely allowing them to jump realms in combat. On the 4th day, Lin Fei was as pale as a dried corpse. The second stage of sword immortal was the fusion of flesh and blood. An intrinsic flying sword. The word, intrinsic, represented an important meaning. Origin life, since it was origin life, it was a part of the body. Becoming one with the body was a step that one had to go through. His intrinsic flying sword was damaged and so was his true body. With his intrinsic flying sword destroyed, his true body was greatly injured. One with the body. If one's blood and chi were not strong enough, how could one endure it for 4 days? A single mishap could affect one's future cultivation. On the 5th day, Lin Fei was as thin as a stick, almost unrecognizable, and the exhaustion on his face was even more evident. Dragon transformation, Lin Fei was prepared. His 10-meter-tall body sat cross-legged in the air, exuding boundless dragon might and boundless blood qi. Zhenyuan surged and filled his entire body, forming a vortex of Zhenqi around him. I don't believe that with the Azure Dragon true body around, my qi and blood will not be able to endure. Day 6, Day 7. Even with the Azure Dragon true body activated, Lin Fei still looked like a huge corpse. If not for his endless quintessence supporting him, driving his flesh and blood to produce qi and blood to supply the killing sword, he would have died. Lin Fei had failed long ago. The 7th day passed and the most difficult step was over. The killing sword had all returned to his body, and the sword shape kept shrinking until it was a standard mini version. The second step, the fusion of flesh and blood, was a success. The path of a sword immortal is indeed incomparably difficult. I nearly gave up. Lin Fei rejoiced. Fortunately, I have the Azure Dragon true body. My qi and blood are strong and I can replenish them. The third step, natal refinement. This step was a test of willpower. Crash, Lin Fei calmed himself down and felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. Emptiness. A boundless emptiness. Silence. The huge space was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. Whoosh 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 sword flashes flew. One flying sword and 2 flying swords filled the vast space. The flying swords traversed, sword chi soared into the sky, and sword flashes filled the air. Swish, swish. Lin Fei's body was pierced by a sword. Intense pain that came from the soul. Here comes the tempering of willpower. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void, resolute. I have the immovable Hell Monarch. Let's see how powerful the flying swords are. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. A deep voice came from Lin Fei's throat. Boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed immovable Wisdom Monarch appeared in the vast void. He put his hands together and chanted the immovable Wisdom Monarch Sutra, transmitting it to the void world. Lin Fei chanted it silently. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of sword rivers whizzed over and crashed into the immovable Wisdom Monarch. At the same time, outside the dynasty battlefield, Godfiend and Jianghu and Dong Su sat cross-legged on a tall mountain, motionless. In their field of vision was the Sky Immortal mountain range. It's been 10 days. That punk actually hasn't come out. He really knows how to hide. Jianghu was extremely powerful. He immediately sensed the other party the moment he came out, but he hadn't appeared in the past 10 days. Brother, and don't be anxious. This kid will come out sooner or later, said Dong Su. Unless he hides in Senfu for the rest of his life. Jianghu looked at the sky immortal mountain range with surging killing intent. To think that I, Jianghu, have lived for 100,000 years and experienced countless storms. I never expected that I would be defeated by a young man, causing young master to die on the spot. If I don't take revenge, how will I face the patriarch? This kid deserves to be killed. Dong Su was furious. This kid deserves to be killed. The sect behind him, the dynasty behind him, and the family clan behind him should be killed. The 3 words "deserve to be killed" were said in one go. His anger soared. Jianghu closed his eyes. When he closed them, his eyes revealed intense killing intent. The 8th day. The 9th day. The 10th day. In the endless space, immovable wisdom monarch sat cross-legged. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with sword shadows. They were like mountains, rivers, and endless waves. They whistled as they landed on immovable wisdom monarch. Every time an attack landed, immovable wisdom monarch would casually strike out with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Be it a sword mountain or a sword river, they would be repelled without exception. Every time they were repelled, the next attack's might would increase exponentially. Immovable wisdom monarch's counterattacks constantly slowed down. He was as slow as an old bull. I'm just 1 step away. Lin Fei's figure dissipated. It was as though he would collapse the next time. If not for the immovable wisdom monarch sutra stabilizing Lin Fei's will, his will would have long collapsed when facing the endless sword Dao attacks. He wouldn't have been able to last until now. I can definitely do it. Boom. Immovable wisdom monarch swayed. Lin Fei swayed as well. He was on the verge of collapse. His will was affected once again. Whoosh. A boundless sword river flickered with silver light. It was like a resplendent river of stars. Lin Fei's heart tightened. The strongest wave was coming. If he could block this wave, he would become the strongest sword immortal. Don't look at the 3 steps. If an ordinary person wanted to become a sword immortal, it was already not bad if they could pass the first step. There were very few who could pass the second step, and the third step could be counted on one's fingers. Immovable wisdom monarch, block for me. Lin Fei opened his eyes. His will was firm as he cast it towards the sword Dao river. If he could block it, he would become a sword immortal. If he couldn't block it, his vitality and will would be greatly damaged. The sword Dao river came crashing down. Immovable wisdom monarch's 3 heads and 6 arms moved at the same time, creating layers of defense. Lin Fei activated it with all his might. Khan immovable wisdom monarch was constantly collapsing. The sword Dao river was also constantly collapsing like broken glass. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Sword immortal, the strongest sword immortal. If not me, who else can it be? Immovable wisdom monarch, open for me. Whoosh. Under Lin Fei's control, immovable wisdom monarch's figure enlarged again until it was 1,000 feet tall. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it hammered on the sword Dao river. Lin Fei was going all out. Whoosh. The long river of the sword Dao shattered and crumbled continuously. Chapter 386. I did it. Lin Fei discovered that he was in Senfu and knew that he had survived. Facing the river of the sword Dao, Lin Fei did not have much confidence. Eventually, he managed to persist and survive the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. After 10 days, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes despite the fatigue on his face. Sword immortal. I've finally become a sword immortal. Furthermore, I survived the 3 steps. Lin Fei's body wavered. The 3 steps of the sword immortal affected Lin Fei greatly. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to persist. He had become a sword immortal. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. He could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene. 10 days felt like 10,000 years. Lin Fei finally understood the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. It's no wonder there are so few who become sword immortals. Ordinary people can't even clear the first stage, much less the second and third. If not for my good luck and rich quintessential essence, as well as the Azure Dragon True Body, I would not have been able to survive the 3 stages. After Lin Fei recovered slightly, he began to use his perception to check his body's condition. He had expended a lot of his lifeblood. All he needed was time to recover. Other parts of his body could easily recover from physical injuries. And at that moment, a tiny flying sword floated above his dantian, which was also his core lake. It was wrapped in quintessential essence. It was constantly being tempered. This flying sword was pitch black in color. Sharp sword chi constantly tore apart his quintessential essence in an endless cycle. It was none other than the killing sword that he had been constantly refining. The intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal. Intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. A short sword flew out. It was the shrunken killing sword. There were no changes in its appearance. It was not much different from before, but he felt a strange connection with the killing sword. This was the feeling a sword immortal would have after refining the intrinsic flying sword. The intrinsic flying sword was a part of his body. He could control it with his heart. Go! With a thought from Lin Fei, the killing sword transformed into a black beam of light and pierced through the gigantic stone pillar. As expected of a sword immortal. It's much stronger than spiritual perception control, thought Lin Fei. The killing sword appeared above his head with joy. As he controlled it, he became more proficient with his thoughts. After refining the killing sword, it is indeed easier to control it. It is as if I am a flying sword. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why sword immortals are so powerful. So, Lin Fei stored the intrinsic flying sword back into his dantian. At that moment, the intrinsic flying sword's refinement was complete. All that was left was tempering it. Only then could it enhance its compatibility and produce greater strength. After the intrinsic flying sword was dealt with, Lin Fei began to rest. A few hours later he looked much better. Now I can cultivate sword arts that only sword immortals have. Lin Fei took out the slaying gods and demons sword technique. This was an earth-ranked martial art that belonged to sword immortals. God, it the five it. Was it? God Fei Tian, there were a Tian he sect. There was. Tian there was, there. A long, not, killing sword that. Was not, sword. Was, Xian Tian 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 Qin. Had that Tian of the. Was Tian 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 Fei Tian not in. Sword immortals were indeed extremely powerful. Any one of them would have combat strength that exceeded their opponents at the same level. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a sword immortal, and it was even harder to become a powerful one. But any sword immortal that appeared was not weak. Lin Fei had a guess about this slaying gods and slaying demons. It was definitely a powerful sword technique. Ding. Learn God Slayer. Ding. System notification. This manual is incomplete. Please take note. Lin Fei was taken aback as he frowned, suspecting that he had misheard. An earth-ranked martial art was actually incomplete? Lin Fei found it unbelievable. He nearly suspected that the system had made a mistake. How could an emperor's item be incomplete? However, since it was suggested by the system, Lin Fei rarely doubted it. The leveling system was a heaven-defying existence. If the system said it was wrong, it was definitely wrong. If the system said it was incomplete, it was definitely incomplete. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be incomplete. Lin Fei thought, an eternal emperor would not leave behind an incomplete earth-ranked martial art manual out of boredom. Could there be another reason? Incomplete manual? What reason? Lin Fei could not think of an answer. As he could not think of an answer, Lin Fei stopped thinking about it. This earth-ranked martial art is enough. Lin Fei said. Why do I need to think about it? Why do I need to guess? As long as this God Slayer sword technique is strong enough, it will be enough. Lin Fei started to digest the slaying gods and slaying demons sword technique. As he digested it, Lin Fei's face revealed a shocked expression. This God Slayer demon slayer sword technique is actually a speed learning sword technique. As long as I have enough true energy, I can use it? Lin Fei was stunned once again. He was clearly stunned. In the past, to learn a martial art, especially a sword technique, one had to comprehend it. Right now, this earth-ranked martial art was telling Lin Fei that he did not need to comprehend it at all. As long as he had enough true energy, he could use it without any worries. Never seen before. At least it was Lin Fei's first time seeing it. Sword immortals are strong because sword techniques are easy to learn? Lin Fei was suspicious. The killing sword suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He slashed at the void with strong killing intent. God Slayer Demon Slayer, first move, slaughter. Violent killing intent. Fortunately, Lin Fei's willpower was strong and he was not affected. What a violent killing intent. Only such a killing intent can match this domineering sword technique, right? Lin Fei seemed to understand the true power of this sword technique. He also recalled the preface of the opening. Slayer God Slayer Demon, dominate the world, be invincible. From this move, Lin Fei felt the strong killing intent contained in the sword move. It was a killing intent that defied the heavens. It meant to kill, kill, kill. Even if the emperor was in front of him, he would slaughter him with one sword. If he could not stand it, he would slaughter him. His opponent's enemy, he would slaughter him. Lin Fei closed his eyes. The killing sword flashed and slashed down from above. Killing intent. Boundless killing intent. The intent to slay a god that defied the heavens. Lin Fei's body was enveloped in an endless layer of killing intent. Above his head, a humanoid phantom appeared. It was the manifestation of the killing sword. So this is the true essence of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, a smile suffused across his lips. Killing sword, you have helped me greatly again. If not for the powerful killing intent that defied the heavens, Lin Fei might not have been able to understand the essence within. A sword immortal. A powerful sword immortal. Lin Fei understood the words of the preface. A sword immortal had to possess an endless heart of the sword, one that defied the heavens. God Slayer Demon Slayer, second move God Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, third move, Annihilation. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fourth move Demon Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fifth move, God Slayer. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei's killing intent surged into the sky. Sword chi surged into the sky as sword spirals formed around him, emitting a buzzing sound. The God Slayer Demon Slayer had a total of 5 moves. One after another, Lin Fei executed them. Within the hall, sword chi howled as sword shadows appeared one after another. If not for the hall being refined by the arch, the terrifying sword intent would have blasted the hall apart from the sword chi. It would be impossible for it to remain standing. But even so, the pillars surrounding the hall were left with dense sword marks. The marks were half an inch deep and left behind sharp sword chi. The killing sword transformed into a stream of light and returned to his dantian. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The sword immortal who created this sword art must have been an extremely powerful sword immortal. He must have been a mighty figure in this world. By using killing intent and baneful aura as the foundation, he infused it into his sword art. Anyone with a weak will would instantly die. Lin Fei was increasingly fond of this sword technique. It was too powerful. I wonder if the incomplete parts were placed in the later levels of Precious Treasure Pavilion. The power there should be even more terrifying. The God Slayer Demon Slayer only had 5 moves. Lin Fei knew the extent of his combat strength. This was a killing sword technique. With the increase in killing intent and baneful aura, the sword move's power would increase infinitely. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The sword move is indeed terrifying, but the quintessential essence it consumes is truly terrifying. The quintessential essence expended after practicing the 5 moves would be drained by ordinary Emperor Realm experts in one go. They would not be able to withstand such consumption. As such, if someone could block the Sword Immortal's frenzied attacks, they would have a chance of killing the Sword Immortal. Lin Fei did not think that the possibility was high. The Sword Immortal's attacks were extremely sharp. Unless the person had a strong defense, there was no way to block the Sword Immortal's attacks. Lin Fei already had the desire to fight. I just practiced the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. Now it's time to recover my mind. 4 days of willpower tempering had made Lin Fei's willpower even stronger. The killing intent could no longer affect him. Even so, Lin Fei still had to recover. Half a day later, Lin Fei had mostly recovered. At that moment, Lin Fei had a systematic understanding of every move of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. With the leveling system, Lin Fei was more relaxed than anyone else. He constantly dissected the sword moves and constantly comprehended them. This was something ordinary people could not do. He spent another half a day until he felt that he had completely grasped it. I'll begin the draw now. There were a total of 4 draws. Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Before leaving Senfu, he would not feel at ease if he did not win the draw. Once he left Senfu, he would definitely face a battle. The Soul Annihilation Golden Spear could kill God Fiends. Lin Fei was worried, so he needed double insurance. Activate the draw. Lin Fei opened the lottery systems page. A huge lottery wheel appeared in front of Lin Fei once again. The tempering of his willpower made Lin Fei calm down. Whoosh, the wheel spun rapidly. Lin Fei just watched. If it was in the past, he would not be able to be so calm and leisurely. Little did he know that this sword immortal tempering had endless benefits. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand the influence of the killing intent. If he was not careful, it would be hard to avoid chi deviation. It was not easy for ordinary people to cultivate their willpower. If they were not careful, their willpower would be destroyed, and their entire body would be completely destroyed. Lin Fei was different. He had the immovable Wisdom King, which could protect his willpower from being destroyed. At the same time, the immovable Wisdom King Sutra could condense willpower and soul. Reality proved that the immovable Wisdom King Sutra was very effective. Visualizing the immovable Wisdom King solved many problems. If he had not cultivated the immovable Wisdom King Sutra, Lin Fei would not have the confidence to be a sword immortal at the third step. Whoosh. Chapter 387. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the average rating, update and tips as well as Sunflower. It's the middle of the month, please get a monthly ticket. What will it be? Lin Fei looked at the virtual roulette with anticipation. What will it be this time? From the moment the roulette started to spin, Lin Fei had never paid attention or understood it. He acted according to his nature, but it depended on his character. The items that the system draws will definitely not be ordinary. The red arrow stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 10 million points. Points? Or 10 million points? Lin Fei was surprised, but then he felt relieved. Every time I draw something good at the lottery, I can't always be so lucky. I have to adjust my luck a little. Lin Fei smiled. 10 million points is also a good thing. In addition to the points from before, I have more than 14 million points on hand. I can buy many treasures with it. More than 10 million points, just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Fei just happened to be lacking points. He just wanted to doze off and someone sent him a pillow. Continue the lottery. Hua 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 hua, the roulette started to spin again and the second lottery began. Lin Fei's heart calmed down once more. After a while the roulette stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining a skill strengthening stone. Can be used to strengthen various skills. Upgrade success rate is 100%. This was also a good thing. Skill strengthening stone, this time I will use it to strengthen the water fire lotus. Lin Fei had an idea. Azure Dragon True Body is weak. If I use it with the water fire lotus, my defense will be even better. The third lottery began. The first time he drew points. The second time he drew a skill strengthening stone. What about the third time? Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the treasure, Absolute Defense Scroll. Lin Fei was shocked. What an awesome name. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is equivalent to 15 minutes of invincible defense. This treasure is really awesome. With this defensive treasure, even if I encounter the almighty experts of the Mu clan, I won't feel any pressure. After checking it out, Lin Fei became excited. He had drawn such an awesome treasure this time. 15 minutes of absolute defense. Be it killing or leaving, there was no pressure at all. One could well imagine how awesome the Absolute Defense Scroll was. Unfortunately, the Absolute Defense Scroll was a one-time consumable item. After calming himself down, he started the fourth lottery draw. After 3 lucky draws, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining treasure Time Like Water Scroll. Lin Fei quickly looked through it. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is great. I finally have a Time God Art Scroll. With this secret art scroll, even if I meet an almighty being, I won't hesitate to kill him. Time Like Water was similar to Frozen Years. It belonged to the Time God Art category and was hard to ignore. God Arts, the strongest was the Time God Art. Time Like Water slowed down time, and the consequences would be reflected in time. Whether it was speed or movement, it would be as slow as flowing water. Lin Fei had 2 protective treasures and the pressure was reduced. After the lucky draw, Lin Fei took out the strengthening stone and strengthened the water fire lotus. After the strengthening, the water fire lotus's defense increased greatly. Lin Fei used his strongest technique to blast 10 out of the 16 layers of the water fire lotus. He couldn't pierce through the remaining 6 layers. After dealing with the water fire lotus, Lin Fei once again opened up the upgrade system and opened up the shop inside. More than 14 million points. Lin Fei was prepared to buy a protective treasure. Absolute defense and Time Like Water weren't to be used unless it was a critical moment. Lin Fei had to prepare a protective treasure for himself. The last time he used his points to shop, he felt immense pressure and nearly tormented himself to death. This time Lin Fei was relaxed. His wallet bulged and became thicker. With more than 10 million points, I have to buy an impressive offensive treasure. I have to kill that god fiend. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. The chi refinement beside the god fiend is also powerful. As long as I deal with the god fiend, I can kill that chi refinement in less than 10 moves. He was confident. After searching for a while, Lin Fei's gaze stopped on a treasure. Sky-cleaving divine needle. This treasure was specially used to deal with god fiends. It destroyed their bodies. Without their bodies, god fiends would be their greatest reliance. 2 million points. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it if I can kill a god fiend. Although Lin Fei felt the pinch, he still bought it. At the same time, he accepted a god fiend hunting mission. Killed a profound ancestor-level god fiend. Reward: 500,000 points, 100,000 essence force and 50 million experience. Lin Fei was shocked by the rewards from the god fiend mission. It wasn't a loss. It really wasn't a loss. Everything is settled. What's left is to completely refine the quintessential essence crystals. After jumping from the mystic spirit realm to the mystic sovereign realm, Lin Fei's core lake could undoubtedly contain more quintessential essence. Lin Fei had just become a sword immortal, so he needed to increase his strength. The best way to increase his strength was to refine large amounts of quintessential essence. Lin Fei had long wanted to refine the 500 million quintessential essence crystals he had plundered from Mu Changkong. He couldn't just hole up in Senfu forever. Lin Fei couldn't afford to lose face like that. Refine. Lin Fei swallowed a large amount of quintessential essence crystals and activated his mental cultivation method. In the huge Senfu. After the shocking commotion, be it the demons or the descendants of heaven immortals, they all hid together and didn't dare to move. In fact, they were just watching. Heaven Star, the great demon, and Ku Shui, the descendant of heaven immortals, stood on a tall mountain. It had been more than half a month. Brother Ku Shui, it has been more than half a month since Senfu moved. Why is there no movement? Could it be that the white-robed young master can't control Senfu? Heaven Star frowned. If that's the case, it's not a bad thing. That's impossible. Ku Shui shook his head. Senfu has indeed been refined by someone. I have my doubts too. Logically speaking, no matter who inherits Senfu, they will definitely subdue us natives of Senfu. He didn't, and there is no movement within Senfu. I can't figure it out. During the battle that day, the two left in fright and didn't dare to approach. After Senfu was inherited, the two lost the confidence to fight back. They had always believed that the white-robed young master inherited Senfu and had a god fiend by his side. He wasn't someone they could fight against. There was no movement for a long time. The two naturally came up with this idea. Look, it's multicolored light. A multicolored light appeared on the horizon. Successor. The successor of Senfu. Be it Heaven Star or Ku Shui, their expressions were gloomy. In the end, the immortal abode was inherited. Whoosh, whoosh. The multicolored light shot towards them. The two were alarmed. What should they do? What should they do? The multicolored light appeared 50 kilometers away as an illusory figure appeared. It's you? Chapter 388. P.S. Unknowingly, it's already a million words. Thank you for your support. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Fei, the one who inherited Senfu. Tian Xing and Ku Shui's faces were filled with shock at Lin Fei's appearance. Their mouths gaped open so wide that a duck egg could fit inside. Too surprising. Too surprising. They would never have thought that the one who inherited Senfu wasn't white-robed young master, but the arrogant kid they had been chasing for days. How surprising. 5-colored light shone behind him. The best proof of inheriting Senfu. No one could imitate it. Ku Shui had seen it in the ancient books. It was real. This kid inherited Senfu. If they had known that Senfu would be inherited by this kid, they would have used everything they had to kill him. Today's scene wouldn't have happened. You mean the white-robed young master with a demon god? Of course I killed him. Otherwise, why would I inherit Senfu and appear before you? Hearing the arrogant kid's words, Tianxing and Ku Shui were shocked. They seemed to understand why they couldn't sense the demon god's aura recently. This kid really killed white-robed young master. White-robed young master had a demon god protecting him. He must be a disciple of a great family. Tianxing thought, but this kid is the one who inherits Senfu. How surprising. Even though they were knowledgeable, they still couldn't think of an answer. You too, if I were you, I'd better think about my future. Lin Fei said indifferently. Ku Shui laughed with coldness in his eyes. You are just making empty promises. White-robed young master died in your hands? I will know after I try. Whoosh, heaven-covering hand, the one who inherited Senfu was white-robed young master. Ku Shui wouldn't take any chances. He wouldn't be able to defeat a demon god. Right now, it was the arrogant brat from back then who was only at the profound sovereign realm. No one knew why he had advanced from the profound spirit realm to the profound sovereign realm, but he didn't care at all. How could Ku Shui allow himself to be tied down? Tianxing's expression changed slightly. He scolded Ku Shui for being shameless. He attacked when they were close. He didn't want Yi Chen to fall into Ku Shui's hands. With a wave of his hand, a white light flashed. Infinite Universe Blade. Ku Shui, you shameless bastard. This kid is mine. The temporary alliance was broken. Whoever captures this child will control the Senfu and leave the Senfu. Ku Shui laughed heartily. Whoever this kid belongs to, let's see who is faster. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Good. All of this was within his expectations. It was impossible for the two of them to stay obedient, so it was inevitable that they would resist. The intrinsic flying sword landed in Lin Fei's hand and returned to its original state. Its killing intent surged. After refining the intrinsic flying sword, the killing intent on the killing sword was no longer controlled. Slaughter. Slaying gods and slaying demons, the first move. Lin Fei swung the killing sword horizontally. The sharp and unparalleled sword intent pierced through the void and landed on the two souls. Under the terrifying sword intent, their sturdy souls showed signs of collapsing. What a terrifying sword intent. My spirit has collapsed. Their expressions changed drastically. He did not expect that this brat's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. He should be looked at in a new light. They were mystic grandmasters with great perfection strength, comparable to beginner mystic venerable ones. They had never been afraid of the sword intent. The sword intent was dangerous. The sword move was terrifying. It was unbeatable. Ku Shui opened his mouth and a brown shield appeared in front of him, wrapping him up. Only then did he feel at ease. Tianxing, the great demon, was not far behind. He returned to his true form, a black demonic beast of a few hundred feet in size. His demonic aura surged into the sky, covering the sun. The demonic clan's aura was oppressive. All the demons were flustered and shocked. Lin Fei's strike forced the two to use their defensive treasures. From this, it could be seen how frightening and terrifying Lin Fei's sword was. Whoosh, with one strike, Ku Shui's defensive treasures cracked inch by inch. His skin and flesh split open as blood flowed out. With one strike, Tianxing's body was covered in wounds as blood gushed out. The two were horrified and quickly distanced themselves. Their faces were filled with fear that did not dissipate. They looked at each other. How can he be so strong? With just one strike he shattered my mystic earth armor. His sharp sword technique even blasted open my armor. This strike is too terrifying. Ku Shui seemed to have walked on the edge of life and death. Fear lingered in his heart. That was a fatal strike. If it were not for the treasures that absorbed the main force, he would not have been injured like this. Heavenly Star, this great fiend, looked at the wounds on his body and returned to his human form. His face was pale. Monster. In such a short period of time, that arrogant brat that I chased back then could not even block my limitless universe saber. Now he injured me with just one sword strike. If there are a few more sword strikes, my fiend body will not be able to withstand it. How exactly did this brat cultivate? The body of a demon was the strongest defense. Tianxing's forte was defense. He could not remember how long it had been since he was injured. Today he was actually injured by the opponent's strike. You too, if you want to continue, I don't mind sending you to hell with my next strike. Lin Fei looked at them in shock. That earth-grade sword technique was too terrifying. The two of them were at the peak of Mystic Sect and they were going to use their best skills. Fear rose in Tianxing and Ku Shui's hearts. Even if they were at the peak of Mystic Sect, they couldn't block a single strike and were injured. If he really wanted to kill them, they really wouldn't be able to block it. He was too strong. It was especially so for that shocking sword intent. Fear lingered in their hearts. That wasn't a sword technique that ordinary people could cultivate. The two of them were the strongest natives in Senfu, and they could understand the meaning behind his words. This person didn't want to kill them. If he really wanted to kill them, they would definitely be killed. There was no doubt about it. What do you want to do? Ku Shui asked directly, losing the sharp aura from before. Once he lost all his confidence and the initiative fell into the hands of others. Lin Fei smiled. Two choices. First, I will send you to hell so that you will have a companion. Second, make an oath to serve me for 2,000 years. Once the time is up, I will return you your freedom. At first, Lin Fei wanted to kill them. But after thinking about it, killing them for EXP was not worth it. He had offended someone from a large clan. If they arranged for their subordinates to attack the clan, just one emperor level or grandmaster level would be enough to destroy the clan. Since he couldn't kill them, he might as well serve the clan. With two early mystic venerable rank powerhouses, they could stop most of the powerhouses. The demon weapons they had could be of help when used with the formation. Lin Fei knew how terrifying the formation weapons were. Profound Sovereign and Mystic Sect would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they fought alone. Tianxing and Ku Shui were prepared to resist. The other party's words were like a glimmer of hope. 2,000 years was not a long time. One closed-door cultivation could last for a few hundred years. 2,000 years was nothing. They couldn't refuse such conditions. Resist? They could die if they wanted to and reincarnate earlier. They might not have this strength in their next life. At this realm they might be mediocre for the rest of their lives. The other party forced them to use all their skills. Killing them would be a piece of cake. They didn't want to die. At this realm they wanted to live for thousands of years. Tian Xing and Ku Shui didn't hesitate and immediately swore the heavenly oath to Lin Fei. With the heavenly oath as their witness, the two were completely relieved. Reign in your subordinates. When the dynasty war is over, I will personally send you out. Lin Fei left an order for them. Tian Xing and Ku Shui looked at each other and smiled. For the next 2,000 years, we'll have to share weal and woe. Senfu never opened. The two had been fighting non-stop for control of Senfu. They didn't expect the result to be like this. The two had to work together. Immediately, the two flew back and began to consolidate their current strength. With them guarding the clan, I can rest assured. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we have to eliminate the gods and demons and chi practitioners outside. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in Senfu for half a day, restoring his spirit to its peak. Dynasty Battlefield, Sky Immortal Mountain Range. A large number of Dynasty disciples were teleported out of Senfu. The Dynasty disciples were greatly disappointed that their expedition into Senfu had to be interrupted. Who would inherit Senfu became a question that the Dynasty disciples cared about the most. Unfortunately, the news was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single piece of news was spread. Over time, the Dynasty disciples dispersed on their own. However, many guesses appeared out of nowhere. The Dynasty disciples that surrounded Senfu left. Some people didn't leave. The endless mountain was shrouded in clouds, making it look like an immortal realm. It's been half a month. And Jianghu opened his eyes with a look of frustration. This punk is really good at hiding. Dong Su revealed a look of fatigue. In order to prevent the other party from leaving, and Jianghu and Dong Su constantly scanned the area with their divine senses. With their powerful divine senses, even a lesser demon beast wouldn't be able to escape from under their noses. It was fine for the past few days. For more than half a month, their divine senses constantly scanned the entire Sky Immortal mountain range. And Jianghu and Dong Su were exhausted, which affected their emotions. Just as the two were complaining. And Jianghu waved his sleeves and used greater teleportation. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You finally appeared. I've waited so long for this day. God-fiend divine abilities were powerful. And Jianghu was one step faster than Dong Su. Dong Su also sensed the other party's appearance and revealed a ferocious expression. You escaped last time. There's no chance of survival this time. Whoosh! Dong Su also moved and chased after him. Both of them were Mystic Venerable Ones. The Dynasty battlefield was restricted to Mystic Venerable Ones. Mystic Venerable Ones were already at the peak. Of the two, one was a god-fiend and the other was a human. The martial arts they cultivated were extraordinary, and their combat strength was also at the peak. They really are waiting outside. The moment Lin Fei came out, his divine senses sensed the god-fiend's aura. He spread his wings of the wind and moved quickly, leaving Sky Immortal mountain range. This place was not suitable for battle. He didn't want to cause a commotion. Punk, I'll make you regret killing young master today. A voice gritted its teeth behind him. Chapter 389. P.S. Thanks to Wuxia and Emperor Haoyan for the votes and Luo Yuxuan for the tips. In order to kill this kid, and Jianghu would do anything. This kid had to die. Destroy the body, imprison the soul, use the 9-heaven divine fire to burn the soul, suffer the pain of 10,000 lifetimes, live a life worse than death. Killing this kid would vent his anger. And Jianghu wouldn't be so stupid. First destroy the body, then imprison the soul. This was in Jianghu's plan. He wouldn't change it. Haha, you couldn't kill me last time, so don't even think about killing me this time. You can eat the dust behind me. Lin Fei was very sarcastic. God demon? I think you're just an inferior god demon. You can only eat the dust behind me. You won't be able to kill me even after 10,000 years. Boom. And Jianghu turned into a god demon. Every muscle on his body exploded. Every vein on his body was like a ferocious snake. With a wave of his hand, a skill was sent down. The space in front of him collapsed and the mountain range below was flattened. Anger. Extreme anger. God fiends were proud. Moreover, this was a god demon at the peak of profound grandmaster level. How could Jianghu swallow being looked down upon like this? In addition to the young master's death, he was already filled with anger and was on the verge of exploding. Now that he was provoked, killing intent filled his head. If this was any other time, Jianghu wouldn't be so angry because of a little brat. Why do you have to be so violent? Look, you killed all the beasts in the mountain range. What a sin. Lin Fei's expression was one of pity and melancholy. And Jianghu's face alternated between green and red. Killing intent, endless killing intent. Skill 5 lightnings. At Jianghu's brow, red light flashed and a green vertical eye formed. When it opened, lightning flashed. With a wave of his hand, it covered the area where Lin Fei was. The sky instantly darkened. Rumble, bucket-thick lightning bolts kept falling. The area he was in instantly became a minefield. Rumble, rumble, the thunder didn't stop and everything was destroyed. Wherever the lightning passed, there was no sign of life. Under the power of the divine thunder, there was no longer any existence. Everything was completely destroyed. Hualalang, the waterfire lotus appeared above Lin Fei's head. Every single bolt of lightning brought with it a terrifying aura of destruction. The waterfire lotus was blasted to 8 or 9 layers on the spot, making it difficult for it to advance any further. With a thought from Lin Fei, the lotus leaf grew once more, blocking the fiend god and Jianghu's divine ability. This was the benefit of being strengthened. Haha, so this is your attack? You can't even break through my defense. And Jianghu was consumed by anger. Spear of punishment. Its huge body moved and it grabbed a black spear from the void. The spearhead glowed with a black light, and it exuded a boundless, dangerous aura. This was another of Jianghu's thaumaturgies. Brother, and be careful. Don't fall for it. Feeling that something was amiss, the whole void at the back warned Zhang Xian. Just a little brat, watch me destroy him. And Jianghu thought nothing of it as the black spear in his hand shot out. The void flowed like water, immediately splitting it into 2 as it stabbed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also surprised by Jianghu's endless means. Be it the divine power from before 5 blow thunderstruck or this divine power, they were extremely powerful and had astounding lethality. God fiends are indeed powerful. Their divine powers are powerful as well. God slaying. Lin Fei did not dodge this time. His intrinsic flying sword flew out as he cast the second stance of God-slaying fiend vanquishing. A huge black kill word appeared. It reigned supreme over the world, slaying gods and vanquishing fiends. There was nothing it couldn't kill and nothing it couldn't vanquish. The sharp sword intent stabbed straight at the god fiend's heart. And Jianghu was surprised. Sword immortal, you are actually a sword immortal. So what if your sword intent is domineering? God fiends are lawless and fearless. Your sword intent is useless against me. Boom. The spear of punishment and the kill word clashed. Whoosh. The surrounding void was torn open by this force. What a powerful divine power. They are evenly matched. Lin Fei was alarmed. God fiends were indeed powerful. Heaven Splitter Divine Needle. Immediately, Lin Fei cast the consumable Heaven Splitter Divine Needle in preparation to tear open Jianghu's body. So, the black needle whizzed through the void like a mirror. One by one it tore through the void. The fragments were like clouds as they headed straight for Jianghu's face. Scram. And Jianghu thought nothing of it as he swung his palm the size of a futon. The moment the two clashed, he targeted the palm that had been pierced by the Heaven Splitter Divine Needle. His flesh and skin tore open as the wound spread. What is this? And Jianghu was alarmed as he used his god-fiend powers to recover. His shattered arm was left with only white bone. It was as though the middle had been severed, preventing him from recovering. The Heaven Splitter Divine Needle charged forward once again. And Jianghu did not have time to recover. He opened his mouth and spat out a tooth that transformed into a black boulder. The god-fiend aura emanated. God-fiend tooth, block for me. Bam. Bam. The Heaven Splitter Divine Needle was indomitable. After the third attack, the Heaven Splitter Divine Needle was blocked. Ah, we god-fiends are the darlings of the world. No matter how powerful your treasure is, don't even think of breaking through my god-fiend body. And Jianghu laughed fearlessly. God-fiends are indeed stupid. Look at the top of your head. And Jianghu looked up, and a dazzling jingguang appeared in his eyes. He couldn't see what was above him. He immediately sank and prepared to fly out. This was the soul-destroying golden spear that Lin Fei had prepared for godfiends. The golden spear transformed into a golden dragon. The jingguang flourished as it charged down from above, releasing a terrifying aura. And Jianghu's expression finally changed. The golden dragon made him feel a terrifying sense of danger. It had been many years since he had experienced such danger. And Jianghu couldn't remember. 1,000 years ago? 5,000 years seemed very long ago. At that moment, his greater teleportation was restricted. I am a god-fiend, the darlings of the world. A human wants to kill me? Dream on. And Jianghu looked up, his iron fists ferocious. God Fiend breaks the heavens, God Fiends don't die. Break, 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 and Jianghu was furious. Unfortunately, Jianghu was wrong this time. The soul-destroying golden spear had immense power and power. Bang bang bang, and Jianghu's iron fists landed on the golden dragon's body. If it was anyone else, a mystique venerable rank would be injured by a punch from a god fiend. Xianzong was instantly killed. Not to mention a golden dragon, it would be completely destroyed. The three extremely domineering punches only shook the golden dragon's body. It wasn't broken. With a long roar, it landed on the god fiend's head. Its 9 claws pulled and bit down on the soul. And Jianghu struggled in soul form, but this was the soul-destroying golden spear. It swallowed him in one bite. God fiends don't die. And Jianghu's unwillingness came from the golden dragon. Having lost his soul, and Jianghu's eyes were blank and lifeless. He had become an idiot, but his body still had a large amount of life energy. Chapter 390. And Jianghu was dead. Godfiend and Jianghu was dead. Dong Su, who was a step slower, revealed an expression of disbelief as he watched Jianghu get killed and let out a roar of unwillingness. The powerful Godfiend and Jianghu had actually been plotted against by a human punk. This was something Cave Emptiness had never imagined. Previously he felt that there was something odd about this punk. At most he was puzzled. He didn't believe that he could deal with Jianghu, and perhaps he would be killed in a few moves and his soul would be extracted. Marquian was a Godfiend, a peak mystic sect great perfection Godfiend. His combat strength was outstanding. Even Dong Su himself did not have a high chance of winning against Jianghu. If they really fought, the one who died would definitely be him. There was no chance of winning. Godfiends were very strong and their recovery abilities were even stronger. They could quickly recover from heavy injuries. Just like that, Jianghu died in front of them and his corpse was taken away. Void sword. Dong Su reacted quickly and stabbed out with his sword. Crack 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 crack. Under the other party's attack, 11 of the 16 layers of the waterfire lotus in front of him shattered, causing his heart to skip a beat. This Chi practitioner's swordsmanship was very powerful. Slaughter. Without the threat of the god fiends, Lin Fei was not worried about them at all. An immense killing intent pervaded the air. In the sky above Lin Fei, figures flickered. Killing intent accumulated, both physically and mentally, attacking him at the same time. Sword immortal, what powerful sword intent and killing intent. The corners of Dong Su's eyes twitched. How could this brat's strength increase so quickly? It was not that he had never seen the might of a sword immortal before. He had even exchanged blows with them before, but he had never felt this way. This sword immortal was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Let's go. Dong Su was decisive. Even Godfiend and Jianghu was ambushed by the other party, so this kid definitely had a treasure on him that could injure others. After finding out that he was a sword immortal and a body cultivator, Dong Su didn't dare to continue fighting after receiving the attack. If he died, it wouldn't be worth it, so he immediately used greater teleportation. F***ck, he ran away. Lin Fei was startled. Why did he stop? This was just the beginning. He did not expect that Dong Su, a Chi practitioner, was afraid of Lin Fei's sneak attack. In addition, his sword was superior, and his close combat skills were terrifying. He did not dare to stay here. Someone's coming. We need to end this quickly. Lin Fei's spiritual sense had been paying attention to the surrounding situation, so when the auras whistled over, he immediately noticed it. When gods and demons fought, leaving behind their auras would attract attention. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Heaven-breaking godly needle. Back then, as a precaution, Lin Fei had also prepared a divine needle for this Chi practitioner. It was impossible for him to let this Chi practitioner go. Godfiends were going to die. Even Chi practitioners had to die. Go. The sky-splitting divine needles pierced through the void one after another. That terrifying aura was so terrifying that no one dared to look at it directly. Bastard. Damn it. He used up 2 treasures in a row. How could he still have another treasure? Dong Su cursed. He hurriedly took out a true treasure and put it on his body. Multicolored light flowed and formed a barrier. This was the true treasure that Dong Su rarely used, the multicolored heavenly net barrier. Bang bang bang, just as Dong Su calmed down, his eyes widened. A hole was blasted open in the multicolored heavenly net barrier, and the black light slammed into Dong Su's body. Chi practitioners had weak bodies, so Dong Su's body was instantly turned into a bloody mess. What a domineering treasure. Even my multicolored heavenly net barrier can't block it. Dong Su coughed up blood as his white skeleton appeared. God Slayer. Lin Fei's wings of the wind flapped, and he slashed at Dong Su, taking his opponent's life. Cough cough. You will die a terrible death. You have offended the Mu family. There is no place for you in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I will wait for that day. Dong Su was extremely calm. As soon as the word kill landed, Dong Su's chi practitioner was blasted into pieces. When Lin Fei saw the black murderous aura fly over, his killing sword created a vortex that absorbed the murderous aura. I knew you would die before me. Lin Fei laughed. He rushed down to plunder all the treasures and quickly left the scene. After Lin Fei left, the sky was filled with people in less than an incense stick's time. When they sensed the terrifying aura lingering in the air, as well as the traces of battle left in front of them, everyone's expressions changed. The aura of a fiend god. A fiend god appeared here, and a powerful one at that. The remnant aura on the ground should have come from a fiend god. How is that possible? Why would a fiend god appear on a dynasty battlefield? Shouldn't they be hiding somewhere? Why would they appear here? And who was the fiend god fighting with? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Someone actually fought a fiend god and left. When did such an expert appear in our dynasty battlefield? Everyone discussed, and all sorts of gossip spread. But no one knew why a fiend god had appeared, or who he was fighting with. They didn't know any of this. After searching the scene for a while, they didn't find anything. Coupled with how terrifying a fiend god was, everyone quickly dispersed. They didn't dare to stay in case they encountered a fiend god. They wouldn't even be enough to feed him. A fiend god could send them to hell with a single slap. There was a free direct train ride. This region became a no man's land. Lin Fei flew for 500,000 miles in one go. When there was no one around, he quickly landed on a mountain range. He opened up a small cave abode and set up an array outside. I finally killed a fiend god. Lin Fei was excited. However, a fiend god is indeed powerful. Those 3 punches before his death had fist intent that reached the heavens. I nearly failed at the last moment. Those 3 punches were still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. A fiend god from the mystic sect had such powerful combat power. If it reached the mystic the arch level, wouldn't a fiend god turn the world upside down? Soon Lin Fei smiled. I was overthinking things. Fiend gods were favored by the heavens in ancient times. They were born with powerful combat power. They were countless times stronger than humans. It was said to be the golden age of fiend gods in ancient times. Lin Fei recalled the information. Later on, with the rise of the human race, the gods and devils declined. However, the strength of the gods and devils has always made the human race wary. In ancient times and near ancient times, the human race constantly killed the gods and devils or subdued them as servants. I was lucky to see a god and devil from the mystic sect. If the gods and devils were really at the level of the mystic thearchs, those mystic thearchs would have a headache. I killed Mu Changkong and fiend god Jianghu and in the dynasty battlefield. Their family clan won't find out so quickly, right? Lin Fei wasn't relaxed. There aren't any traces left at the scene. There shouldn't be any danger in the short term. Lin Fei first checked his gains. Fiend god Zhang Hoan had the most treasures on him. He guessed that he had lived for tens of thousands of years, longer than the Qi refinement cultivator. He naturally had more treasures on him. Soon Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Divine power, punishment spear. As he flipped through the manuals, Lin Fei enjoyed himself once again. This godfiend sure is rich. Just these domineering offensive divine powers are good stuff that people would fight for outside. Lin Fei was very surprised to find divine powers. Lin Fei immediately fell in love with the few divine powers inside. No one would complain about having too many divine powers. Lin Fei was a body-tempering bloodline cultivator, so he grasped divine powers. Divine powers were rather difficult to find, especially when he found one that he was satisfied with. This 5-blow thunderstruck has an area of effect killer move. It's a must. This punishment spear is also a must. And this eyes of divine light. It can see through all nothingness and illusions. It's truly a good divine power. Lin Fei did a count and finally chose 3 divine powers that were suitable for him. 2 offensive divine powers and 1 supplementary divine power were enough. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to learn the divine powers first. He didn't mind spending a day or 2. It wasn't a bad thing to learn more divine powers. At the same time, at the end of the vast void, there was a vast continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was one of the places in the Xintian continent. Controlling such a huge place was a super dynasty among the dynasties. It was only a step away from the top of the empire. This super dynasty was called the Tyrannical Sky Dynasty. Super dynasties were already at the top of the empire, and this tyrannical Sky dynasty wasn't any weaker than an empire. The Mu family was one of the top families in the tyrannical Sky dynasty. At this moment someone pushed open the door and rushed in. In the study there was a middle-aged man with white hair and white eyebrows. He was reading a book. The book glowed with Jianghu. This person was the current patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Tsangtian. He was a late profound sage. Mu Tsangtian's every move had the aura of a sage flowing on his body. He was sacred and inviolable. Patriarch, something happened. Mu Tsangtian was still reading with his head lowered. I didn't order anyone to come in when I'm reading. Just a few simple words made him feel pressured. A sage. Just his words contained the aura of a sage. If this person hadn't followed Mu Tsangtian for 10,000 years, he wouldn't have been able to resist the pressure of a sage. Mu Changkong's young master is dead. His servants and Jianghu and Dongshu are dead as well. Mu Tsangtian raised his head. Are you sure? Today the servant in charge of guarding the life tablets was ordered to check the tablets once a month. He found that the tablets of Mu Changkong and Jianghu and Dongshu had been broken for a long time. As a big family, anyone with a certain status would have a life tablet made with a trace of their soul. If the soul was destroyed, the tablet would shatter just in case. Once a family disciple died, the family would know. Not to mention a big family like the Mu family. Mu Tsangtian stood up. Mu Changkong died at the wrong time. I remember he went to complete a family mission to collect the senfu of the great emperor. The records say that Mu Changkong accepted the mission and brought 2 servants to the battlefield of the dynasty to bring back the senfu. Mu Tsangtian turned and left the study. He directly tore through the void and entered the void world. Only profound sages like them could resist the terrifying tearing force of the void. When he came out again, Mu Tsangtian appeared in a small space. Flocks of flowers and birds covered the sky. Tsangtian, did Changtian cause trouble again? Mu Tsangtian had just arrived when a wave of divine sense came. The next moment he found himself in a pavilion. Hundreds of colorful flowers bloomed around him. Opposite him sat a beautiful woman. Chapter 391. P.S. Thanks to U19232692994 for his 588 tips and comments, as well as Codfish for his comments. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor. One of the Mu clan's mystic emperor old ancestors. Those who could become mystic emperor in this great world had to be extremely talented. Only then would they be able to break through their limits and become a mystic emperor expert in the mystic sky great world. The Mu clan was able to become a top clan in the tyrannical Sky Empire because of the mystic emperor old ancestor. Other than the current clan leader, no one knew how many mystic emperor old ancestors there were. The Mu clan announced to the public that they had 2 mystic emperor old ancestors. Whether people believed it or not, no one knew. Any clan that had a mystic emperor would have gone through tens of thousands of years of inheritance without exception. They had huge power and could be called a true big clan. As long as the mystic emperor didn't fall, they would have no worries for tens of thousands of years. If the clan didn't have the mystic emperor, they wouldn't be able to be called a big clan. The power of the mystic emperor old ancestor was unimaginable. The Mu clan was a clan in the tyrannical Sky Empire. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor was one of them, and he was extremely powerful. Mu Changkong was the Flower Emperor Old Ancestor's only son. He was born from a young age and had extraordinary talent. He enjoyed the best resources and the strongest treasures. Hearing that Mu Changkong was dead, Mu Tsangtian felt that it was troublesome, but he still had to come. He didn't dare to hide it. The Flower Emperor Old Ancestor's appearance didn't change at all. She looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s. The fragrance of flowers lingered around her and colorful flowers bloomed from time to time. In front of the Flower Emperor Old Ancestor, even Mu Tsangtian had to put on airs. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor, I'm here for Mu Changkong. Oh, I heard that Changkong went to complete a clan mission. Did he fail? The Flower Emperor Old Ancestor smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Mu Tsangtian lowered his head. Mu Changkong died outside. Walala walala, the flowers that bloomed around the Flower Emperor Old Ancestor were instantly shattered. The petals tore open the void. Astral energy raged around the pavilion, turning it into nothingness. Killing intent. Cold killing intent. Even though Mu Tsangtian was the leader of the Mu clan and had the strength of a profound sage late stage, he still couldn't withstand the wave of powerful aura in front of the Flower Emperor Realm's Old Ancestor. Mu clan's heaven sighed in his heart. The patriarch was enraged. Whoosh! Flower Emperor Ancestor tore through the void and appeared in the huge ancestral hall with Mu Tsangtian. Mu Changkong's life tablet had been shattered long ago. Who killed my son? Flower Emperor Patriarch's tone was cold. His only son was dead. The Flower Emperor Patriarch could not believe it. Even if he encountered a mystic venerable or mystic sage, he would not be able to kill him easily. Oh, who killed my son? Mu Clan's Changkong should have died in the Senfu, Mu Clan's Tsangtian said. I've already arranged for people to investigate. I'll definitely give you an explanation, Patriarch. With a wave of his robes, Flower Monarch Patriarch tore through the void and disappeared. Mu Clan's Changtian sighed. Old Ancestor is personally investigating. After that, Mu Clan's Heaven also left the Ancestral Hall. Not long after, the Flower Emperor Ancestor traversed through space and appeared in an unfamiliar space. Grabbing with one hand, she charged out. This was the Dynasty battlefield. At the Flower Emperor Ancestor's level, there was almost no place in the Shantian continent that could stop the Mystic Emperor. When the Flower Emperor Ancestor stood in the Dynasty battlefield, whoosh whoosh, two figures appeared around him. Emperor's aura flowed around them. They were Mystic Emperor experts. Flower Emperor Ancestor, this is the Dynasty battlefield. What do you want to do? A black-haired middle-aged man asked. These two were one of the guardians of the Dynasty battlefield. Normally they would not appear. Once an expert above the Mystic Sage level entered, they would appear and expel them. If they resisted, they would be killed without mercy. The Flower Emperor Ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. My son is dead. Of course, I'm here to find the murderer. Could it be that the two of you want to expel me? The two of them were surprised that the Flower Emperor Ancestor's son was dead. They could imagine why he had such killing intent. Your son is dead. We wouldn't stop you if we were somewhere else. However, this is the Dynasty battlefield. No one is allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Dynasty battlefield. I'm sure you understand. The Flower Emperor Ancestor said. You Guardians love to do this. I know the rules of the Dynasty battlefield. I just want to see who killed my son. Could it be that the two of you aren't going to give me some face? Even though they were all Guardians, it was not worth it to anger a Mystic Emperor. As long as you don't make a move and leave the Dynasty battlefield after finding the real culprit, we can give you face. Between the Mystic Emperors they had to give face. Returning light finger. The Flower Emperor Ancestor pointed out with her slender finger. Mystic Emperor's divine ability. Time reversal. The past was reflected in front of the Flower Emperor Ancestor. Everything that happened in the Dynasty battlefield appeared on the screen one by one, just like a movie. The Flower Emperor Ancestor went straight to the point and traced back time to the opening of the Senfu, from the closing of the Senfu, to the teleportation of the Dynasty disciples, to the appearance of Jianghu and Dongsu. The murderer appeared. The two Mystic Emperors were also curious. Who was so daring to kill the Mystic Emperor's son? Jianghu and the others waited on the mountain until Jianghu got angry and attacked someone. The Flower Emperor Ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two Mystic Emperors were also surprised. The one who killed the Flower Emperor Ancestor's son was a perverted kid at the Profound Emperor realm. Sword Immortal Kid. The four words represented all the anger of the Flower Emperor. Bang, the light screen dissipated. Flower Emperor Ancestor, my condolences. The Mystic Emperor was furious. Blood flowed like a river and thousands of corpses floated. Thank you for giving me face. In the future, when you pass by the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, why don't you visit the Mu clan? The Flower Emperor Ancestor said to the two of them. Of course, of course. The Flower Emperor Ancestor turned and left the Dynasty battlefield. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. The Mu clan's foundation was not weak. If they really fought, although they could kill the Flower Emperor Ancestor, the price was too high and it was not worth it. There will be a good show in the Dynasty War this time. This Sword Immortal Kid is really bold. Hee, I haven't seen such a perverted kid in a long time, especially when he cultivates the Sword Immortal Sword Dao. This is a heaven-defying existence. He even dared to kill the Mystic Emperor's son. I'm afraid he will be lawless in the future. The Flower Emperor Ancestor appeared again and was already at the Mu clan. This person is the murderer of Changkong. Immediately send an order to the disciples of the Dynasty battlefield to kill this person and bring back his soul. I want him to suffer for 10,000 years. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will immediately inform them. Mu clan Heaven nodded. Chapter 392. Dynasty battlefield. In a huge city. There were all sorts of bloody and brutal scenes. The city was filled with the cruelty of martial strength. This was one of the strongholds on the Dynasty battlefield. At this moment, in a simple hall, a few young masters were gathered together. There was wine on the table in front of them and the singers were dancing like fairies. It was pleasing to the eye and made one feel happy. We finally got rid of those disgusting fellows from the Thunderlight dynasty. Cheers everyone. Whoever dares to go against our Mu clan will end up like the Thunderlight dynasty. Aha, what is a mere Thunderlight dynasty? We will destroy such a trashy dynasty no matter how many come. They dare to snatch what our Mu clan wants. This group of people were the disciples of the Mu clan. All of them were strong and handsome. With their strength, they quickly subdued a group of disciples in the dynasty battlefield. Just as they were drinking to their heart's content, a silver-white light screen descended from the void and appeared in front of them. Clan leader. After the group of Mu clan disciples recovered from their shock, they all knelt down. The singers were all chased out and they were the only ones left in the hall. They didn't dare to make a sound. As the disciples of the Mu clan, they had connections with the clan and didn't dare to use it in the dynasty battlefield. They were surprised that the clan leader would use the void projection. Could it be that there was something important that they needed to do? After thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything important. Everyone had a stomach full of questions but they didn't dare to ask in front of the clan leader. The clan leader was supreme in front of them and just his invincible aura of a saint could crush them. The person who appeared was Mu clan's Heaven, the current clan leader of the Mu clan. Mu clan's Heaven personally used the void projection because it was a very serious matter. The Flower Emperor Patriarch specifically said that this matter had to be completed beautifully. In the Mu clan, the clan leader seemed to have a lot of power but he had to be respectful in front of the Patriarch. In order to kill this person, Mu clan's Heaven had to give the order personally. Even the Flower Emperor Patriarch didn't dare to go against the rules of the dynasty battlefield, so he naturally didn't dare to go against it. To deal with this person he could only rely on the disciples of the Mu clan. He believed that the disciples of the Mu clan wouldn't disappoint. Eagle, as the leader of the Mu clan this time around, there's an important matter that requires your attention. Firmament Heaven of the Mu clan looked at a red-haired young man. This man was the strongest among all the participants. He had the strength of mysterious Zone Realm Full Circle, and his combat strength was outstanding. Within the family he had quite a reputation. The Skyhawk of the Mu clan raised his head. Patriarch, please give your orders. Your disciple will do his best to complete them. A look of joy flashed through his eyes. The Patriarch did not hesitate to use his Zhen Yuan to cast a projection, so it must be an important matter. If he could successfully complete this task, he would undoubtedly leave an impression in the Patriarch's eyes that he was capable and capable. The Wood clan's Flying Eagle would never miss such a good opportunity. Mu clan's Firmament flicked his finger, and a lifelike portrait appeared. This person is currently in the dynasty battlefield. I want you to treat him as your #1 enemy. Kill him and bring back his soul. After that, you will be handsomely rewarded. The disciples of the Mu clan took out their tools and swiftly recorded the images. This person is a sword immortal. He is very strong. You have to be careful. Then the light screen disappeared. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Patriarch's aura is truly terrifying. Just now, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on me. I nearly couldn't breathe. Even though Mu clan's Firmament projected over and the aura of a profound saint, even if it was restrained, it still affected them greatly. If it was a normal person, just this projection alone would be enough to kill them. Brother Eagle, who is this person? Mu clan's Flying Eagle looked at the portrait. I don't know. I have never seen him before. However, this person has offended our Mu clan, so he is our enemy. Immediately start searching for him. Send out a wanted poster. We must find this person. Mu clan's Flying Eagle was already rubbing his palms. He wanted to kill this person as soon as possible to complete the task. The disciples of the Mu clan were still eating and drinking. After Mu clan's Flying Eagle gave the order, everyone started to get busy. At the same time, they wanted to know why this person would make the Patriarch personally give the order. The dynasty disciples under his control started to search for this person, and the range kept expanding. In a big city. When the wanted poster was sent out and the guards left, many people gathered to watch. This kid is going to be unlucky. I don't know what he did to actually be wanted by the dynasty. Do you see the reward? Anyone who provides information can get a Mystic class martial art and 10 million True Yuan crystals. What a high reward. 10 million True Yuan crystals. It would be great if I found him. After seeing the reward, a group of people's eyes turned red. In the crowd, a person stared at the wanted poster. After looking at it for a while, excitement appeared in his eyes. He then lowered his head and walked out. When no one noticed him, he went straight to an inn by the side of the road. He went upstairs and walked to a room. He pushed open the door and walked in quickly, looking really anxious. Bingfei, why are you in such a hurry? Did you pick up some treasure? The person who came in was Bingfei, who had been kicked off the arena. He only recovered after consuming a pill. Otherwise he would have lost this chance. In the room, someone was sitting cross-legged with a crystal floating in front of him. He was making a true yuan crystal. Bingfei hurriedly closed the door in a mysterious manner. Senior brother, good news? Do you know what I saw outside? The two who were making the true yuan crystal were War God sects Iron Mountain and Arkansas. After they came out of the novice city, they parted with Lin Fei and the rest. However, the dynasty battlefield was crueler than imagined. True yuan crystals were needed everywhere. Iron Mountain and Ark could only make true yuan crystals every day. Their days were miserable and cruel. Iron Mountain glared, "What can you see? Hurry up and make the true yuan crystals. If we don't get enough before nightfall, we will be chased out." Bingfei hurriedly said, "Senior brother, we don't need to make the true yuan crystals. Do you know what I saw? I saw a wanted poster below. You guys definitely can't guess who it is." Tai Shan and Fang Zhou stopped. They rarely saw their junior brother Bingfei so excited. "Oh." Bingfei lowered his voice, "Lin Fei, godly martial sects Lin Fei. I don't know how that kid offended the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's Mu clan. Now they are offering a mystic class martial art and 10 million true yuan crystals." Whoosh whoosh, the two quickly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? With Lin Fei's strength, if he meets the Mu clan, won't he die? Ark said in shock. Bingfei said, "If you don't believe me, go down and take a look. When have I ever lied? Even if Lin Fei is burned to ashes, I can still recognize him. The wanted person must be Lin Fei." Iron Mountain and Ark looked at each other. If this news was true, they wouldn't need to make true yuan crystals every day, which would cause their strength to be unable to increase. Soon, the two returned, their faces filled with shock and joy. "Lin Fei, it really is Lin Fei, that kid." Bingfei smiled sinisterly, "Senior brother, I told you this person is Lin Fei. 10 million true yuan crystals. If we can get it, we might be able to break through one or two small realms." Be it Iron Mountain or Ark, they were all genius disciples in the War God sect. But after coming to the dynasty battlefield, they knew the cruelty. Now that an opportunity was right in front of them, they couldn't help but be tempted. "Lin Fei, that kid is arrogant and despotic, causing us to suffer here. He deserves to meet us." Iron Mountain laughed coldly, "Since we are so fated with Lin Fei, if we don't send him on his way, we'll be letting him down." Ark and Bingfei both laughed. 10 million true yuan crystals. They wanted to laugh just thinking about it. As for what would happen to Lin Fei, they couldn't be bothered to care. The Mu clan was a super dynasty clan that they could only look up to for their entire lives. If Lin Fei fell into their hands, wouldn't he be a piece of cake for them to play with? They were defeated in the arena and scolded in front of the elders. Even now, whenever Lin Fei was mentioned, he would still be filled with anger. It wasn't easy for them to come across such an opportunity, so how could they miss it? What was the point of adding insult to injury? With 10 million true yuan crystals, they could quickly start cultivating. They didn't need to worry about true yuan crystals at all. They could also use true yuan crystals to buy treasures and increase their strength. In less than half a day, the Mu clan's eagle received the information. Looking at the information in his hands, Zhang Xian was at a loss. The other disciples were the same as well. A country bumpkin from a small dynasty? Is there a mistake? A disciple from a small dynasty actually received an order from the clan leader himself? Is there a mistake? The Mu clan's disciples widened their eyes. They couldn't guess the reason. At first, they thought that this person must be an incredible expert. But after knowing the situation, they were all surprised. Someone from a small dynasty. How strong could this kind of person be? Was he worth their time? They could easily kill someone from a small dynasty with a stomp of their feet. Why would they need to mobilize so many people? But this was an order from the clan leader himself. No matter how unhappy they were, they didn't dare to question the clan leader's decision. They had to carry it out firmly. The Mu clan's eagle snorted coldly, "Shut up. We have to complete the clan leader's order." Instantly there was silence. They didn't dare to retort. That was the truth. Mu clan's Tsang Lang, Mu clan's Wuyu, the two of you bring a pair of Dao soldiers over. No matter how strong that Lin Fei is, the two of you will be able to fight him. Capture all of Lin Fei's companions first. When the time comes, that Lin Fei will naturally come out. The Mu clan's eagle quickly thought of an idea. Good idea. No matter where Lin Fei is, once he finds out about the situation, he will definitely come over. Mu clan's Tsang Lang and Mu clan's Wuyu stood out, their faces filled with excitement. This was a good thing. Brother Eagle, don't worry. He's just a country bumpkin. We will definitely complete the mission. Chapter 393. P.S. Thanks to Archery on Horseback 1923269294, Waiting to Soar, and Divine Emperor Haotian for their tips. Lin Fei came out again 10 days later. After killing Godfiend and Jianghu and the Qi Refinement Cultivator, Lin Fei went to cultivate his divine power. He only came out of the mountain range after he had more or less grasped it. The divine powers cultivated by Godfiends are indeed impressive. They greatly increase my combat strength. Lin Fei tore through the air and flew towards the nearest city. As he flew, he sighed at his luck. In less than an hour, Lin Fei covered the distance of 1,000,000 miles. His strength had improved greatly, and his wings of the wind were even faster. If he used his full strength, he could travel 500,000 kilometers in more than an hour. Lin Fei planned on entering the city first and having a good meal to reward himself. He had been tense during this period of time. He had to relax. It was the best way to reward himself. At the same time, he could ask about the situation. With Lin Fei's strength, he landed silently in a large city without outsiders noticing. Lin Fei found a restaurant and ordered a table full of good dishes and a bottle of good wine. Then he leaned against the window and began to enjoy himself. I have to bring some delicacies next time. I can't torture myself. He comforted himself as he ate. After having his fill, Lin Fei stretched lazily and put down the spirit stones. Everyone has been staring at me for so long. You can come out now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures flashed. Moments later, a group of people appeared around the restaurant. There were about 20 of them, and all of them had excited looks on their faces. Lin Fei, are you going to surrender or do you want us to attack? The person in the lead was tall and stocky. He wore a short beast hide suit, revealing his muscles. He was like a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei frowned. I don't think we know each other, right? The commotion in the restaurant naturally attracted everyone's attention. When the leader of the group spoke, an uproar immediately broke out. Lin Fei? He's Lin Fei. We're rich. If we capture this kid, we'll immediately get 50 million quintessential essence crystals. Charge. Capture this kid. Whoosh, whoosh. The other cultivators rushed forward without any explanation. Tiger's roar. A 1,000-meter-tall tiger appeared behind the man in the lead. It howled down from a tall mountain, its huge body crashing into the crowd. Everywhere it passed, especially the people at the front, their bodies would shatter. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the street red. The tiger's claws would directly tear apart the martial artists' bodies, causing them to fall to the ground. Retreat. Retreat. The man's eyes were ice cold, as if he didn't care about life. He coldly laughed. Humph, a bunch of idiots who don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to snatch someone in front of me? He is the son of a tiger and wolf, Hu Shaotian. People from the feral tiger empire. Some of the lucky survivors shrieked in fear. No wonder the other party's first move was so terrifying, killing almost all of them. He was someone with a great background. The people who were ready to make a move stopped. They couldn't afford to offend Hu Shaotian, nor could they fight him. 50 million Jinyuan crystals, they needed to have the power to get it. They couldn't just throw their lives away for nothing. Hu Shaotian was a training genius from the feral tiger empire. He was not that old, but his battling power had already reached the profound master realm middle stage. Only then did the crowd stop attacking. Lin Fei did not make a sound. He had already guessed something, but he was not sure. Whoosh, whoosh. Hu Shaotian had just finished his words when another 5 people appeared on top of a building on the left. The appearance of these 5 people once again caused a commotion. The city leader and the rest are here as well. There will be a good show to watch. Although Hu Shaotian is powerful, it will be a tough fight against Imochio, who is also from the empire. Imochio is also a training genius, and his battling power is not any weaker than Hu Shaotian. I wonder who will get him. The 5 people on top of the building were led by a long-haired young man. Brother Hu, it's not good to take everything for yourself. Imochio laughed. Don't forget that this is my territory. An unbridled tone. Imochio was also surprised. When he knew that the Mu family wanted young man had appeared in his territory, Imochio's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. If he could use this chance to curry favor with the Mu family, it would be like relying on a huge tree. The Mu family had 2 mystic emperors. It was rumored that the Mu family had 5 mystic emperors, which was even bigger than his own family. They were truly a big family, a rich and powerful one. Whether the rumors were true or not, one thing was clear: The Mu family's resources were far more powerful than one could imagine. After hearing the news, Emo hurried over with his underlings, but Hu Xiaotian got there first. Fortunately they were not fast and the person was still in the restaurant. As for Lin Fei, who was only at the emperor level, he had long been ignored by Emo. No matter how much of a genius he was in front of them, he would still be killed. It was an unchanging rule. Hu Xiaotian laughed, "I have my eyes on this person. Don't think that our feral tiger empire is afraid of you. Today I will take this person away. No one can stop me." 50 million Jinyuan crystals was not a small amount, but Hu Xiaotian did not care. In comparison, if he could complete the Mu family business, then that would be the real reward. All the super empires and big dynasties knew about the Mu family, a rich family that had 2 mystic emperors. 50 million Jinyuan crystals was really nothing. Emochio's face darkened. "Hu Xiaotian, your battle power is outstanding, but I wonder if you can handle 10,000 soldiers." Hua 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 hua, a black mass of soldiers appeared above the crowd. They were all black armors, all carrying spirit treasures and killing intent. It was like a smoke signal, chilling and frightening. Soldiers and demon soldiers were almost the same. These 10,000 soldiers had outstanding battle power, and even the mystic sects would pale in comparison. Training 10,000 soldiers would also cost a lot. Just the armors and spirit treasures would be a huge number. Those without a certain amount of wealth would have to think twice if they wanted to train soldiers. Voila, the soldiers were all holding crossbows. These were not ordinary crossbows but heavenly god crossbows that had been modified. They had shocking killing power, and were said to be able to kill heavenly gods, which was the same level as immortals. Hu Xiaotian waved his sleeves, regretting, "Emochio, you're good. I admit defeat this time." 10,000 soldiers holding heavenly god crossbows, even Hu Xiaotian felt his scalp go numb. They were all powerful existences that could kill mystic sects, and he himself was strong. Once he was targeted by the soldiers, it was unknown if he could even escape. The soldiers were too strong. Hu Xiaotian did not dare to joke around with his life, and could only leave unwillingly. What was there to fight under the soldiers? Emochio did not dare to push it too far in case the rabbit would bite. Chapter 394. Emochio had brought 10,000 soldiers, which made the people below feel lucky. If they had charged in recklessly, they would have been dead for sure under the attack of the 10,000 soldiers. They would have become a pile of rotten meat on the street, and eventually become nourishment for the plants in the mountains. 10,000 soldiers, their battle power could even make profound sect warriors retreat. Even 2 or 3 profound sect warriors together might not be their match. Between future battle power and current battle power, the soldiers belonged to the current battle power. Through armors, spirit treasures, and pellets, they could increase their strength to a certain level and then train in formations. This was the famous and fearsome soldiers. This kid is dead for sure. Under 10,000 soldiers he won't be able to survive. Even the powerful Hu Xiaotian had been chased away. How could a kid at the profound emperor realm fight against 10,000 soldiers? Wouldn't his life and death be decided by them? Even though they were jealous, they could only watch helplessly with 10,000 soldiers. "Hold on, I have something to say." Emochio straightened his left hand, and the soldiers behind him stopped in an orderly manner. However, 10,000 heavenly deity crossbows were locked onto Lin Fei, and with a single thought or a single gesture, the crossbow bolts could blast anything in front of them into pieces. This included people. "What, you want to surrender?" Emochio laughed. With 10,000 soldiers he would be successful in every endeavor. Lin Fei shook his head. "I have never thought of surrendering. I just want to know, did you attack me because of the Mu clan?" Emochio's smile turned cold. "You know it yourself, so why ask? We are only helping the Mu clan with a small favor. It's not too late for you to surrender. Once my soldiers attack, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Do you know Hu Xiaotian? He was unwilling to leave under my soldiers. Do you think he is stronger than Hu Xiaotian?" "So it is." Lin Fei was puzzled. How did the Mu clan know about him, and the news had spread so quickly? This was the battlefield of a dynasty. Lin Fei remembered that the news of killing Mu Changkong did not spread out. The demon god and Jianghu definitely did not spread the news either. Otherwise it would not be the 2 of them outside, but the Mu clan's people waiting for him. Strange, so strange. What had gone wrong? Lin Fei's indifferent and unmoving look once again provoked Emochio. "You don't know what's good for you." Emochio waved his hand. "Attack." Emochio did not have the patience to continue. If something went wrong he would lose a great opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 10,000 soldiers all moved. The deity arrows turned into a black rain of arrows as they shot down. whistling through the air continuously. The black mass was endless, as if they were going to block the sky. Everyone was shocked by the dangerous aura. Lin Fei took a look and was surprised. So they've set up runes. No wonder they're so powerful. If Qi practitioners were to encounter them, they would definitely die. After seeing demonic soldiers, Lin Fei wasn't too surprised to see demonic soldiers again. With a single glance, he could tell the arrangement of the arrowheads. Crashed. Lin Fei unleashed his Azure Dragon True Body and roared loudly. He tore through space and appeared within the range of the combat weapon. With a sweep of the killing intent soared into the sky. Slaughter. Like waves, the black light spread out in all directions, forming many arcs. Emochio was slightly stunned, but he didn't care at all. If combat weapons were so easy to kill, they wouldn't be combat weapons. Formation. The 10,000 combat weapons formed a formation. Their aura soared into the sky. They were fearless. But they didn't know who they were going to meet. The black light rippled out in circles and crashed into the combat armor of the combat weapon. Crashed. The tough combat armor was quickly torn open. The combat weapon broke into two and fell from the sky. Bang bang bang, the black light was like a weapon that harvested lives. Everywhere it passed, the combat weapon fell like wheat. Slaughter again. Lin Fei used it 3 times in a row. The powerful black light swept across, and the combat weapon suffered heavy casualties. Not even 10 out of 10 combat weapons lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the combat weapon could be killed so easily. After becoming a sword immortal, his sword will had merged with the metal concept, making it even more powerful. In front of a sword immortal's attack, an 8th grade battle armor was like a piece of scrap metal. Everyone was stunned. Since when did the 10,000 combat weapon become so weak? This was a combat weapon. Its armor was 8th grade, its spirit treasures were upper grade spirit treasures, and it trained in battle formations. How could it be so weak? This was the combat weapon that killed the Mystic sect. Killing Mystic Emperor realm martial artists was as easy as killing chickens and ducks. Not to mention the Mystic King. As long as the combat weapon existed, no matter how many came, they would all die. Emochio roared. How could this happen? My combat weapon. Emochio had spent almost all of his wealth to train these 10,000 soldiers. Seeing these soldiers being killed one after another and turning into a rain of blood, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. These were all his treasures, existences that he could rely on. His face was twisted and his veins were bulging. Emochio had never seen anyone kill most of the combat weapon that he was so proud of. It was like a blow to his head. Kill him. Kill him. I want him dead. The 4 subordinates behind him were Emochio's right-hand men. Emochio had gone mad. No one could remain calm. Emochio could take down the city because of his combat weapon. If the combat weapon was injured, it would affect his strength. Now that he had lost 70 to 80% of his combat weapon, he had lost everything. It would be weird if he wasn't mad. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 4 of them soared into the sky. Inescapable net. The 4 of them had activated their formation. A white net descended from the sky. The white net was covered in green, which was obviously poisonous. Lin Fei raised his head and moved his left hand. Get lost. With a slash, the white net was torn apart, and the sword light was split into 2. Lin Fei appeared beside the 4 of them. With a slash, his killing intent spread out. No matter how fast the 4 of them were, they were not as fast as Lin Fei. Their armor was torn apart. Sword immortals were terrifying because of their sword intent. Lin Fei had become a sword immortal. He was the strongest sword immortal. His true yuan was rare and few could fight against him. The sword intent contained the metal element, and it had the power to destroy. Whoosh, Lin Fei swung his sword backwards, slashing towards Emochio. The sword intent went straight to Emochio's heart. Emochio's body shook. He did not expect Lin Fei to be so strong, especially with his invincible sword intent. It affected his heart and his combat power was greatly reduced. Coming from the dynasty, his heart was firm. Few could be affected. You are a sword immortal. Emochio retreated 100 feet. He was shocked. He had met a sword immortal, a powerful one who had cultivated the invincible sword intent. His opponent's slash was able to crack his heart. He was such a terrifying existence. This slash was fierce and ferocious like a tiger. As Emochio retreated, he waved his hand and a handful of golden sand appeared. Pain flashed in his eyes. He formed a hand seal and controlled the golden sand. Clang, the sword intent clashed against the golden sand. It was actually trapped by the sand and compressed to a certain area. Only then did it manage to block the slash. Whoosh, you can't even block one of my slashes. Let's see how you can block the second one. Lin Fei was curious about the golden sand. His invincible sword intent was blocked by this thing. It did not look like an ordinary treasure. The murderous aura kept merging with the sword intent. Every time Lin Fei attacked, blood would be spilled. The second sword intent was even more horrifying than the first. It tore the golden sand apart and turned it into powder. The powder flew towards Imochio. Imochio was scared out of his wits. His opponent's sword intent had destroyed his treasure. Boom, the sword intent clashed against Imochio. The invincible sword intent tore Imochio apart and sent him flying. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of Imochio. Grabbing the latter's throat with a single hand, he shook his head and said, "Too weak. You can't even block my second sword intent, and you still want to catch me? You sure have guts." In just a moment, the murderous Imochio had been defeated by Yi Futian. He was now a prisoner. It was shocking. They looked at the dead bodies on the street and Imochio, who was captured by Lin Fei. They wondered if God was playing a joke on them. Someone was so strong. The 10,000 soldiers were like an insurmountable mountain in their eyes. But in front of this young man they were like chickens and dogs. He broke the formation easily and killed them. Cough cough. What are you trying to do? Imochio's face was red. He could barely breathe. It took him a long time to believe that he had lost. He had lost completely. Yi Futian's two invincible sword intents almost finished him off. The 10,000 soldiers had suffered a great loss. They were badly injured. It was unknown if they could survive. Whoosh, carrying Imochio, Lin Fei left the city. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, Lin Fei threw Imochio beside a pond. The demonic beasts had been scared away by Lin Fei's sword intent. Don't try anything funny. Don't blame me for being merciless. Imochio didn't dare to move. He had never seen such a powerful sword immortal. The occasional sword immortal he met was ridiculously weak. But this sword immortal in front of him was too strong. He couldn't even block two invincible sword intents. Lin Fei was satisfied. Your life is in my hands now. I will ask you one question and you will answer one. Be honest. If you dare to lie to me, you know what will happen to you. Whoosh, the sword intent flew past his face like a sword and landed on a huge rock behind him. The rock was blasted into pieces. Why does the Mu clan want me? Lin Fei didn't kill Imochio because he wanted to know more about the Mu clan. Even though he knew that he had offended a big clan, Lin Fei had no idea how big the clan was. The only thing he knew was that this clan was very influential. It had only been a few days and they had found him. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. At least, Lin Fei couldn't figure out how they knew he was the one who did it. This was what he wanted to know. Of course, he also wanted to know what kind of experts the Mu clan had. If it wasn't for this reason, Lin Fei would have killed them long ago. Fusing the will of wind and will of metal, Lin Fei's invincible sword intent was terrifying. If one's mind was unstable, one would be killed. Right now, Lin Fei had to figure out the situation before he could make any arrangements. Chapter 395. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian for their tips. Imochio did not dare to say this out loud. Right now, he was on someone else's chopping board. His life or death could be decided with a single word. However, he was feeling very sullen. As for the reason, even he did not know himself. The Mu clan had issued a bounty for an unknown reason. Imochio had placed importance on the Mu clan's mission, but truthfully he did not know the reason at all. Was there a need to know? There was no need at all. But now that Imochio could not say it, he felt sullen. I really do not know. Pa, with a slap, Imochio saw stars. Lin Fei did not believe that the Mu clan had such influence. In truth, Lin Fei did not know that with the Mu clan's influence, there were many who wanted to curry favor with them. A bounty was like a shark smelling blood. I'll give you one more chance. Lin Fei asked solemnly. Imochio's Zhenyuan was restricted, and with a slap, his face swelled up and his teeth flew out. It was a miserable sight. The Mu clan has Emperor Xian, they don't need a reason to issue a bounty. Imochio's expression was filled with bitterness. If he was not in the other party's hands, Imochio would have scolded him. What the hell do I know? Mu clan's bounty, you should know what you did, why bother asking yourself? Emperor Xian. Lin Fei's heart shook. Damn it, he had offended a clan that had Emperor Xian. No wonder Mu clan's Changkong's final attack was so powerful. It was no wonder that he was found so quickly after killing Mu Changkong and had a bounty placed on his head. Emperor Xian. These two words were enough. Lin Fei was only shocked. Lin Fei did not feel much pressure from Emperor Xian's fear. Emperor Xian was a legendary existence. Others might feel a mountain of pressure, but to Lin Fei, Emperor Xian was just a high and mighty boss who would slaughter them one day. Only by slaughtering a big boss would one feel the same. Emperor Xian was the strongest boss in this world. If he didn't slaughter them, who else could he slaughter? Lin Fei was surprised that he had offended the Mu clan, which had the mystic Thearch as clan. Lin Fei knew that this person was speaking the truth. If a clan had a mystic Thearch, no matter how strong or weak the mystic Thearch was, there would be countless people who would try to curry favor with them. He didn't need a reason to be wanted. He was the high and mighty mystic Thearch. The mystic Thearch opened his mouth. Reason or not, it did not matter. For them to capture me, the status of the Mu clan's Jianghu must be quite high. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let me first understand this Mu clan. Lin Fei grabbed Immortality again and interrogated him. Immortality also told him everything he knew. No matter what Lin Fei asked, he would answer honestly. It could be said that he was very obedient. As he continued to ask, Lin Fei began to frown. The Mu clan was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. There were 2 confirmed mystic Thearchs in the outside world. Excluding those who were cultivating in seclusion, there were about 5 mystic Thearchs in total. 5 mystic Thearchs could be said to be a true aristocratic clan, a true great clan that had tens of thousands of years of history. Lin Fei only frowned and knew that he was in big trouble. Damn it, I killed a young master and hit the jackpot. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It seems like for a long time, this Mu clan will be a huge mountain on my head. A prestigious clan that seemed to have 5 mystic Thearchs. Lin Fei really felt the pressure. If his battle strength was not as strong as the mystic Thearchs, he would always have to be wary of them. It was very normal for them to look for him. It was very likely that the mystic Thearch had made a move. Lin Fei couldn't guess what kind of mystical ability the mystic Thearch had, but he knew that they had extraordinary methods and could easily find one person. Lin Fei quickly understood why the mystic Thearch and the others didn't make a move directly. It was probably because this was the battlefield of a dynasty. I need to find a backer in a short period of time. Lin Fei thought to himself. It was not easy to be targeted by the mystic Thearch. As long as Lin Fei had enough time, the mystic Thearch was nothing. What he lacked the most now was time. Because of this, Lin Fei was very concerned about his future sect. He had to find a sect that the mystic Thearch wouldn't dare to make a move against. Then he would see what they would dare to do. As for the rest of the questions, Lin Fei didn't have to continue asking. He already knew what he needed to know. He had already guessed what he shouldn't know. He already had an idea. The best way to deal with this person in front of him was to kill him. Just as Lin Fei was about to make a move, Immortality shouted, "Don't kill me. I will tell you an important piece of information." "Do you think you have the ability to bargain?" Lin Fei snorted coldly. "This piece of information is very important." Immortality broke out in a cold sweat. "Let me go. You won't regret it." Lin Fei said, "Oh, you really think that I can let you go just because of a piece of information? Previously, you were so arrogant and prepared to deal with me." "Master Lin, I was blind. Just treat me as a fart." Immortality said against his will. This was something he didn't want to say in the past. "Then tell me, is this piece of information worth it for me to not kill you?" Immortality had a unique feeling towards death. Otherwise he wouldn't have guessed that the other party wanted to kill him. "Your friend is now in the hands of the Mu clan's disciple. I heard that they are going to execute him in public within these 3 days so that they can lure you out. Is everything you said true?" Crush. A terrifying killing intent shattered Immortality's heart, and he fell to the ground. "Everything I said is true. If I said anything false, let me be struck by lightning." Immortality's body was weak and his face was pale. Lin Fei's face darkened. "Mu clan, do you really think I'm easy to bully? I can't defeat the mystic Thearch, but I want to see who can block my sword when I kill you Mu clan's disciples." Lin Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. Even though they didn't know each other for long, Lin Fei treated them as friends. If a person didn't have any friends, he would be lonely for the rest of his life. Most importantly, they were the scapegoats because of him. The Mu clan was looking for him, not them. Towards their despicable methods, Lin Fei reprimanded them. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't kill this Immortality back then. Otherwise he wouldn't know about this and would have missed the chance to rescue Immortality. By the time he found out, it was already too late. Looking at Lin Fei's killing intent, Immortality found it hard to imagine how a person could have such a strong killing intent. Even his firm heart couldn't block this killing intent. The Mu clan had offended a terrifying enemy. "You brought people to capture me. I can spare you from death, but I will take all your treasures as compensation." In the end, Lin Fei didn't kill Immortality. He just took all of Immortality's treasures and cultivation resources. If Lin Fei didn't rob such a wealthy person, then he would be an idiot. He left Imochio who wanted to cry but had no tears.